The Ink Between Us by VoidAndVelvet. Chapter 1. The Wrong Way to Hold a Quill. The first thing Caelan did upon arriving at Saint Wulfric's was count the exits. It was not a conscious decision. It was the kind of thing the body does when the mind has spent 12 years training it to do so. The same way a man who has learned to swim will read a river even when he has no intention of crossing it. 3 doors in the entry hall. 2 of them bolted from the inside. The third opened onto a covered walkway that ran north toward the kitchens, which meant access to the outer wall and, beyond it, a lane of sufficient width for a man moving quickly and without luggage. The windows were high and narrow, decorative in their ambition, useless as egress. Not that he expected to need egress. He had been sent here. The distinction between sent and exiled was, officially, a matter of terminology, and Caelan had spent 12 years learning to respect official terminology while privately understanding what it meant. It meant they wanted him far enough away that he could not embarrass anyone further, but not so far that his particular set of skills could not be recalled if needed. He understood this. He was not, despite everything, surprised by it. What surprised him was the monastery itself. He had expected something austere in the way of institutional things, stripped of comfort by policy rather than principle. What he found instead was a place that had been built across many decades and by many different hands into something that worked. The cloister walk was worn smooth at its center where sandals had been crossing it for 100 years. The refectory smelled of bread and tallow and old wood, a smell that carried in it the particular weight of accumulated meals, accumulated mornings, accumulated ordinary human persistence. The garden was tended with an attention that had nothing to do with show and everything to do with the specific pleasure of a thing being correct. Caelan noted all of this the way he noted everything, completely, without sentiment, in full awareness that sentiment was a lens that distorted as much as it clarified. He was shown to his cell on the east corridor by a novice who could not have been more than 17 and who answered every question Caelan asked with a precision suggesting either excellent training or genuine intelligence. Caelan, who was constitutionally unable to leave an interesting variable unexamined, spent the walk determining which it was. He concluded, by the time they reached the east corridor, that it was both, which was rare enough to be worth noting. The scriptorium opens after prime, the novice told him, pausing at a door unremarkable in every visible way except that its hinge was recent, its wood darker than the stone around it, a repair done within the last year. Brother Aldric oversees the morning session. He has particular requirements. What sort of requirements? The novice's expression did the thing that faces do when they're trying to say something accurate without saying something impolite. It was, Caelan thought, a very mature expression for a 17-year-old. He prefers precision, the novice said, finally, and seemed to feel this covered it. Caelan had worked for men who preferred precision. He had also worked for men who confused the preference with the product. It was, in his experience, an important distinction. He slept badly, as he always did in new places, and was in the scriptorium before the morning light had fully committed to the windows. The scriptorium at Saint Wulfric's was long and east-facing, which meant the early sun came through its high narrow windows at an angle that illuminated the workbenches in slanted columns of pale gold. Caelan had been in finer scriptoria. He had been in larger ones, more expensively appointed ones with better heating and more reliable candle holders. He had not been in one where the arrangement felt more deliberately considered. Every bench was positioned for the light. Every supply was exactly where a working hand would expect to find it, organized with a logic that was immediately legible once you understood it was there. He was standing at the supply shelf, examining the available quills with the methodical attention of someone who took manuscript work seriously, when a voice behind him said, "You hold your quill wrong." Caelan did not startle. He had trained himself out of startling at 17, under circumstances that made it a practical necessity. He turned instead with the unhurried deliberateness of a man who had heard perfectly well on the first saying and simply required a moment to assess the situation before responding to it. The man who had spoken was tall, broad through the shoulders in the way of men who have done physical work at some point in their lives and retained its architecture despite years since. Pale skin, ink-stained forefinger and thumb on the right hand. Dark blonde hair worn close without vanity. He was looking at Caelan's hand with the focused attention of someone examining a manuscript for error, which was to say, clinically, completely, with the quiet confidence of someone who does not yet expect to be contradicted. "I have not yet held it," Caelan said. "I am currently examining the selection." "You were about to hold it wrong," the man said. "The angle of your wrist is already incorrect." The gray eyes lifted from Caelan's hand to Caelan's face. They were lighter than expected and quietly relentless, the kind of eyes that did not look at a person so much as read them. "Brother Aldric," Caelan said. "Brother Caelan." The name spoken without ceremony, as if it had already been filed and assigned its proper place. "Your manuscripts from your previous post were reviewed before your transfer. Your illumination work is adequate. Your copying is occasionally superior. Your quill grip is wrong." "My manuscripts from my previous post," Caelan said, with the careful neutrality he deployed when he was being precise rather than agreeable, were rated by 3 separate assessors as consistently above standard. "Yes," Aldric said. "Imagine how good they would be if you held it correctly." He turned back to his own bench without waiting for a response, a dismissal so complete and so absent of theater that it was almost difficult to feel dismissed by it. Caelan watched him for a moment, tall and still and entirely occupied with the work in front of him, already apparently unconcerned with whatever impression he had made or failed to make. Caelan looked down at the quill in his hand. He was holding it correctly. He had been trained, under exacting conditions, to hold it correctly. He had been holding it correctly for 10 years. He put it down, picked up another, held it the same way. He sat at the bench assigned to him and began to work, and he was aware, for the entire morning, of the specific quality of not being observed by a man who could see the whole room from where he sat without appearing to look at any of it. At dinner, Caelan sat beside a broad, comfortable Italian monk named Otto, who had apparently decided on first sight that they were going to be friends, a decision Caelan had long since stopped trying to prevent people from making before he could stop them. Otto ate with the focused appreciation of someone who has concluded that most joys are available to anyone willing to be slightly undignified in their pursuit of them, and narrated the monastery between bites in a manner suggesting he found the place genuinely interesting rather than merely familiar. Caelan listened and asked occasional questions, the kind that prompted more information than they directly requested. "Brother Aldric," Caelan said, at some natural pause in the narration. Otto did not look up from his food. "Yes, he oversees the scriptorium. Among other things, he and Brother Aldric manage most of the monastery's institutional affairs. Different methods, same general territory." Otto broke his bread with the unhurried pleasure of a man for whom bread had never lost its interest. "Aldric is better at it. Osrin knows this. Osrin has the abbot's ear and the better title, which serves the same function for most men." Otto ate. Aldric has never seemed to find this troubling. He is the sort of person who does not require acknowledgement to continue being excellent, which I have always found simultaneously admirable and faintly alarming. Caelan considered this. Across the refectory, at the senior brother's table, Aldric was speaking quietly with an older monk, unhurried, his hands still on the table in front of him, not performing attention, giving it. "He told me I hold my quill wrong," Caelan said. "Does he?" Otto sounded unsurprised. "He told me my Latin was imprecise in the second week." He was correct. He usually is, which is its own particular irritation. He corrected the grip of a man whose manuscripts were rated superior at his previous post. He would. Otto did look up now, briefly, with the expression of a man who is about to say something accurate in the knowledge that it will not be entirely welcome. He sees what things could be rather than only what they are. It is either a gift or a habit. I have never determined which. Either way, it means he holds everyone to the standard of their potential, which is less comfortable than being held to the standard of your performance. He returned to his bread. "You will either find this clarifying or insufferable. Those are not mutually exclusive." Otto laughed, half a second before the end of his own thought. No, he agreed. I suppose they are not. Caelan went back to his cell after Compline and sat for a long time without lighting a candle, because he had learned long ago that certain kinds of thinking were better done in the dark, where there was nothing to read and therefore no temptation to read it instead. He had been sent here because he had been difficult. He had been difficult because he had done his job correctly, and the correct performance of his job had embarrassed people with the power to reassign him. This was the shape of his life. 12 years of being precisely the thing he was trained to be, in service of men who valued the precision only up to the point at which it became inconvenient. He had not expected anything from his place. He had been, in fact, carefully not expecting anything, which was a skill he had refined to the point of art over the course of 12 years, and one particularly instructive afternoon in which Lord Harwick Dane had explained, in the warmest possible terms, why his continued presence in his current post was not something Dane could, regrettably, maintain. Caelan sat in the dark of his new cell and did not think about Dane. He thought instead, with the focused attention of a man cataloging a variable he has not yet determined the significance of, about a pair of gray eyes that read rather than looked, and about a correction given without cruelty to a man who did not need it, and about what it meant that the correction had been given at all. Most people in his life had looked at him and seen something worth using. The man across the scriptorium had looked at him and seen something worth correcting, which was not the same thing, and which Caelan was finding, to his considerable surprise, harder to dismiss. He lit a candle. He took a piece of vellum from the small supply he had brought with him, because he was a man who brought writing materials wherever he went on the theory that information was most useful when recorded, and because a blank page had always been, for him, a kind of thinking. He sat for a moment. His quill was in his hand. He was holding it correctly. He began to write. The letter started as a record, the way all his letters started, the way all his thinking started, with observation, precise and catalogued, stripped of inference. He wrote about the scriptorium. He wrote about the morning light and the arrangement of the benches and the logic of the supply organization, which was legible once you understood it, and which bore the unmistakable signature of a mind that organized not for display, but for function. He crossed out 3 sentences. He wrote 2 more. He crossed out one of those. He stared at the page. Then, in smaller script than the rest, at the bottom of a page that had already been crossed out twice, he wrote, "I do not know why I am writing this. You will never read it. Perhaps that is the point." He sat back. He read it again. He wrote, "Finally, the thing that was true. You are the most competent person I have ever despised." He put the letter down and looked at it for a long time. He did not burn it. He had not yet learned that he should. In the morning, he went to the scriptorium and held his quill exactly as he had always held it, and Brother Aldric at his own bench did not look up, and the morning light came through the high windows at its angle of pale gold, and Caelan began to understand, in the oblique and unwilling way that he understood most important things, that this place was going to cost him something. He did not yet know what. Chapter 2. The Architecture of Control. The new monk arrived on a Tuesday. Aldric knew this because he had noted the date in his ledger, where he recorded all arrivals and departures from Saint Wulfric's as a matter of institutional practice. He recorded weather events, significant decisions, the beginning and end of major manuscript projects, and the names of men who came and went through the monastery's walls. It was the kind of habit that his colleagues found excessive and that Aldric found simply correct. You could not understand a place without understanding its patterns. You could not understand its patterns without recording them. Brother Caelan Voss, transferred from the diocesan archive at Brentham under administrative reassignment. Age 29, 30 within the month. Prior occupation recorded as diocesan secretary, which was the kind of description that was technically accurate in the way that describing a quill as a feather was technically accurate. Aldric had reviewed the available records before the man arrived, because he reviewed all available records before anyone arrived, and what the records described and what they implied were sufficiently distinct that he had read them twice. A man rated superior in manuscript work who was being reassigned to a monastery was either genuinely unsuited to institutional life or had done something that institutional life found inconvenient. The 2 possibilities were not mutually exclusive. Aldric had filed both and waited to determine which applied. He had not expected precisely what he found. The scriptorium in the early morning was the place Aldric understood best. Not because it was quiet, though it was, or because the work itself was absorbing, though it was that too, but because it was the place where function was most visible. Everything in the scriptorium had a reason. The benches faced east for the morning light. The supply shelves were organized by frequency of use rather than by category, which was a system he had implemented in his second year, and which had reduced the average time lost to searching by a margin he had measured and found satisfying. The candle placement was calibrated for minimal shadow fall across working hands. He arrived before anyone else, as he always did, and he was laying out the materials for the morning's work on his own bench when he heard someone at the supply shelf. The new monk was standing with his back to the room, examining the available quills with a focused attention that was not the attention of a man performing competence, but the attention of a man who was actually competent and knew it. There was a difference. Aldric had spent enough time watching people work to read the distinction immediately. He also saw, from across the room, the angle of the man's wrist. It was not technically wrong. It was the grip of someone trained to a standard that worked, which was not the same as the grip of someone trained to the standard that was correct. The distinction was the difference between adequate and excellent, and Aldric had never been able to observe adequate without feeling, with the same involuntary precision that a tuned string feels an adjacent note, the shape of what it could be instead. "You hold your quill wrong," he said. The man turned, not quickly, not defensively, but with the deliberateness of someone who had decided that startling was beneath him, which was either trained composure or native temperament, and which Aldric suspected was both. He had moderate brown skin, dark eyes that were already slightly ahead of the conversation, close-cropped black hair, a thin scar along the left jaw, old enough to have settled into the skin without drama. He held himself as if he had made precise calculations about how much space he occupied and had arrived at a figure slightly less than what he was owed. "I have not yet held it," the man said. "I am currently examining the selection." His voice was unhurried, precise without being clipped. The voice of someone who had learned, at some point, that panic was beneath him and who had believed this long enough that it was no longer a performance. "You were about to hold it wrong," Aldric said. "The angle of your wrist is already incorrect." He looked up then, because he could hear in the silence the precise shape of a man who was about to be politely contrary, and he wanted to see the face that produced it. Dark eyes, attentive, the way intelligent things were attentive, with the quality of taking information in without yet declaring what would be done with it. Looking at Aldric the way Aldric was looking at him, which was to say, reading rather than simply seeing. Aldric was aware of this. He was aware that he was aware of it. He filed both observations and continued. "Brother Aldric," the man said. "Brother Caelan." He gave the man his records. Adequate illumination, superior copying, incorrect grip. He gave him the logical consequence. He returned to his bench. He did not watch the man work. He was not in the habit of watching people after he had made his point, because watching implied that the point required confirmation, and Aldric had long since stopped requiring confirmation of things he was certain about. He was, however, aware of him for the entire morning. Not intrusively, not in a way that affected his own work, but in the peripheral manner of someone who has logged a new variable and whose mind continues to process it in the background of other tasks. The man worked quietly. He did not make unnecessary movements. When he reached a difficult passage, he slowed rather than stopping, which was the correct response and not, in Aldric's experience, the common one. He did not look up from his own bench. He was aware, nonetheless, that the man across the scriptorium was working with a concentration that matched his own, which was not something he had encountered frequently, and which produced in him a sensation he did not immediately categorize. He thought about it during none, when the plain chant required his voice but not his attention. He had met competent men before. He had met men who were better than competent, men whose skill was genuine and whose work reflected it, men who made the manuscripts they produced better than the manuscripts required to be. He had worked beside them and been glad of them, and thought no more about them than the work demanded. He thought about it during Vespers as well, which was less explicable, and he concluded, by the time the office was over, that what was unusual was not the competence. It was the shape of the competence. Most skilled men either announce themselves or conceal themselves. The man from the East Corridor did neither. He simply was what he was, clearly, without apology or advertisement, and he had looked at Aldric across the supply shelf, as if he was a problem worth solving rather than a person worth managing. Aldric was not accustomed to being read as a problem. He found, not certain how he felt about it. After Compline, he went to his cell. His cell was on the West Corridor, near the far end, chosen because the wall there was thicker and therefore quieter, which mattered when you needed to think, and the monastery's nighttime sounds were not yet familiar enough to be ignorable. He lit his candle. He sat at his desk. He opened the ledger and added the new monk's name in his usual hand, neat and precise, with the date and the relevant notation. Then he sat for a moment with the quill in his hand. There was a loose stone in the wall to the left of his desk. He had discovered it in his first winter at Saint Wulfric's, when a frost had worked its way into an old crack and shifted the arrangement of the wall enough to produce a gap approximately the size of 2 stacked books. He had not reported it to the mason, which was technically a failure of institutional responsibility and which he had rationalized, at the time, as a deferral pending a more complete assessment. He had never made the assessment. The loose stone had simply become a feature of his cell, the same way certain benches in the scriptorium had become features of his working life, present and unremarkable and belonging to no one. He had put nothing behind it. He was not a man who kept things behind loose stones. He was a man who organized his materials with the same logic he applied to the supply shelves, and sentimental concealment was neither organized nor logical. He thought about the angle of a stranger's wrist, about dark eyes that read rather than looked, about a man who had heard himself corrected and produced, in response, not resentment and not capitulation, but the specific flat attentiveness of someone who was deciding whether the source of the correction was worth taking seriously. He had not yet determined whether the man had decided. He thought, with the clarity of someone who has been rigorously honest with himself since the age of 19, when rigor became the only thing standing between his family and catastrophe, that this was the first time in years he had gone to bed thinking about another person's assessment of him. He did not record this in the ledger. There were things he noted and things he simply carried, and the discipline of knowing which was one he had maintained without exception. He put the quill down. He pressed his hand flat on the desk. He held it there. In the morning he would go to the scriptorium, and a man would hold his quill incorrectly, and Aldric would not comment further, because a thing said once was said, and the man was clearly intelligent enough to have heard it. He lay down on his bed and looked at the ceiling, which was stone and uncomplicated and made no claims on him. He did not sleep easily. This was also not something he recorded. Chapter 3. What Exile Teaches. For years was long enough to learn a place by its sounds. Caelan knew Saint Wulfric's now the way he had once known the back corridors of the diocesan palace at Brentham. Not affectionately, not with the warmth that people brought to places they had chosen, but with the precise, unsentimental familiarity of a man who has paid attention to his surroundings for long enough that the surroundings have become him. He knew which floorboard in the East Corridor announced itself at the second step, and which door in the chapter house required lifting the handle before drawing rather than during. He knew the quality of silence that meant it had snowed overnight before he had opened his eyes, and the particular smell of the tallow candles that the kitchens rendered in autumn, faintly different from the ones they rendered in spring. He knew, without needing to look, which hours Aldric Vale was in the scriptorium, which hours he was with the abbot, and which hours he walked the cloister alone. He did not, he told himself, find this remarkable. He noted everyone's patterns. It was a professional habit that had survived the profession that produced it, the way certain reflexes survive the context that made them necessary. He noted patterns. He also noted, incidentally, that Aldric's patterns had been the most consistent of anyone's in the 4 years he had been here, which was either an indication of exceptional discipline or an exceptional life, and in Caelan's experience, those were usually the same thing. It was a Wednesday in late autumn, and the morning light was the gray-silver variety that gave the scriptorium the quality of a room seen through water, when Brother Otto, settled onto the bench beside him with the comfortable inevitability of a man who has decided where he belongs and has never since questioned it. "You look," Otto said, dipping his quill with the serene concentration he brought to all things, like a man who spent the night losing an argument with himself. "I slept adequately." "Yes, your eyes say precisely that." Otto applied ink to the line he was working on, which was a capital letter so elaborate it had been occupying him for 3 days, and which he seemed to regard with equal parts frustration and affection, the way one regards a difficult child. Sister Marate's letter arrived. Caelan looked up. "When Brother Pell brought it from the gate this morning. He was insufferably cheerful about it, which I suspect means he read the outside before he should have." Otto paused to examine his capital, tilting his head. "It is on your desk." Caelan set down his quill and reached for the letter, which was there at the edge of his workspace. Sealed with the small, plain impression that Marate used for correspondence, she expected to pass through uncertain hands. He broke it and read it with the efficiency of someone who has trained himself to extract information from a text without performing the act of reading. Marate's hand was elegant and slightly compressed, the hand of a woman who had been taught to write in the margins of other people's manuscripts and had made an art of saying much in small spaces. The letter covered, in its official register, a question about the provenance of a particular text Caelan had referenced in his last correspondence, with citations and a counter-argument delivered with the brisk pleasure of someone who enjoyed being correct and did not pretend otherwise. Below the official register, in the somewhat more personal register they had developed over 3 years of correspondence, she had written, "You have mentioned the institutional politics 3 times in your last 2 letters without once saying anything direct about them. I take this to mean they are worth mentioning, but not yet worth explaining. Tell me when that changes. I have opinions." Caelan folded the letter. He thought about the institutional politics, which were not, strictly speaking, the things she was asking about, and which were also not what he had been thinking about when he mentioned them. "She asks after you," he told Otto, which was not precisely true, but was the kind of thing that could be made true by the time he replied. "She is a woman of discerning taste," Otto said comfortably. The morning continued. Around them the scriptorium settled into its working rhythm. The scratch of quills and the occasional soft sound of a page being turned or a bench shifted, and beneath all of it the particular quality of a room full of people engaged in something they were good at, which produced its own kind of warmth even without the addition of personal feeling. Caelan worked. He was copying a text on the properties of medicinal herbs, a commission from a physician in the north, and the work was sufficiently precise to require attention without being sufficiently interesting to reward it, which was the kind of task he had learned to approach as a form of discipline. Attention without reward was its own training. It kept the mind from the habit of requiring novelty, which was a habit that made men restless in ways that damaged them. He had learned this lesson at 22, in the 6th year of his work for Dane, when the operations had become familiar enough to be boring and the boredom had, briefly, made him careless. He had corrected the carelessness before it cost him anything visible, but the lesson had left a mark, the way lessons that arrived at the right moment tended to. Dane. The name surfaced in his mind with the particular quality of things that have been deliberately submerged, with effort and briefly, and immediately accompanied by the whole architecture of the thing it belonged to. Lord Harwick Dane had recruited Caelan at 17 from the household of a minor clerk who owed him money and was glad to offer something in lieu. He had been, at 17, everything Dane valued, quick, quiet, entirely without the kind of social standing that would make his movements notable, and possessed of a specific talent for reading situations that Dane had identified and named before Caelan had fully understood that it was a talent rather than simply a way of being. Dane had called it useful. He had meant it as a compliment. Caelan had received it as one, because he was 17 and hungry for precisely the kind of recognition that Dane offered without effort. For 12 years, he had been useful. He had been, in the private accounting of those years, genuinely good at what he did, which was itself a form of satisfaction, the satisfaction of craft, distinct from any satisfaction about what the craft served. He had gathered information, analyzed it, understood the shape of complicated situations before the people inside them did, and produced results that protected Dane's interests and occasionally, as a secondary effect, the interests of people who could not protect themselves. He had allowed himself to feel, quietly, that the secondary effect justified the primary service. Then he had uncovered what the bishop was doing. The bishop had been stealing from the diocesan poor funds for 6 years, redirecting them through a series of transactions complex enough to be invisible to anyone not specifically looking. Caelan had been specifically looking because Dane had asked him to look at something else, and he had found this instead, the way he sometimes found things he had not been asked to find, because he was constitutionally unable to ignore an irregularity once he had noticed it. He had brought Dane the evidence. Dane had looked at it for a long time. He had asked Caelan to leave the room. He had summoned him back an hour later, and he had explained, with every appearance of genuine regret, that the bishop was politically essential to certain interests that could not, at this time, accommodate exposure. He had also explained that Caelan's discovery, while impressive, had created a difficulty, not a permanent one, simply one that required, for the present, some distance between Caelan and the people who would prefer not to know that the evidence existed. He had used the word reassignment. He had been warm about it. He had shaken Caelan's hand. Caelan had understood, with the clean, complete understanding of someone who has spent 12 years learning to read situations, exactly what had happened. He had been valued. He had been used. He had become inconvenient. He had been removed. The message, delivered in warmth and official language, and the specific register of a powerful man who had genuinely never had to consider whether the people he used found the use painful, was clear. You were always going to be replaced when you stopped being useful. The fact that you were good is irrelevant. Being good at something someone needs is not the same as being someone they keep. He had arrived at Saint Wulfric's with this understanding settled in his chest like a stone, complete and permanent, the kind of knowledge that does not need to be thought about, because it has finished becoming a belief and is now simply the architecture of how one moves through the world. He copied herbs. The candles burned. Otto worked on his impossible capital. At the far end of the scriptorium, Aldric was at his usual bench, bent over a book of hours that had been occupying him for 2 months and which he worked on with the focused, unhurried precision that he brought to everything. His hands were sure. His attention was absolute. He had been at Saint Wulfric's for longer than Caelan, which meant that whatever had brought him here had had longer to settle, and whatever he had built in the years since had had longer to become fixed. Caelan had written 43 letters. He did not think about them as letters. He thought about them the way he thought about the ledger he had kept during his years with Dane, as a record, a precision exercise, an attempt to articulate, in the only form available to him, the shape of something he could not otherwise account for. He was not a man who kept things. He had understood, at 17, that keeping things was a way of giving other people a hold on you, and he had organized his life around the principle that a man with nothing to lose was harder to manage. His cell was orderly and sparse. His personal possessions were few and portable. He had not accumulated sentiment, not in 12 years of work that could have taught him to, not in 4 years in this place that had tried to teach him to, not in 4 years of existing in the same institution as a man who was inconveniently, and in ways Caelan had not found a satisfying resolution to, exactly the thing Caelan had always privately understood he would recognize if he encountered it, and had always been fairly confident he would not encounter. He called the letters an exercise in precision. They were. There were also other things. He had chosen not to be precise about those other things, which was itself a form of precision. Otto, he said. Yes. The capital. Left margin, second stroke. Otto looked. He made a small, rueful sound. He corrected it. Thank you, he said without turning. I was not being kind, Caelan said. I was being accurate. Yes, Otto said. I know. That is the thing about you, Caelan. You have been here 4 years, and you still think those are different things. Caelan looked at him. Otto was working again, serene and unperturbed, his brush moving with the careful pleasure of a man who has made peace with his own limitations and found, on the other side of that peace, something better than confidence. Caelan thought about saying several things. He said none of them. He picked up his quill and returned to the herbs, and he did not look again at the far end of the scriptorium, where a man with permanent ink stains on his right forefinger was bent over gold leaf in the particular quality of silence that was not absence but presence, concentrated, deliberate, entirely itself. It was a Wednesday in late autumn. The light was gray-silver through the high windows. The day, by all objective measures, was ordinary. Caelan noted this and filed it alongside everything else he had noted in 4 years. In the part of himself he had reserved for things that were not for other people to see, which was also the part of himself where he kept the 43 letters he called an exercise and the knowledge that he had stopped despising the man who had made him write them somewhere around the 5th one, and had not found a word for what had replaced it that he was willing to use even in private. He would find the word eventually. He was thorough about everything. He simply did not want to. Chapter 4. The manuscript that wouldn't behave. The Book of Hours had a problem. Aldric had been aware of it for 3 weeks. He was aware of it the way one is aware of an incorrectly placed word in a carefully constructed sentence, the way a trained ear is aware of a half-step error in a piece of music it has heard many times. Not because the error was disqualifying, but because it was there, and he was the kind of person for whom presence was enough. The commission was for Lord Bertrand's household chapel, a standard book of hours with a conventional illumination program. Calendar pages with their occupational roundels, the hours of the Virgin, the penitential psalms, the litany. Nothing unusual in the specification. Nothing that should have produced the particular difficulty the manuscript had developed. The difficulty was in the gold leaf. He was applying it to the wing of an angel in the Annunciation opening, a figure he had sketched 3 times before settling on the composition, when he noticed that the proportions were slightly wrong. Not dramatically wrong. Not wrong in a way that any reasonable patron would observe or object to. Wrong in the way that things were wrong when they had been conceived correctly and had then, in the execution, deviated from their conception by the small, accumulated increments that added up to something he could not in conscience leave. He corrected it. He applied the gold leaf to the revised outline. The next morning he sat down to continue and found that the correction had not resolved the problem. The figure was still slightly wrong, and it was now slightly wrong in a different way, as if it had been waiting for him to look elsewhere and then shifted. He was not a man given to irrational thought, but he had been working with manuscripts long enough to have developed a healthy respect for their tendency to resist intention. A manuscript was not simply a text. It was a collaboration between the mind that conceived it and the materials that received it, and the materials had opinions. He set down his quill and looked at the angel's wing for a long time. The morning around him proceeded, the familiar sounds of the scriptorium settling into its rhythm, the scratch and pause of men working, the particular quality of early light that this room had at this hour, which was the quality that had made him choose this bench 12 years ago when he had first come to Saint Wulfric's and claimed the position that offered the clearest view of the room. He had come here at 27, 2 years after the debts had been settled and his siblings were safely elsewhere, and there was nothing left that required him to hold himself together by force of will. He had not considered, at the time, that this was a strange way to think about entering a religious vocation. He thought about it sometimes now, with the rueful honesty he permitted himself in private, and he thought it was not strange. It was simply accurate. He had needed a place that rewarded what he was rather than requiring him to be something else, and the monastery, for all its politics and its complications, was a place where precision was a virtue and thoroughness was respected, and a man could be excellent without having to justify why excellence mattered. He had been correct. It was a good fit. He was genuinely grateful for it, in the unsentimental way that he was grateful for things that function well. He was also, at 37, occasionally aware that function was not the same as everything. He picked up the quill again. He examined the wing. He made a small, specific adjustment to the secondary feathers and sat back to assess the result. It was better. Not perfect. Better. He moved on to the calendar page, which was the November labor, a man slaughtering a pig, a scene he had illuminated so many times across so many manuscripts that he had developed strong opinions about the correct posture for the swine and the least sentimental way to render the knife. The door of the scriptorium opened, and Brother Pell came in, slightly out of breath in the way he was always slightly out of breath, as if his legs had a tendency to move faster than he had told them to. The letter from Sister Mairead arrived, Pell said, approaching Aldric's bench with the directness that was either native boldness or the particular confidence of a protege who has been encouraged enough to believe his attention is welcome. I brought it from the gate. Aldric held out his hand. Pell gave him the letter and settled onto the adjacent bench with the air of someone planning to stay. He was 22, Welsh, with the kind of face that expressed everything immediately and then had the grace to be slightly embarrassed about it. He had been at Saint Wulfric for 3 years, arriving the year after Caelan and assigned to the scriptorium at 19 because his hand was good and his Latin was better. And he had been Aldric's protege by the end of the first month, which had been Aldric's doing rather than Pell's, though Pell had not been reluctant. Aldric broke the letter's seal and read. Mairead's correspondence came in 2 registers, which was a quality he had come to appreciate in the same way he appreciated well-organized supply shelves, because the organization made things easier, and because the underlying principle was one he recognized. The official register of her letter addressed a question he had raised about a particular theological text, a question that had been occupying him for some weeks, and her response was, as usual, precise, well-sourced, and slightly more certain than the evidence warranted, which was one of her most identifiable qualities. Below the official register, in the personal one, I've been thinking about what you wrote last month regarding the question of whether one can sustain institutional loyalty when one's private assessment of the institution's leadership and one's institutional obligation are in direct conflict. You asked it as a theoretical question. I have answered it as such below, but I notice you have been asking it in a theoretical register for approximately 2 years now, which suggests to me that it is not, in fact, theoretical. I offer my analysis with the observation that theory and practice have a habit of converging when one delays the reckoning long enough. He folded the letter. Mairead had known him for 6 years, through correspondence maintained across the connecting road between Saint Wulfric's and the neighboring convent of St. Edith's. They had never met in person. In his experience, this was sometimes the best condition for understanding a person accurately, because the absence of physical presence removed the noise that physical presence introduced, and what remained was what a person chose to communicate rather than what they could not help communicating. He knew Mairead to be exceptionally intelligent, deeply committed to intellectual honesty, and possessed of a dry wit that arrived without warning at the end of sentences that had given no indication of its approach. He also knew, from the pattern of her letters over the past 2 years, that she had been watching something she had not directly named, and that she would not name it until she was certain, and that her certainty was the kind that did not require his confirmation to exist. What does she say? Pell asked. She provides a response to a theological question. And the other part? Aldric looked at him. Read your own correspondence. Pell accepted this without offense, which was one of the things Aldric valued about him. He had the thick skin of someone who had grown up in a large household and learned that directness was a form of respect. He also had, when the situation called for it, an incisiveness that occasionally alarmed people who had underestimated him on the basis of his age and his tendency to talk faster than his thoughts could fully organize themselves. Brother Osrin was looking for you this morning, Pell said. I know. I will find him after terce. He seemed, Pell said, with the careful neutrality of someone measuring how much honesty was useful, urgent. Aldric considered this. Osrin's urgency was rarely about what it appeared to be about, and the gaps between what Osrin said and what he meant were, in Aldric's experience, where the most important information lived. He had been at Saint Wulfric for longer than Caelan, which meant that whatever had brought him here had had longer to settle, and whatever he had built in the years since had had longer to become fixed. Osrin had recognized in him something useful to the monastery's administration in his first year and had offered him the role that had, over those 10 years, become the largest part of his institutional identity. He had followed Osrin because following Osrin had been, at the time, the correct thing to do. Osrin was the senior administrator, and his direction had been, on balance, toward the monastery's genuine interests more often than not. The errors had been errors of emphasis rather than principle. Too much attention to the monastery's political reputation, too little to its function, too much willingness to accommodate the powerful, too little patience with the merely virtuous. Manageable errors. The kind a deputy could quietly correct from within by steering attention to what mattered, by asking the right questions at the right moments. The question was whether they remained manageable. The archbishop's illness had changed the politics in ways that were still resolving. Osrin's investment in the archbishop's cause had been, from the beginning, greater than Aldric thought wise, and greater, he suspected, than Osrin thought he had allowed. It was the kind of investment that did not feel like investment, because it had been sustained long enough to look like principle. He returned to the November labor. The man slaughtering the pig had a set to his shoulders that Aldric had been working on for 3 days, try to render the work as work rather than as symbol, which was technically the correct approach and also the more difficult one. "Can I ask you something?" Pell said. "You can." A pause, during which Pell appeared to be weighing the precise form of his question, which was a thing he did when he thought the phrasing mattered. "If a thing is just," he said, "does it need people to say so?" Aldric set down the quill. He looked at Pell. Pell was looking at the far end of the scriptorium rather than at him, which was the look of a young man who has said a thing he meant and is giving the listener space to react to it without having to perform a reaction in return. It was, Aldric thought, a very mature quality for a 22-year-old. "No," he said. "A thing either is or it isn't." "Then why does Brother Osrin keep saying the archbishop's cause is just?" The question arrived in the room with the precision of a well-placed nail. Aldric sat with it for a moment, because the honest answer was not the simple one, and because Pell deserved the honest answer rather than the institutional one. Because saying it aloud is how he reassures himself that it is, Aldric said. Men who are certain do not need to say so repeatedly. Pell absorbed this. He had the quality, which Aldric had noticed early and valued, of absorbing information without immediately requiring it to mean something, which was rarer than intelligence and often more useful. "And is it?" Pell asked. "Just?" Aldric looked at the angel's wing, still not quite right, still slightly wrong in a way he had not yet found the correct adjustment for. "I think," he said, carefully, "that the archbishop believes it is. And I think that Osrin believes it is. And I think that belief and justness are not always the same thing." Pell nodded slowly. He looked at the manuscript in front of him, which was a section of the same book of hours, the calendar pages that required less precision than the illuminations and which Aldric had assigned him, because precise work benefited from proximity to careful work even when the precision level differed. "The letter from Sister Marate," Pell said, with the air of someone returning to a previous topic. "She writes to Brother Caelan as well." "Yes," Aldric said. "I know." He picked up the quill. He made the adjustment he had been considering, the one to the secondary feathers. He sat back. The wing was still slightly wrong. He looked at it for a long time. Then he looked at the letter folded beside his inkwell, at Marate's elegant, compressed handwriting, at the phrase she had used. Theory and practice have a habit of converging when one delays the reckoning long enough. He thought about the loose stone in his cell wall, and the thing he kept behind it, and the reason he had put it there rather than simply carrying it, which was also the reason he had never found the question of what to do with it sufficiently answerable to resolve. He returned to the pig slaughter. The man's shoulders were still wrong. He corrected them too, and the result was better. And he continued, because work was what there was when the other questions did not yet have their answers, and work, at least, had the virtue of showing him immediately what needed to be fixed. Chapter 5. Dinner with a Man Who Collects People. Lord Harwick Dane arrived on a Friday, which was, Caelan noted without particular irony, the day traditionally associated with penitence. He came with 2 attendants and a letter from the diocesan office, the kind of letter that arrived ahead of its author to ensure that the correct doors would be open and the correct faces would be arranged by the time he walked through them. Caelan was in the garden when the party came through the main gate, and he stood among the winter herbs with his hands loose at his sides and watched Dane dismount from a horse that was expensive in the understated way of all Dane's things. And he felt, moving through him with the clean, complete certainty of something that has been waiting, the specific sensation of a wound that has healed over without first being properly closed. Dane had not aged badly. He rarely did. Men of his type. He was 56 now, and he wore the way he wore everything, with the comfortable ease of someone who had never been required to work hard for the things that made a man look like himself. His hair had gone fully silver. His bearing was the bearing of a man who had been powerful long enough that the power was no longer something he held. It was something he was. He moved through the monastery courtyard as if the stones had been arranged specifically for his benefit, and if he noticed the monks who had paused in their various occupations to observe his arrival, he gave no sign of finding their attention unusual. He looked up and saw Caelan. His face did what it had always done when he saw Caelan. It registered warmth. Genuine warmth, which was the most difficult kind to navigate, because genuine warmth from a man who had done you harm was harder to hold correctly than its opposite. There was no convenient category for it. It sat in the space between affection and damage, unresolved. Caelan, he said, and there was the voice too, the warm, expansive voice that had, at 17, felt like the first time anyone had looked at him as if he mattered, and that had taught him, over 12 years, the precise distinction between being looked at and being seen. "My lord," Caelan said. His own voice was steady. It was always steady. He had trained it to be. "The abbot will be in the chapter house. I will have someone show you." I was hoping for a moment. Dane's smile had the quality of a thing that had worked many times. "It has been some time." "For years," Caelan said. "Since the reassignment." A slight pause. Something moved across Dane's face that might have been discomfort, and might have been merely the recalibration of a man accustomed to having his timing respected. "Yes. I hope it has served you well. I hear good things about your work here." "Do you?" "The abbot speaks highly of your contributions to the archive, and I understand your manuscript work has improved considerably." The smile again. Attentive, slightly too interested, the smile of a man who had learned early that people mistook attention for affection. "You always had the ability. It only wanted the right conditions to develop." Caelan looked at him for a moment. He had spent 4 years developing a number of precise words for what Dane had done in the careful, private accounting he maintained for things that mattered. He did not use any of them now, because this was not the moment, and because he had not yet determined what this moment was or what it required from him. "Brother Otto can show you to the abbot," he said. "I believe he is near the kitchens." He walked back toward the east corridor, and he did not count the steps it took, but he was aware of them. The dinner that evening was the formal variety that the monastery produced for significant guests, a better quality of everything, arranged to demonstrate that the institution was capable of distinction even in modest circumstances. Caelan sat where he was assigned, which was not near Dane, and he ate without tasting very much of it, which was a reflex he had developed young and which still served him when his attention was required elsewhere. He watched. Dane held court at the abbot's table with the ease of a man who had done this in better halls and found the present hall acceptable. He spoke to the abbot with genuine interest, which was real. Dane was not a man who performed interest he did not feel. He was a man who felt interest in everyone he spoke to and filed it away in the way Caelan filed information, as something potentially useful, which was not the same as caring for the person, but which produced from the outside an impression indistinguishable from care. Brother Osrin was to Dane's left and was behaving like a man who had been waiting for this visit for some time. Caelan cataloged this. He cataloged the way Dane received Osrin's attention, which was the way he received all attention, as is due, without arrogance but without surprise, the simple, unquestioning ease of a man who had never had to adjust downward. He cataloged the other faces. Pell, who was watching Dane the way Pell watched everything, which was to say completely and with the slight angle of someone who would rather not be noticing. A group of senior brothers who had arranged themselves in a graduated proximity to Dane that indicated their sense of their own importance relative to one another. And at the far end of the table, Aldric. Aldric was eating without performing attention. He had the quality which Caelan had been cataloging for 4 years with the patient thoroughness of a man who cannot stop examining a thing even when the examination is inconvenient, of doing whatever he was currently doing as if it were the only thing happening, not because he was unaware of other things, but because he had determined that they did not, presently, require him. He ate. He spoke, when spoken to, in his usual precise register. He was not watching Dane. Then, somewhere in the second half of the meal, something caused him to look up. He looked at Dane for approximately 30 seconds. In a specific way, he looked at things he was reading, completely, without hurry, taking the full measure before forming a conclusion. Then he said something, quietly, to the monk on his left, who nodded. Caelan, who was trained to read lips at distances considerably greater than the width of a refectory, caught enough to reconstruct the sentence. He is a man who has always had the attention of rooms, and who has therefore never developed the habit of considering what the rooms think of him. That was all. 2 sentences delivered to a man beside him, without drama or particular emphasis, the way Aldric noted everything, clearly, without requiring an audience. Caelan looked down at his plate. His chest had done something he did not immediately have language for. It was not a dramatic sensation. It was the specific, quiet sensation of hearing a thing said correctly after having spent a long time in the presence of the thing without quite finding the right words for it. The sensation that arrived in the same register as recognition. He ate the rest of his meal with careful attention to the task. Afterward, in the cloister walk where the guests had been shepherded for the obligatory courtesy of the evening air, Dane found him. "I wanted to talk about why I'm here," Dane said, with the directness that was one of his genuine qualities and the reason Caelan had trusted him at 17. He was not subtle about the things he was direct about. His subtlety lay elsewhere. "The monastery's cooperation," Caelan said. Dane looked at him with something that was close to approval. "The political situation requires establishing certain alignments. The Archbishop's cause has the support of—" "I know what the Archbishop's cause has the support of," Caelan said. "I also know it has the opposition of the Crown, and that the Crown is currently in a stronger position." He paused. "I should tell you that anything the monastery agrees to now, under your persuasion, will be reviewed in that light when the situation resolves." Dane studied him. He was genuinely intelligent, which was one of the things that had made working for him satisfying and working against him, in the small ways Caelan had occasionally found necessary, a matter requiring actual attention. "You have kept your instincts sharp," he said. "I have kept my instincts," Caelan said. "They were always sharp." A pause. The warm smile, different now. The version that came out when Dane was recalibrating. "I could use a man like you again, Caelan. Things are moving quickly. There is work that needs to be done, the kind of work you're particularly suited for. I know you have had reasons to be frustrated. I understand that. But the situation is different now." Caelan looked at him. He thought about a man who was valuable until he was inconvenient. He thought about an afternoon 4 years ago and a warmth that had felt, in the moment, like the worst thing he had ever experienced, because it had been real and insufficient simultaneously, which was harder than mere coldness would have been. "I know what my place was," Caelan said. His voice was steady. "I also know what happened to it." Dane held his gaze for a moment. Something passed across his face that might, in a man built differently, have been shame, but which in Dane was simply the look of a man encountering an answer he had not planned for. "The bishop's situation was complicated," he said. "You know that. These things are complicated," Caelan said. "Yes, I know." The silence between them had the texture of a door politely but firmly closed. "Think about it," Dane said, finally. "The offer is genuine." Caelan nodded once, with the courtesy he maintained when courtesy was the only thing left, and turned back toward the east corridor. He did not light a candle. He sat in the dark of his cell, and he held the shape of the evening carefully, the way one holds something that has been unexpectedly heavy and requires both hands. The wound was not new. He had carried it for 4 years. He had thought, in the quieter periods of those 4 years, that he had finished the process of understanding it, and that understanding it was the same as being finished with it. He understood now that this was incorrect. A wound understood was not a wound resolved. It was simply a wound you could look at without flinching, which was progress of a kind, but was not completion. He lit a candle. He took a piece of vellum. He wrote. This letter was not the careful record of the earlier ones. He was not observing and cataloging. He was doing something more like speaking in the register he had only ever found on the page, after midnight, with no one to see it. He wrote about Dane, about the shape of 12 years and what they had cost him and what they had taught him, about the specific quality of warmth that was not love and that he had mistaken for it long enough to build a foundation on, and about the unsustainability of foundations built on mistakes. He wrote, "You have met him now. I watched you look at him, and I watched you read him in 30 seconds flat, and I thought, I've been carrying this for 4 years, and you put it in 2 sentences without knowing you were doing it. I do not know what to do with that. I do not think I want to know." He wrote for a long time. When he was done, he sat with it in his hands. The candle had burned low. The monastery was entirely quiet around him, the deep quiet of its night hours, the accumulated silence of a place that had been resting in its own history for longer than any of the men inside it. He built a small fire in the brazier at the corner of his cell, the one meant for warming ink on cold mornings, and he burned the letter. He watched the paper take the flame, curl, reduce, become a different form of itself. It was a clean thing to do, a complete thing. He sat with the cooling brazier for a little while after. Then he lay down and looked at the ceiling, and he thought, with the careful attention he brought to all things that mattered, about 2 sentences delivered quietly in a refectory, about the specific quality of being read accurately and without seeking to impress, about the architecture of a man who held things together without performing the holding. He did not sleep easily. He had not, in 4 years, slept easily with any regularity. He thought this was probably, if he was being precise, worth noting. Chapter 6, What Loyalty Costs. Dane left on Sunday, which was appropriate, Aldric thought, in the same way that certain mathematical proofs were appropriate. Not satisfying, exactly, but correct in their structure, the conclusion following inevitably from the premises. He had spent the 2 days of Dane's visit watching the man work a room, which was the only accurate way to describe what Dane did in social situations. Not manipulating precisely, more like a craftsman with a favored tool, easy and expert, not thinking consciously about the technique because the technique had long since become instinct. He watched Dane give the abbot his full attention and watched the abbot become, visibly, more amenable to the visit's stated purposes. He watched Dane find the precise register that made Osrin feel, not flattered, but recognized, which was subtler and more effective. He watched Dane look at every person in any room he entered and determine, in seconds, what that person most needed to hear in order to feel that they had been properly encountered. He was not immune to it. He noted this without judgment. Very few people were immune to the sensation of being genuinely attended to, and Dane's attention was genuine, which was what made it dangerous. It was the kindness of a man who liked people in the same way a collector liked objects, appreciatively, without being troubled by the implications of the analogy. What he could not determine, in 2 days of careful observation, was whether Dane knew this about himself. He suspected not. In his experience, the men who caused the most reliable damage were the ones who had the least accurate self-inventory. He filed this alongside the other things he had observed, which included the way Caelan had stood in the garden when Dane arrived, loose-handed and still, with the particular stillness that was not calm, but its imitation. The brief exchange in the cloister walk that Aldric had observed from the east-facing window of his cell, which he had not been watching deliberately, and which he had watched for longer than was required to understand its general shape, and the quality of absence in the scriptorium the following morning, when Caelan had been present in body and entirely elsewhere in the way that mattered. He had not asked. It was not his question to ask, and in any case the answer was legible enough from the available evidence. Osrin found him after Terce on Saturday, before Dane's departure, and what he said was this: the monastery would declare openly for the archbishop's cause by the end of the month. The declaration was the thing Dane had come for, and it was, Osrin said, the right thing. It was the just thing. The archbishop's authority was legitimate, and the crown's interference in ecclesiastical matters was precisely the kind of encroachment that institutions like Saint Wulfric's had both the obligation and the position to resist. Aldric listened. He had been listening to Osrin make this argument, in its various iterations, for 2 years. He had been listening and measuring the argument against the available evidence, and noting, with increasing precision, the places where the argument did not fit the evidence quite as smoothly as Osrin's delivery suggested. The archbishop's authority was legitimate. This was true. The Crown's interference was an encroachment. This was also true, or had been, in its earlier form. The current shape of the conflict was more complex. The Archbishop was ill. This was not a rumor. 3 separate sources had confirmed it in the past month, sources of the kind that Aldric maintained not because he was a spy, but because he was the kind of person who paid attention to the architecture of situations and had found, over 10 years, that the most useful information was the kind that arrived before it became common knowledge. An ill archbishop, a crown in a stronger position than it had occupied 6 months ago, and a monastery considering a public declaration. This was not the architecture of a good wager. It was the architecture of a man who had invested too heavily in a single prospect and was having difficulty distinguishing between hope and analysis. The month is a short window, Aldric said. It may be worth considering whether the timing serves the cause or simply the appearance of loyalty to it. Osrin looked at him. His expression was the one it always was when Aldric offered an objection. Not hostile, but carrying the slight register of a man who had expected agreement and was recalibrating toward tolerance. You have concerns. I have observations, Aldric said. The Archbishop's health is not what it was reported to be at the last diocesan assembly. A declaration made now, in his name, carries a risk proportional to the uncertainty of its foundation. The Archbishop will recover. Perhaps. Brother Aldric. Osrin's voice carried the weight of a man who had been using a particular tone for a long time and had come to mistake familiarity for authority. I have followed this cause for 2 years. I have read the theology, the political philosophy, the correspondence from the diocesan office. I have considered this from every angle available to me. Yes, Aldric said. I know. Then you understand that some things are worth committing to before the outcome is certain. That is what commitment means. Aldric considered this. He thought about commitment and about the difference between committing to a principle and committing to the person who claimed to represent it, and about whether Osrin had, at some point in the past 2 years, confused the two in a way that made the distinction no longer visible to him. I will think about it, he said. It was not agreement. Osrin received it as something closer to agreement than it was, which was a failure of precision on Osrin's part, and which Aldric noted and did not correct, because there were moments when the most honest thing was to let a man's misreading stand until he had the information to correct it himself. Pell was waiting for him outside the chapter house, leaning against the wall in the diagonal posture of someone who had been there long enough to get comfortable but was maintaining a plausible air of simply having happened past. Most declarations are, Aldric said. The man is usually incidental to the principle he represents. The difficulty is when the man and the principle are not as aligned as the declaration assumes. Pell walked in silence for a moment. Around them the monastery was settling into its afternoon pattern. The cloister garden quiet. The kitchen sounds distant and domestic. The faint carry of sex from the chapel, where the younger novices were still learning the hours. Is Brother Caelan on the other side? Pell asked. Aldric did not answer immediately. The political geography of the monastery had been shifting in the weeks before Dane's arrival, and Dane's visit had accelerated rather than clarified it. The Crown's position, and by extension Dane's, and by extension the interests of the men aligned with the diocesan archive that Caelan had come from, was not the Archbishop's position. This was not a conclusion Aldric had reached. It was a fact of the situation's structure, as visible as the arrangement of supply shelves once you understood the organizing principle. Caelan had not declared himself anything. That was its own kind of declaration. A man who had spent 12 years reading political situations for a living knew better than to commit publicly to a position while the ground was still shifting. He is not on any side yet, Aldric said, which means he is watching. And if Osrin declares the monastery for the Archbishop, then the monastery's position will be determined before the individuals within it have had the opportunity to determine their own. Pell absorbed this. That seems like a way of removing the choice by making it first. Yes, Aldric said. It is. They had reached the junction of the east and west corridors. Pell's cell was to the left. Aldric's was to the right. They paused, in the way of two people at an intersection who have not finished a conversation. Brother Aldric, Pell said. He had the look he sometimes had When he was about to say something he had been holding for a while, the look of a dam with a small crack in it. "Can I ask you something?" "You can. Not about the politics." Aldric waited. Pell looked at him with the directness that was one of his most consistent qualities and one of the things Aldric found simultaneously valuable and occasionally exhausting about him. "When you go past the east corridor at night," he said, "and the light is on under the door. I've seen you do it 3 times this week." A pause that was not quite silence, because the monastery had its own sounds, its constant small respiration of stone and wood and accumulated life. "And," Aldric said. Pell said nothing. He just looked at him, with the particular patience of a young man who has been in the company of careful adults long enough to know that sometimes the most useful thing is to wait. "Good night, Pell," Aldric said. Pell nodded, with the expression of someone filing information he does not yet know how to use. "Good night, brother." After Vespers, Aldric walked the west corridor to his cell. He lit his candle. He sat at his desk. He opened the ledger and wrote the day's date and a brief record of his conversation with Osrin, which he phrased in language that was accurate and that would not, if read by anyone else, convey more than the surface of what had been said. Then he sat for a while. He moved the loose stone. The letters were there. He did not count them, which was unusual for him, but he knew the number without counting in the same way he knew many things about the East Corridor. Not because he sought the knowledge, but because the knowledge had simply arrived and settled, as things settled when they were in proximity long enough. 43. For years' worth of a man's interior life, committed to vellum in a hand that Aldric knew as well as he knew any text he had worked with, which was to say, completely, in all its habits and corrections, and the particular way it formed its capital letters with a slight leftward pressure that was not technically correct and that Aldric had noticed in the first month and had never mentioned. He took out the oldest letter. It was short. It had crossings out in the density of a man arguing with himself in real time, corrections not of error, but of approaching accuracy, each revision pressing closer to the thing being said rather than further from it. The final passage, in smaller script. "I do not know why I am writing this. You will never read it. Perhaps that is the point. And then, you are the most competent person I have ever despised." Aldric read it the way he read everything that moved him, 3 times, very still, before he continued. He had read this letter many times. It continued to require the same attention, the way certain passages of music required full attention no matter how many times they had been heard. Not because they were difficult, but because they were true. He put it back. He replaced the stone. He pressed his hands flat on his desk and held them there and thought, with the precise honesty he permitted himself in private, about what he was doing and why he had been doing it for 4 years, and what it said about him that he had not found, in 4 years, an acceptable answer to either question. He was a man who did not keep things without reason. He was a man who understood that keeping something was itself a statement, a form of declaration, regardless of whether he ever showed it to anyone or acted on it in any visible way. He kept the letters because they were true. He kept them because a thing that was true deserved to survive. He kept them because they were, in the 43 iterations of a man writing toward honesty in the only form he trusted, the most complete record of something Aldric had not been prepared to find, and had found anyway, and had been carrying in the only manner available to him ever since. He had never been the first to leave a room Caelan was in. He was not certain Caelan had noticed. He was fairly certain Caelan had noticed. He looked at the wall where the stone sat flush and unremarkable and entirely itself, giving nothing away, the way Aldric had spent 10 years giving nothing away, the way he was constitutionally constructed to give nothing away. He thought about what it would cost if he were ever to give something away. He thought about this for a long time. Then he lay down, and the candle burned on the desk until it guttered, and the monastery settled around him into its night rhythms. And outside in the east corridor, the light under a particular door had been dark for some time, and the walls between them were stone and ordinary and entirely, reliably there. Chapter 7. Better than everyone in the room. The assignment arrived on a Monday, delivered by way of Brother Osrin's assistant with the specific impersonal efficiency of a task that had been decided before the people receiving it had any opportunity to object. Lord Dane required an inventory of Saint Wulfric's manuscript holdings for what the accompanying letter described as administrative purposes, which was the kind of phrase that meant many things and specified none of them. The inventory was to be thorough, cross-referenced against existing records, and completed within the week. 2 brothers were to be assigned. Osrin had assigned them before anyone could suggest alternatives. Caelan received the news from Pell, who delivered it with the expression of someone who had already intuited several things about the situation and was deciding which of them it would be useful to share. Brother Aldric as well? Pell confirmed. Yes, Caelan said. I inferred. It's a full week of work. At minimum. Pell paused. In the archive room. The archive room at Saint Wulfric's was long and narrow, lit by 2 high windows on the north wall and a series of candle brackets that provided adequate light for reading and insufficient warmth for comfort. It held the monastery's manuscript collection, some 300 volumes, ranging from the scriptorium's own productions to texts acquired through donation, bequest, or the occasional circumstance that the records described with tactful vagueness. It was, objectively, one of the finest small collections in the county. It was also approximately 12 feet across. Thank you, Pell, Caelan said. Pell nodded, with the air of a man filing an observation for later use, and departed. Caelan sat for a moment at his desk in the east corridor cell. His hands were loose on the wood. He was running, with the efficiency of long practice, the brief assessment that he ran whenever a situation changed. What it was, what it required, what the risks were, what the exits looked like. The exits, in this particular situation, were limited. He went to the archive room. Aldric was already there. Of course he was. He was the kind of man who was already in a place when you arrived, not as a performance of punctuality, but because being punctual was simply what he did, the same way the sun came through the east windows in the morning. Not to make a point, but because that was its nature. He was at the shelving along the east wall, examining the catalog with the focused attention of someone taking a genuine inventory of what needed to be done, which meant that by the time Caelan walked through the door, Aldric had already formed a working plan and would, in approximately 3 minutes, present it as a series of statements rather than suggestions. Caelan set his own materials on the central table. He was a former intelligence operative and the most analytically acute person in most rooms he entered, and he was fully capable of conducting a manuscript inventory without direction. He was also, he acknowledged, slightly curious about what the plan would look like because in 4 years of watching Aldric approach tasks, the plan was always better than what he would have arrived at on his own, not dramatically better, but by the specific margin that distinguished adequate from optimal. This was, if he was honest, the most irritating thing about him. Among a considerable field, the existing catalog is incomplete, Aldric said without turning. He had not, apparently, required Caelan to announce himself. The acquisition records for the past 3 years have not been cross-referenced against the physical holdings. We should begin there and work forward, which will take 2 days. The annotation work can proceed in parallel once we have a complete baseline. I had also identified the catalog gap, Caelan said. My approach would have been to begin with the most recent acquisitions and work back, so that any discrepancies in the older records are identifiable by pattern rather than by individual examination. Aldric turned. He looked at Caelan with the expression he wore when encountering an idea he had not considered but was now considering. Not surprised, but recalibrating, the look of a man whose internal catalog was updating in real time. That is more efficient for the purpose of this specific request, he said, after a moment. Yes, your method assumes the discrepancies are concentrated in the recent acquisitions. Dane's request is about the recent acquisitions, Caelan said. The older records are complete enough for his purposes. The question he is actually asking is about what has come in and through this monastery in the past 3 years. Aldric was quiet for a moment, the kind of quiet that was not absence but very active thought. Then we should combine them, he said. Begin with recent acquisitions per your approach, cross-reference against the full catalog per mine. It is 2 days of work rather than 1.5. It is the accurate answer to the question he is actually asking rather than the one he wrote down, Caelan said. Yes, Aldric said. That is what I said. There was a pause in which both of them recognized, simultaneously, that they had just agreed with each other. The recognition hung in the archive room with the slight awkwardness of something neither had planned for. Then Aldric turned back to the shelves, and Caelan sat at the central table, and they began. There was a particular quality to working alongside a person who was genuinely good at the same thing you were good at. Caelan had experienced it rarely enough that he had kept a private accounting of the occasions, the same way he kept private accountings of other things that were worth noting and unlikely to be repeated. The quality was not precisely pleasure, or not only pleasure. It was more like the sensation of a mechanism running correctly, all its parts in the right relation to one another, the efficiency that came not from individual effort but from fit. Aldric worked with the focused quiet that was his default register, speaking when he had something to say and not otherwise, which meant that what he said was always worth listening to. He moved through the shelves with the unhurried certainty of a man who had spent a decade with his collection and knew its architecture better than his own body. Could find a specific volume without looking in the same way Caelan could find an exit without appearing to search for one. Caelan worked the catalog and cross-reference, which was the kind of task his mind had always done well. Pattern recognition and data, the identification of the shape that emerged when you looked at enough individual points simultaneously. He found the first discrepancy in the second hour, a donation from 2 years ago that appeared in the acquisition record, but not in the physical collection. East wall, third shelf from the top, Aldric said without being asked. It was moved from the acquisition holding after it was identified as a duplicate. The note should be in the margin of the donation record. Caelan found the note. It was in Aldric's hand, dated 18 months ago, precise and complete. He recorded it in the cross-reference and moved on. They worked through the morning without unnecessary conversation, which was its own kind of conversation. The conversation of two people who did not need to fill silence because the work itself was the exchange, and because what was being said in the careful parallel of their respective tasks was sufficient without supplementation. Brother Otto appeared at the door around midday, carrying 2 bowls of whatever the kitchen had produced for the noon meal, and stopped in the doorway with the expression of a man who has walked into a room and found something he had been expecting but had not quite been prepared for anyway. "The refectory is available," he said pleasantly. "I brought this in case you had forgotten." "Thank you," Aldric said, without looking up from the volume he was annotating. "We had not forgotten," Caelan said. "Yes," Otto said, in the tone of a man who is not talking about what he appears to be talking about. "I can see that." He set the bowls on the end of the central table, at a distance from the manuscripts that suggested he had learned from previous experience, and looked between them with an expression of such complete, affectionate comprehension that Caelan found himself looking back at the catalog rather than at Otto. "Anything interesting?" Otto asked, gesturing at the shelves. "An incomplete cross-reference," Aldric said. 3 years of acquisitions unregistered against the physical holdings. "Fascinating," Otto said, without a trace of meaning this. He looked at Caelan. Caelan looked at the catalog. "Well, I will leave you to it." He departed, and the door swung gently to behind him, and the archive room resumed its quality of focused enclosure. "Otto means well," Caelan said, because the silence after had a shape that seemed to require something, and this was the most accurate thing he could say. "Yes," Aldric said. He was examining a volume with the careful attention of someone assessing condition rather than content, checking for damage along the spine. He is one of the more genuinely good people I have encountered in institutional life, which is a smaller category than one might wish. Caelan looked up. Aldric was still examining the spine, apparently entirely absorbed. He had the quality, which Caelan had catalogued without meaning to in the way he catalogued all of Aldric's qualities, of saying things that landed with greater weight than his delivery suggested, not because he was understating for effect, but because he was simply stating, and the weight was in the statement itself. "He told me," Caelan said, "in my first month that the monastery was what you had made of it." Aldric's hands did not stop moving. He was exaggerating. He was not, Caelan said, being imprecise. A pause. Aldric turned the volume over and examined the backboard, running his thumb along the corner where the covering had begun to separate from the board beneath. "This needs rebinding," he said. "It should have been addressed 6 months ago." He He set it aside in the pile, reserved for repair referrals, and picked up the next volume without further comment. Caelan watched him for a moment. Then he looked back at the catalog. They ate the food Otto had brought and returned to work, and the afternoon light shifted in the north windows in the way it shifted in winter, quick and horizontal. And by the time the bells rang none, they had cataloged a third of the collection and identified 7 discrepancies, all of which had explanations and none of which were the kind of discrepancy that Dane would find interesting. Caelan noted this. He noted it the way he noted everything that was not what it appeared to be when looked at from the correct angle. The holdings Dane is actually interested in, he said, at some point in the late afternoon when the light had gone to the dim amber of winter dusk, are the recent theological texts, 3 of the past year's acquisitions. He will have a list. Aldric looked up. The inventory is the pretext, Caelan said. He wants to know whether the monastery has been collecting texts that align with the Archbishop's theological position on jurisdiction. It is an assessment of where the institution stands, not a catalog. Aldric was very still for a moment. Not the stillness of surprise, but the stillness of a man who has been handed a piece of information that fits cleanly into a pattern he has already been assembling. The 3 texts in question, he said. I know which ones. They are theologically unremarkable. To us, Caelan said. To a man looking for evidence of institutional sympathy, they are not unremarkable. Then we annotate them accurately, Aldric said, which means annotating their acquisition in the context of the collection as a whole, rather than in isolation. The pattern is not what he will want to see. That is either excellent archival practice, Caelan said, or it is extremely precise obstruction. It is both, Aldric said. I see no conflict. Caelan looked at him. Aldric looked back. His expression was entirely composed and entirely serious, and entirely something else that Caelan did not have a clean word for and was not, at this particular moment, going to examine. All right, Caelan said. They worked until vespers, and the archive room was cold by the end, and the candles were necessary. And when Caelan finally set down his quill and looked at what they had accomplished, it was the kind of work that was better than either of them would have done alone, and he thought about this for precisely as long as it took him to blow out his candle and find the door in the new dark. He did not think about it any longer than that. He was very careful about that. Chapter 8, What the Margins Say. The second day in the archive room began with a text that had no business being interesting and was interesting anyway. It was a commentary on the rule of Saint Benedict, mid-century, from a house in the south of England that had since dissolved. The primary text was standard, the usual exegesis, the predictable glosses, the kind of work produced by a competent mind that had nothing original to say, but said the unoriginal thing with care. What made it interesting were the margins. Someone had annotated this manuscript over many years, in at least 3 distinct phases distinguishable by the changing quality of the hand. The earliest annotations were spare and documentary, noting sources and cross-references. The middle phase began a running argument with the primary text. Not hostile, but substantive, the kind of argument that took the text's own terms seriously enough to push against them rather than simply dismissing them. The third phase, in an older version of the same hand, quieter and less certain in its letter forms but no less precise in its thinking, had begun, in places, to revise the arguments made in the second. Aldric found it in the late morning, when they had worked through the last of the newer acquisitions and moved into the main body of the collection for the cross-reference work. He held it for a moment, set it on the table, returned to the acquisition record, noted its provenance, and went back to the shelves. Caelan had watched this sequence without appearing to watch it, which was a skill he had developed over many years in situations that required observation without detection. He reached across and picked up the commentary. He read the margins. He put it down. The third phase revises the second, he said. Not toward the primary text position, toward something that neither the primary text nor the second phase argument had arrived at. Aldric came back to the table with 2 more volumes. Yes. He set the volumes down without looking at the commentary. A man arguing with himself across 30 years. He changed his mind. He refined it. Changed implies the earlier position was wrong. The earlier position was not wrong. It was incomplete. You find a distinction there. There is a distinction there, Aldric said, with the mild inflection of someone correcting a category error rather than expressing an opinion. He glanced at the commentary. The middle phase argument assumes that structure and function are separable, that you can maintain one while revising the other. The third phase understands that they are the same thing. Caelan looked at the margins again. He spent 30 years arriving at that. Some things require it, Aldric said. They worked in silence for a while. The archive room had settled into the particular quality of its second day. No longer a new space, but not yet a familiar one, occupying the zone of places that have been inhabited long enough to acquire a texture, but not long enough to lose their edges. Osrin is going to move the declaration forward, Caelan said. It was not a question. This week, if his conversation with me yesterday was accurate. Aldric was examining the spine of a volume with the same methodical attention he brought to everything. He expects my support. Will he have it? A pause. Not hesitation, Caelan thought, but precision. The pause of a man selecting the most accurate available answer rather than the most convenient one. He will have my presence, Aldric said, which is not the same thing. Caelan set down the quill he had been using to annotate the cross-reference. He looked at Aldric. That is a very delicate distinction to rely on in a political situation. Yes, Aldric said. I'm aware of that. Once the monastery declares, the individuals within it are presumed aligned with the declaration, including the ones who didn't declare. I know the mechanics, Aldric said. His voice had not changed. His hands had gone still on the volume, which was the only indicator that the conversation had reached territory that required different handling. I have been navigating institutional politics for 10 years. Then you know that the window for navigating rather than choosing is closing. Also, yes, the silence that followed had a different quality than the working silences of the past 2 days. It was the silence of two people who have said, briefly and without drama, something more substantive than the surface of the conversation, and who have not yet determined what to do with the fact that they have said it. Aldric picked up the volume again. He annotated the condition notes in his usual hand. Precise. Unhurried. The Archbishop's illness, Caelan said. How reliable is your information? Aldric looked at him. The gray eyes were, as usual, reading rather than simply looking. More reliable than the diocesan office would prefer. 3 sources? 4. Caelan nodded. This confirmed what he had assembled from his own channels, which were narrower now than they had been 4 years ago, but not absent. He is dying, in all probability. Then Osrin is building the declaration on a foundation that will not exist by the time it matters. Yes, Aldric said. That is why I told him in the language available to me for that conversation. He did not hear it. He heard it, Aldric said. He has not yet decided whether to believe it. He put down the quill. He looked at the commentary with its crowded margins, its 30 years of argument and revision. He has been invested in this cause long enough that it has become difficult to separate his assessment of its prospects from his commitment to it. They reinforce each other. It is a common cognitive error. He paused. It is also one I have made in other contexts. Caelan was very still. It was a rare thing, he thought, for a person to name their own errors with the same flat precision they applied to others' errors. Not with performance, not with the theater of self-criticism that was itself a kind of vanity, but simply and directly as a fact among facts. He returned to the catalog. The text on ecclesiastical jurisdiction, he said, after a moment. The most recent acquisition. Is it genuinely unremarkable? Or did you describe it that way because we were standing in a room where the description might be overheard? Aldric's hands did not pause. Both, he said. It is theologically moderate, which makes it genuinely unremarkable to a serious reader, and it is the kind of text that a man looking for evidence of partisanship would catalog as symptomatic, which makes describing it as unremarkable useful in a room where that man's representative might be listening. You were precise and strategic simultaneously. That is generally the goal, Aldric said. Caelan worked for a moment on the annotation he had been drafting. He was aware of the quality of the afternoon light, which had reached the angle that turned the archive room amber and made the manuscript text easier to read, and he was aware of the particular quality of the silence, which was different from yesterday's silence in a way he could not immediately quantify and was not going to examine. He looked up. Aldric was working at the far end of the table, head bent over a volume, his right hand moving with the unhurried precision that was simply how he worked, not a performance of care, but its ordinary expression. His quill held at the angle that was correct, that had always been correct, that he had been applying since long before Caelan arrived, and would continue applying long after. Caelan looked at his own hand. He adjusted his grip. He did it without thinking about it. Or rather, he did it while appearing not to think about it, which was a different thing. A small rotation of the wrist, a shift of the index finger, the grip sliding out of the correct and precise and into something slightly less so, the angle just enough off that a trained eye would notice and an untrained one would not. He had been doing this for some months. He had not, until this moment, articulated to himself why, which was itself interesting, because he was a man who articulated things. He was aware, peripherally, of the moment when Aldric's eyes moved to his hand. He did not look up. He continued working. Aldric said nothing. He returned to his own work. Aldric unfolded the letter. He read it. He folded it again and held it in his hands for a moment, and his hands were still with the specific stillness of receiving information that confirmed what you already knew, but that still required a moment to become real. "He is gravely ill," Aldric said. The diocesan office is not yet describing it in those terms. They're describing it in terms that mean the same thing to anyone who reads carefully. Osrin will still declare. "Yes," Aldric said. "He will, because he has committed to it, and because he believes the cause is just regardless of the Archbishop's survival, and because the distinction between those two reasons has become invisible to him." He set the letter on the table, which means the monastery will shortly be publicly aligned with a position whose political foundation is deteriorating. "And you will be publicly aligned with it," Caelan said, "unless you do something before the declaration." Aldric looked at him steadily. "What would you recommend?" It was not a simple question. It had several layers, the way Aldric's questions sometimes did, and the layer on top was the political one, and the layer beneath was not. Caelan held his gaze for a moment. "I would recommend," he said, carefully, "doing the thing you believe is right rather than the thing that is easiest to defend afterward." He paused, which is advice I have difficulty following myself. I offer it with that transparency. Aldric was quiet for a moment. His thumb traced, very lightly, along the edge of the folded letter. "Yes," he said. "I know." He stood. He gathered the materials he had been using with the efficiency of a man tidying after himself rather than retreating, which was a distinction Caelan had learned to read. "Tomorrow," Aldric said, "we finish the cross-reference. The day after, we complete the annotation." "And the declaration?" "The declaration will happen when Osrin decides it happens," Aldric said. "What I choose within that is my own matter." He went to the door. He paused with his hand on the frame, and for a moment he looked back at the archive room with its organized shelves and its candle brackets, and the central table with the commentary lying open to its crowded margins. "The annotator," he said, "the one who argued with himself for 30 years. "Yes," Caelan said. He was right in the third phase. Structure and function are the same thing. You cannot maintain the form of a thing while changing what it is for. He looked at Caelan for a moment, and his expression was the composed one, the unreadable one, except that Caelan had been reading it for 4 years and had learned to read what it held behind the composure rather than only the composure itself. "Good night." "Good night," Caelan said. The door closed. The archive room was quiet and very still and cold in the way of stone rooms after dark, and Caelan sat at the central table for a while longer with the candle burning and the commentary open in front of him, and he thought about 30 years of argument and revision, and about structure and function, and about the particular quality of being in a room with a person who understood things without requiring you to explain them. He did not think about any of these things for very long. He blew out the candle and found the door in the dark, the same way he always found what he was looking for, without appearing to search. Chapter 9. The Detective and the Question He Won't Ask. Dane had not left. He had extended his stay by 2 days without announcement, which was the kind of thing men like Dane did as a matter of course, without considering that it was the kind of thing that required consideration, that other people's time and arrangements had their own architecture that was not designed around his extended presence. Caelan noted the extension. He noted Osrin's response to it, which was the response of a man who had been told his guest of honor was staying longer and felt only vindication, as if Dane's continued presence confirmed the importance of the visit rather than being simply the logistical expression of business unfinished. He noted which doors Dane walked past twice in a single morning, and which brothers he spoke to beyond the minimum required by courtesy, and what the pattern of those conversations suggested about the specific information he was still assembling. He was doing this on the third morning of the extension, carrying materials from the archive room to the scriptorium for the day's work, when Dane found him in the cloister walk, or appeared to find him. Caelan had known for approximately 4 minutes that this encounter was being arranged, and he had not altered his course, because altering his course would have required either confronting or avoiding it, and he had not yet decided which he preferred. Caelan, Dane said, with the warmth that was his default register and that had, over 12 years, ceased to feel like warmth and now felt like weather. Present, pervasive, not personal. "My lord," Caelan said. He stopped. He set the materials against the cloister wall. He gave Dane the attention that the situation required, complete, attentive, ungrudging. "I wanted a moment," Dane said. "Without the dinner table, the way we used to talk. We used to talk in briefing rooms," Caelan said, "and occasionally in carriages. This is not particularly similar." Dane smiled. The smile was genuine, which Caelan had always found harder to work with than the alternative. "You're right. I suppose what I mean is directly." A pause in which Dane was, Caelan recognized, deciding how much of his hand to show, which was a calculation Dane made rarely and therefore poorly. "I owe you an accounting, Caelan. I know that. The bishop's situation was badly handled. I handled it badly. I had other pressures, and I made a choice that prioritized those pressures over your position and over the work you had done, and I have not," he paused again. "I have thought about it since. More than I expected to." Caelan looked at him. He had been waiting, without naming the weight, for something like this. He had known, from the moment Dane arrived, that Dane would eventually find a private moment to have a version of this conversation, because Dane was not a man who could be comfortable with unresolved accounts, and Caelan was an unresolved account. He had not known, until this moment, that the conversation would contain an apology. He had not prepared for that. He was not, he found, prepared for it now. Dane was watching him with a genuine attention that was both his most effective quality and his most consistent blind spot, the attention that felt like care and was adjacent to it without being the same thing. "I appreciate you saying that," Caelan said. His voice was the steady one. It was always the steady one. "I mean that without qualification. Then, and it doesn't change what I said before. About the offer." He picked up the materials from the wall. "You taught me something, my lord, across 12 years. You taught me the difference between being valued and being kept. You taught it by example, which is the most effective method. I am grateful for the lesson, even though I was not glad to receive it at the time." Dane was quiet. For the first time in this visit, his expression was the one Caelan remembered from very occasionally across 12 years. The look of a man encountering a version of himself seen from an angle he had not expected. "I didn't intend for it to be a lesson," Dane said. "No," Caelan said. "I know. That was also instructive." He nodded once, with the courtesy that was the only thing he had left to offer, and turned toward the scriptorium. "Caelan." The voice was quieter than usual. "Is it good life?" "Here." Caelan stopped. He stood for a moment in the cloister walk with the winter herbs against the far wall, and the stone overhead and the sounds of the monastery moving around him in its ordinary rhythms. "It is a true one," he said. "That is not the same thing, but I find I prefer it." He went to the scriptorium. He did not feel, on entering, whatever he had expected to feel. He had expected a form of relief, or its absence, or the particular emotional clarity that came after long-deferred conversations. What he felt instead was something quieter and less easily categorized, a loosening, somewhere in the architecture of his chest, of something that had been load-bearing for a long time and was not needed in that capacity any longer. Not resolution. The beginning of the conditions for resolution, which was different, and which was more than he had arrived at in 4 years of carrying the thing. The scriptorium was at its morning capacity, which meant that every bench was occupied, and the quality of the room was the productive one Caelan had come to understand as its best self, quiet and purposeful and alive in the particular way of people engaged in work they take seriously. He went to his bench. He set down his materials. He picked up his quill. He put it down. He was sitting with his hands loose on the desk, which was the only time he looked uncomfortable, and he was aware of this and could not immediately do anything about it. "The third cross-reference is finished," said a voice to his left. Aldric, at the adjacent bench, which was not his usual bench. He had moved, at some point, from his position at the far end of the room to the one beside Caelan. And he had his materials with him, and he was working on the Book of Hours, the angel's wing that had been giving him difficulty, and he had said this the way he said most things, without looking up, without ceremony, as if the information were simply available and he was making it accessible. Caelan looked at him. "I know," Caelan said. "We completed it yesterday. The annotation requires a second pass," Aldric said. "I would like your eye on the jurisdictional section. Specifically, your reading of Dane's purpose may identify framings that mine would not." "All right," Caelan said. He picked up his quill. He was aware that something in the quality of the morning had changed, or possibly had always been this quality, and he was noticing it now, from the particular angle available to him after a conversation in the cloister walk that had loosened something load-bearing. He worked. At some point in the second hour, Aldric reached across, without comment, and set a second quill to Caelan's right. It was already trimmed and inked, prepared with the specific care that went into tools meant for extended use rather than quick work. He did it between his own strokes, without looking up, as if it were simply part of the task. Caelan looked at the quill. He looked at Aldric, who was examining the angel's wing again with his head slightly tilted, the focused look of a man who has seen an error and is determining the most efficient correction. He said nothing about the quill. Caelan set down the one he had been using and picked up the new one. It was better balanced. The ink held differently on a properly trimmed nib, with a consistency that allowed more controlled line work, and the annotation he was producing in the next 20 minutes was demonstrably better than the 20 minutes before it, which he would not have thought possible. He worked. Aldric worked. The morning continued around them in its ordinary way, the scratch of quills and the occasional sound of a page turned, the light moving through its winter angle, unhurried and clear. Caelan was aware of the specific quality of the silence between them, which was not the silence of 2 days ago or of the 4 years before that. It had a different texture, less like a wall and more like a hell breath. He did not name this. He worked instead with a quill that had been sharpened and inked for him without announcement or acknowledgement, and the work was good, and the morning was cold, and outside in the cloister walk a man he had spent 12 years in the orbit of was preparing to leave again, and inside this room a man who had never left was sitting close enough that Caelan could hear the specific sound of his work without looking up. He thought about Dane's question, "Is it good life here?" He thought about what he had answered, and whether it was true, and whether it was complete, and in what ways it might be more complete than he had said. He thought about these things for a moment. Then he returned to the annotation, because it required his attention, and because the work was what there was when the other things were not yet ready to be looked at directly. The quill was good. He held it slightly wrong, because he had been doing that for months now, and because it had started as an accident and had become, at some point he could not have identified, a choice. He had not yet articulated to himself what the choice meant. He suspected, with the precision that was his most reliable quality, that this was the last period in which he would be able to sustain that particular failure of articulation. Chapter 10. The Wall Goes Up. The Archbishop died on a Thursday. Aldric learned it the way he learned most things that the official channels preferred to delay, before the official channels were ready, from a source that had no investment in managing the timing. Brother Aldric, who administered a house in the south and who passed through Saint Wulfric twice a year in the course of his regional circuits, came through the main gate on Thursday morning with the expression of a man carrying information he had not sought and found uncomfortable to hold. He said 3 sentences to Aldric in the cloister walk, paused as if checking whether the sentences had landed correctly, and continued toward the abbot's house. The archbishop was dead. Had been dead since Monday. The diocesan office was managing the announcement. Aldric stood in the cloister walk and let the information settle into its place in the architecture of everything he already knew, which took less time than the settling of smaller pieces of news, because he had been watching this particular wall approach for months and had measured its distance carefully enough that its arrival was not a surprise. What was a surprise? Or rather, what was the thing he had not adequately prepared for despite all the preparation, was the speed with which everything that followed happened. By midday, the news had reached Osrin through his second channel. By afternoon, Osrin had called a meeting of the senior brothers. By the time Vespers bells rang, the monastery of Saint Wulfric had been divided, publicly and without ceremony, into two bodies, those who would honor the declaration Osrin had been building toward for 2 years, and those who would not. Aldric sat through the meeting and listened to Osrin speak about obligation and principle and the necessity of maintaining commitments through adversity, and he watched the faces of the men in the room, and he understood, with the calm certainty of a man who has been watching a situation develop for long enough to know its shape, that the time for navigation was over. He had not raised his hand. He had not spoken against the declaration. He had done what he had told Osrin he would do. He had been present. And in the arithmetic of that room, presence was counted as consent, which was a thing Aldric had known would happen and had accepted, because the alternative required him to speak in a way that would make his position unambiguous before he had determined, with sufficient clarity, what his position actually was. The prayers were the same. The brothers sat in their accustomed places and ate in the accustomed order, and the candles burned without particular drama. What had changed was the room's attention. There was a quality to a room whose inhabitants know that something has shifted and are deciding what to do about it. A quality Aldric had learned to read the same way he read damaged manuscripts. Not by looking at the problem directly, but by watching how the surrounding material behaved in relation to it. The senior brothers who had been aligned with Osrin were sitting with a particular quality of settled satisfaction that was the satisfaction of a decision made rather than a decision pending. The brothers who had not been in the room were sitting with the particular quality of men who had received partial information and were assessing it. Aldric ate. He did not look down the table toward the east end, where the brothers from the east corridor sat, where Caelan had been sitting for 4 years with the easy, contained attention of a man who occupied whatever space he was in completely and without announcement. He did not look. He was aware, nonetheless, with the peripheral certainty of someone who had mapped this room's geometry over 10 years, of the moment when Caelan looked up. He did not know what Caelan's expression was. He was not looking. He was eating his food and attending to the conversation on his immediate left with the professional attention that was also a form of armor, and the professional attention was genuine and the armor was genuine, and they were the same thing. And he knew that Caelan was looking at him with the specific quality of attention that Caelan brought to things he was reading rather than merely seeing. He looked up, across the length of the refectory table, through the candlelight and the movement of brothers and the ordinary domestic noise of supper. Caelan met his eyes. It lasted for perhaps 3 seconds. It contained no expression that Aldric could have described to anyone, and yet it was not without content. It was the look of two people who have understood the same thing simultaneously, who understand that they have understood it, and who have not yet determined what either of them is going to do about it. Neither moved, neither looked away first, or perhaps they both looked away at the same moment. Aldric could not afterward have said with certainty, only that it ended and the refectory was still the refectory, and supper continued, and vespers would follow in its ordinary time. He looked down at his plate. He was on one side. Caelan was on the other. This was the fact of the situation, as structural as the walls, and as difficult to argue with as a theorem correctly proved. And it was not what he had wanted, and he had walked into it with his eyes open, which was perhaps the most honest account of how he had managed the past 2 years. At the doorway, he was aware of Pell, standing at the entrance to the refectory with the expression of someone who has witnessed something he did not expect to witness, and who is now in possession of a piece of understanding that will take him time to know what to do with. He did not acknowledge Pell. He finished his supper. After Compline, he went to his cell. He sat at his desk. He opened the ledger and did not write in it. which was unusual enough that the failure itself registered as significant, a small, precise indicator of a larger disorder. He thought about what he had done and about what it would cost. The political cost was manageable. He had navigated worse alignments with worse outcomes, and the situation was not yet resolved, and there were still degrees of maneuver available to a man who understood how institutional structures worked. The other cost was harder to quantify. He moved a loose stone. The letters were there, because the man who had written them would never know they had been kept, and the man who had kept them had never been able to find the correct language for why he had done so. He thought about the refectory, about 3 seconds across a length of table, about a man on the other side of a line that he had allowed to be drawn between them, who had been looking at him the way he looked at things he was reading, which meant that Caelan had understood something, and that what he had understood was accurate, and that they were both now in possession of the same information, and neither of them had yet decided what had changed. He replaced the stone. He went to his desk. He pressed both hands flat on the wood and held them there in thought, with the careful, honest accounting that was what he had instead of more demonstrative forms of feeling about what he was doing and what he had done and what the next several weeks were going to ask of him. The monastery was split. The politics were accelerating. Osrin had committed to a position whose foundation was already gone, and had committed Aldric along with it. And Aldric had allowed it, because he had not yet been ready to name the reason he could not follow Osrin in this, and have the reason be only about principle. He would need to be ready soon. He looked at the wall. Outside in the east corridor, at some remove, and through 2 walls, and an institution's worth of accumulated stone, a candle was probably burning. It usually was at this hour. He did not go to check. He had never gone to check, in 4 years of knowing where the light was, and he had told himself this was restraint. And he had known, in the private honest accounting, that it was fear, and he had permitted himself the self-deception because the truth was a thing he had not been ready to carry in addition to everything else. He was not sure he was ready now. He was fairly certain he was out of time. Chapter 11. Brother Otto's very simple advice. The soup was unremarkable. This was the kitchen's default production on days when the weather had turned and the cold had made itself at home in the stones, and the general appetite of the monastery had shifted from a specific to the merely sufficient. It was the soup of institutions in winter, warm, filling, not unkind, making no claims it could not support. Caelan had eaten it perhaps 100 times in 4 years, and had no opinion about it beyond its temperature. He was eating it now in the small warming room off the east corridor, which was one of 3 rooms in the monastery that could be occupied without being occupied for a purpose, and which therefore served, on any given afternoon, as the monastery's most reliable venue for conversation that did not require an audience. There was a brazier. There were 2 benches worn smooth by generations of brothers who had needed a room that asked nothing of them. There was presently Otto. Otto ate his soup with the focused appreciation he brought to all food, which was the appreciation of a man who had decided that pleasure was available to anyone willing to accept it on its own terms. He had arrived bearing 2 bowls from the kitchen and the expression of someone who has come with something other than soup in mind, and he had arranged himself on the opposite bench with the comfortable permanence of a man who planned to stay until he had said what he came to say. Caelan was familiar with this expression. He had been encountering it for 4 years and had developed no reliable defense against it, because Otto's version of a direct conversation was not the kind that could be deflected by precision. It could only be outlasted, and Otto was, of all the people Caelan had known, the one least troubled by the passage of time. "You look," Otto said, with the observation of someone who had been watching Caelan's face for long enough to have an opinion about its variations, like a man who has been adding a column of figures that refuses to come out even. "I am eating soup." "Yes." Vigorously, Otto studied his own bowl with an air of mild philosophical interest, as if the soup had asked him a question he was considering. "The declaration was 3 days ago. I know when the declaration was. Brother Osrin seems pleased with the outcome." Brother Osrin, Caelan said, is a man who has confused the performance of a thing with the thing itself. He will not be pleased for very much longer. Otto ate. He had the quality that Caelan had always found both valuable and faintly alarming in him, which was the quality of not requiring a conversation to move at any particular speed. He could sit in a silence and let it breathe until it became something else, which was the patience of a man who had, as he occasionally mentioned and never fully explained, seen worse things and found them survivable. The allocation meeting is tomorrow, Otto said. I know. You and Brother Aldric are both on the oversight committee for the manuscript commissions. I know that as well. The committee has not met in 2 weeks because the committee has 2 members and the 2 members have not been occupying the same room voluntarily since the declaration. Otto turned his bowl slightly, the way he turned things when he was thinking. Osrin called the meeting. He did not ask whether it was convenient. Caelan was quiet for a moment. He was running, without meaning to, the brief, efficient calculation that he ran whenever a situation had changed overnight and the new shape of it required mapping. The allocation meeting was a practical necessity. It had nothing to do with the political factions and everything to do with the functional running of the scriptorium, which did not stop requiring administration because the institution around it had developed opinions about church authority. The commission review was overdue. There were decisions to be made about materials and scheduling that could not be deferred until the politics resolved themselves, which might, at the current pace, be never. He would be in a room with Aldric. He would be in a room with Aldric, conducting institutional business, on the day after Aldric had been publicly counted among a faction that stood at a direct angle to the one that Caelan occupied by structure, if not by active choice. And they would discuss manuscript commissions because that was what the meeting was for, and they would do it with the professional competence that was both of their defaults, and none of the thing that existed underneath the professional competence would be addressed, because neither of them was going to address it. This was, he recognized, the most accurate possible summary of the past 4 years. The meeting will be fine, he said. Otto looked at him with the expression of a man who has decided not to argue with a statement he disagrees with, because the disagreement will make itself apparent without his assistance. How is the East Corridor? Otto asked. I haven't walked that way in several days. The East Corridor is unchanged, and the West also unchanged. Good, Otto said. I would hate to think of all that stone going somewhere without us. He ate his soup. The brazier made its small sounds. Somewhere in the corridor outside, 2 novices were discussing something in the slightly too loud voices of people who believed themselves more private than they were. Caelan listened for a moment, cataloged the conversation as neither interesting nor a concern, and returned his attention to the room. Otto, he said. Yes. Whatever you came to say. Otto set down his bowl. He folded his hands in his lap with the air of a man about to deliver a piece of information that he has been carrying for longer than was strictly comfortable. He looked at Caelan with the specific warmth that was the warmth of a friend who has made peace with the fact that his friend is going to be annoyed by what he is about to say. You are both waiting, Otto said, for the other man to be brave first. He paused. This is a very efficient way to wait forever. The room was quiet. Caelan looked at him. The situation, Caelan said, is politically. Yes, Otto said. It is. And that is very interesting, and not at all what I'm talking about. Otto, Caelan. The name delivered with precisely the same inflection Caelan had used, which was a quality Otto had that was occasionally charming and occasionally infuriating, and was, at this particular moment, the latter. I have been watching you conduct a very thorough exercise in mutual obstruction for 4 years. I have been watching it with heroic patience and considerable personal investment, and I'm telling you, as your only genuine friend in this institution who is not already 17 years old and in over his head, that the political situation is not why you spent last night staring at a ceiling. Caelan said nothing. He had, in fact, spent a portion of the previous night staring at a ceiling, which was not something he had told anyone, and which Otto had therefore arrived at by inference, which was itself annoying in the specific way that accurate inferences always were. The political situation, Caelan said, finally, with the precision he reached for when everything else felt imprecise, is real. The factions are real. The alignment is not symbolic. No, Otto agreed. It is not. He picked up his bowl again. And Brother Aldric is on the other side of it. Also real. I am not arguing with the facts. I am arguing with the use you are making of them. There is always a difference, Otto said pleasantly. You are an extremely subtle man, and you can produce a difference for any two things I might name. What you cannot produce is a difference between the truth of a thing and the reason you are using to avoid it. He ate his soup, serene and unperturbed, the equanimity of a man who had delivered the difficult piece and was now quite comfortable waiting for it to land. For years, he said, I have been watching this for approximately 3 of those 4 years, and I have said nothing which I submit should be acknowledged as evidence of considerable restraint. Caelan was quiet. Outside, the novice's conversation had moved down the corridor and become inaudible. The brazier settled. The room was, for a moment, simply a room, warm, ordinary, demanding nothing. He thought about 3 days ago, about the refectory and the length of a table and a man on the other side of a line that had been drawn without ceremony. He thought about the 3 seconds that had carried more content than most conversations he had been part of in the past year, and about what he had done with those 3 seconds since, which was to place them in the part of himself reserved for things that required precise handling and had not yet been handled. He thought about Dane's departure and the loosening in his chest that had not, as he had partly hoped, extended to the other matter. One door closed, and another still at the angle of a thing that had not moved. He made his choice, Caelan said. It came out more flatly than he intended. Not cold, but stripped of something. Did he? Otto's voice was the gentle one, the one he used when he was being careful with something he thought might break if handled incorrectly. Or did he stand in a room and let himself be counted because he had not yet found the language for the reason he couldn't follow Osrin, and the language for that reason was the same language that was going to require him to do something he has also been afraid to do? Caelan looked at him. Otto looked back, with the patient, undramatic steadiness that was perhaps the thing Caelan valued most about him and found the most difficult to deflect. You are both afraid, Otto said. You are afraid of different things, and you are expressing your fear in different directions, but the fundamental architecture is the same. He paused. The man who writes letters he will never send and the man who keeps them in a wall are occupying the same position from opposite ends. Caelan went very still. Not the trained stillness, not the deliberate composure of someone managing a reaction. The other kind, the kind that happened when something arrived that was too large and too accurate to be processed at the ordinary speed of things. That was one observation too many, he said, and his voice was still steady, but it was the steadiness of effort rather than of ease. Yes, Otto said. Probably. He sounded entirely unrepentant. I have known for approximately 3 years, if that is useful information. I have been very quiet about it. You are not being quiet now. I am being quiet about the specifics, Otto said, with the distinction of a man who felt this was an important one. I know nothing specific. I observe, and I care about you, and I have watched you organize an entire life around the principle of never being in a position to be abandoned, and I'm telling you, as someone who has been surprised by the worst and found it survivable, that the thing you are protecting yourself from is not as dangerous as the protection. Caelan picked up his soup. He ate it. It was still unremarkable, still warm, still making no claims it could not support. He thought about what Otto had said, not the challenging parts, but the structural observation at the center of it, the one he had delivered and then allowed to sit without pressing it, waiting for the other man to be brave first. He was aware, with the clarity of a man who is constitutionally unable to lie to himself once the correct framing has been introduced, that this was accurate. He was also aware that it was the kind of accuracy that would continue to be accurate regardless of whether he acknowledged it, and that acknowledgement did not require action, and that he was not, this afternoon, prepared to determine what action looked like. The meeting is tomorrow, he said. Yes, Otto said. I will go to the meeting. I know you will. That is the extent of what I am committing to at this moment. Otto smiled. It was the smile of a man who has planted a seed and is entirely comfortable with the timeline of growing things, who has no investment in immediate results because he understands that immediate results are not the point. That is more than enough, he said. For today. They finished the soup. Caelan, for his part, was annoyed. He was annoyed in the way he was always annoyed when someone said something accurate that he had been in the process of not saying to himself, because the accuracy removed the option of continued not saying, and he would now need to carry the thing in a different way. He was fairly certain that Otto knew this. He was equally certain that Otto found it acceptable. The meeting the following morning was held in the small council room off the chapter house, which was the room reserved for administrative matters that required a table and a degree of institutional gravity without requiring the full chapter's attendance. Caelan arrived 2 minutes before the appointed time, which was his default. Aldric arrived exactly at the appointed time, which was his. They sat across the table from each other, which was the table's only configuration, and which meant that there was a fixed and definite 12 inches of well-worn oak between them, which was both more and less distance than any of the available alternatives. Brother Osrin's assistant had left the relevant materials on the table: 3 commission letters, the current materials ledger, and the outstanding request from the 2 patrons who had been waiting the longest. It was, Caelan thought, a perfectly ordinary set of documents for a perfectly ordinary administrative meeting, which was what this meeting was, and which he intended to treat as such. The Beaumont Commission, he said. Overdue by 2 weeks, Aldric said. He had the materials from his side of the commission's records, which he had clearly reviewed before arriving, and which he had organized in a methodical way. He organized all things, with a clarity that made the next step in any process immediately visible. The materials delay is the scriptorium's responsibility, not the patron's. We should acknowledge this in correspondence. Agreed. Caelan made the notation. The vellum shipment from the tannery was delayed by weather. I will have the letter drafted by Thursday. Friday, Aldric said. I have a correction to the text that should accompany any correspondence about the delay. The original specification was slightly misread at commission stage, and correcting it now is cleaner than correcting it after the patron has seen the error. Caelan looked up. The misread was in the initial intake record. Yes, which was completed by Brother Pell. Also yes. A pause. I will speak to Pell separately. The correction in the patron letter does not require attribution. Caelan wrote this down. He was aware, with the particular precision that he applied to things happening slightly below the surface of the immediate task, that they were doing this with complete professional competence, which was both what he had told Otto would happen, and, now that it was happening, the thing most likely to make him say something he had not planned to say. He did not say anything he had not planned to say. They moved through the remaining commissions with the efficiency of 2 people who understood the work and did not require explanation of each other's reasoning, which was its own kind of conversation. Aldric identified a scheduling conflict between 2 major projects whose deadlines overlapped by a week. Caelan identified the solution, which was a resequencing of the preparatory work that would give both projects adequate time without requiring additional resources. Aldric confirmed the solution was feasible and added a refinement that made it marginally more efficient. Neither commented on the fact that they had just solved a moderately complex organizational problem in less than 4 minutes, and that the solution was better than either of them would have produced alone. They both knew. The knowing sat between them, unremarked, the same way several other things sat between them, unremarked, and had been doing so for quite some time. The materials ledger, Caelan said. He pushed the relevant page toward the center of the table. Aldric examined it. His right forefinger moved along the column with the particular attention he brought to figures, which was the same attention he brought to manuscripts, complete and unhurried, and arriving at a conclusion rather than racing toward one. The gold leaf reserves are below the level required for the spring commissions, he said. We should requisition in the next fortnight. I had the same figure. Caelan drew the ledger back. I will submit the requisition. The supplier in Ipswich has the quality we need. The one Brother Osrin prefers for cost is not adequate for the Beaumont Commission standard. I know the Ipswich supplier's work. A pause, just slightly longer than the practical pause for turning a page. I will specify Ipswich in the requisition. Aldric looked up. It was the first time their eyes had met since the refectory 3 days ago, and it was, in its context, an entirely unremarkable look. 2 colleagues confirming a decision about materials procurement. Nothing in it was extraordinary. Nothing in it was only that. Good, Aldric said. His hands were flat on the table, which was the tell, and Caelan had been cataloging it for long enough that he registered it without intending to. The hands flat on the surface, the specific stillness of a man who is containing something with all the available architecture of his self-possession. Caelan looked back at the ledger. "I believe that covers the outstanding items," he said. "Yes." Aldric began gathering his side of the materials with the efficient precision of someone tidying after work rather than retreating from a field. "The next meeting should be in 3 weeks to review the Beaumont progress." 3 weeks, Caelan confirmed. Aldric stood. He settled his materials into their order. He looked, for a moment, at the documents on the table with the expression of a man who has done the work correctly and found it insufficient. Not because the work was wrong, but because the work was not the problem. He did not say anything. He went to the door. He paused, which was the thing Caelan had learned to notice in him, the specific quality of a pause that was not the end of something, but the near end, the moment in which a thing might still be said. Aldric did not turn around. He went out. Caelan sat at the table for a moment in the empty room, with the materials in their organized piles and the brazier ticking and the cold of the stone coming through despite it. And he thought about what Otto had said with the helpless precision of a man who cannot stop examining a true thing once it has been named, waiting for the other man to be brave first. He gathered his materials. He stacked the commission letters and replaced the ledger and pushed his chair back with the care of someone who has been taught not to scrape furniture against stone floors. He did this methodically, one thing at a time, in the order that made sense. Then he sat for another moment with his hands loose on the table, which was the only time he looked uncomfortable, and he let himself be, briefly, uncomfortable. The meeting had been fine. He had told Otto it would be fine. It had been fine. They had been competent and correct and professional, and had produced good work for the institution, and none of it had addressed the thing that was not about the institution, and Aldric had paused in the doorway and not turned around, and Caelan had watched the pause and said nothing. He thought about Otto's word, brave. He thought about the specific bravery required to stop organizing exits and stand in a room without a working plan for leaving it. He put the thought down carefully in the part of himself where he put things that were not yet ready to be acted on. He picked up the materials. He went back to work. He was annoyed, which was not new, and he would continue to be annoyed, which was also not new, and Otto would be entirely untroubled by this, which was the most reliable thing about him, and, on balance, one of the reasons Caelan was glad he was there. Chapter 12. What Pell Sees. The storm announced itself on a Friday, which was the day Pell finally asked the question. It had been building since Wednesday, the way weather built in that part of the country in late autumn. Not dramatically, not with the clarity of a thing declaring its intentions, but with the incremental heaviness that a person learned to read after enough years of paying attention to skies. The clouds came in from the northwest and sat down over the monastery with the comfortable permanence of a guest who has not been told when to leave. By Thursday, the light had the quality of water seen from depth, and by Friday morning the air carried the particular stillness that preceded hard weather, the stillness that said, something is about to change, and it will not ask your preference. Aldric had noted this the way he noted most things, accurately, and with the practical understanding that it would require action. The old chapter house stored 3 of the monastery's most significant recent acquisitions, texts of the kind whose loss would be irreplaceable and whose transfer to the main scriptorium had been deferred for logistical reasons that it seemed, in finer weather, entirely defensible. He had added them to his list of things requiring attention and had been intending to address the matter for 2 days. He was attending to it, mentally, when Pell arrived at his bench on Friday morning with the expression he wore when he had been carrying something and had decided that carrying it was no longer serving a useful purpose. "May I ask you something?" Pell said. It was his standard opening, which Aldric had learned to receive with appropriate attention, because Pell's questions had a way of being more accurate than their delivery suggested. He had a young man's habit of presenting the difficult thing in the register of the ordinary, as if the frame might make the content easier to receive, which was a quality that had the opposite of its intended effect on Aldric, who found the precision of attention required to catch what was actually being said more engaging than a direct approach would have been. "You can," Aldric said. Pell sat on the adjacent bench, which was not his usual bench, which meant he planned to stay. He looked at the book of hours that Aldric was working on, which had developed, in the past month, beyond its original commission scope into something that Aldric found he could not stop adding to, as if the manuscript had developed opinions about its own content, and he was the instrument rather than the author. The gold leaf on the angel's wing was finally correct. He had been working on the surrounding border, which kept suggesting, in the way that certain details suggested, a small figure in the lower left corner that had not been in the original specification. He was ignoring the suggestion for now. Brother Aldric is going to sign the chapter house inspection, Pell said. The weather. He's been talking about it since this morning. Yes, Aldric said. I know. He mentioned Brother Caelan's name. And yours. A pause of the measure variety, the kind Pell used when he was giving what he'd said room to settle before adding to it. Together, Aldric continued with the border. The line he was working on required steadiness in the hand, which was a quality he maintained regardless of what was being discussed, because steadiness that could be disrupted by conversation was not steadiness, but its performance. Aldric is the senior administrator, he said. It is within his authority to assign chapter inspections. Yes, Pell said. He looked down at the manuscript. The small figure in the lower left corner had, Aldric noticed, been sketched in pencil at some point in the past day or two without him being entirely conscious of doing it. A standing figure, arms slightly out at the sides, in the posture of someone who has set something down. Is it going to be strange? Aldric set down the quill. He looked at Pell. Pell looked back. He had the quality that Aldric had learned to recognize as one of his best, which was the quality of asking what he actually meant to ask rather than the thing it was easier to ask, and then sitting with the discomfort of waiting for an answer without filling the silence with something more manageable. The work will not be strange, Aldric said. The work is the work. That's not what I asked. No, Aldric said. It isn't. They sat for a moment. In the corridor outside, someone was carrying something heavy past the scriptorium door, and the sound of the monastery's mourning went on around them in their ordinary register. The wind picking up at the high windows, the smell of bread from the kitchens, the distant voices from the cloister. Ordinary sounds. The ordinary sounds of a place proceeding without awareness of the particular quality of the silence at this bench. Pell was looking at him with the direct, patient attention that Aldric had sometimes found alarming and always found, in its way, a gift. Not because it was comfortable, because it was honest. Brother Aldric, Pell said. He had the look of the dam with a small crack in it. The look of someone who has been holding something long enough that the holding has become more difficult than the saying. Yes, Aldric said. Do you love him? The scriptorium was not particularly quiet at that moment. There were 3 other brothers at their benches, and the particular ambient sound of a room of working people and the wind rattling at the north-facing glass. None of this mattered. The question arrived in a silence it had made for itself, the way large things moved, without needing to clear the space, simply occupying it. Aldric did not answer. He was very still for a long time. His hands lay flat on the manuscript, and he looked at the penciled figure in the lower left corner of the border, the standing figure with its arms slightly out, and he thought about 30 years of argument and revision and what it meant to name a thing rather than to continue containing it, and about the quality of information that is true before you say it and remains true whether you say it or not, but does not feel the same in either case. Pell waited. He did not fill the silence. He had learned, somewhere in 22 years, that the most valuable thing you could do with a silence was leave it alone and let it complete itself. And he sat with the patience of someone who has asked the right question and understood that rushing the answer would make it less true, not more. I'll take that as a yes, Pell said, finally, and looked back at his own manuscript. Aldric did not correct him. He picked up the quill. He returned to the border. The line he had been working on required steadiness, and he gave it steadiness because the work was what there was, and because steadiness was not the same as the absence of feeling and never had been. He worked through the morning. The storm came in properly by afternoon, the way it had been promising, not suddenly, but with the inexorable quality of things that have decided. Rain first, then the wind in earnest, and by the time the bells rang, none the sky had taken on the particular gray-green quality that preceded something worse, and two of the older brothers had moved their most vulnerable materials away from the windows as a matter of experience practice. Osrin found Aldric in the cloister after Vespers. "The chapter house," he said, without preamble. He had been using the abbreviated communication style with Aldric for a month now. The style of a man who expects the context to be shared and does not feel he needs to supply it. The context was not, in fact, shared, and the implication of shared context was itself a small exercise of the power that Aldric had been watching Osrin deploy more frequently, the power of assuming agreement before it had been given. "The roof has been unreliable since September. With this weather, I need someone to inspect the structural situation and ensure the texts are protected." "Yes," Aldric said. "I have been meaning to address it. I need 2 people for the work. The shelving will need to be moved if there's any sign of water ingress." Osrin looked at him with the expression that had replaced his earlier, more collegial manner, the expression of a man who had made his alignment and expected the people around him to reflect it. "Brother Caelan has the physical capacity for the shelving, and his archive experience is relevant." Aldric was quiet for a moment. "When," he said, "tonight, if the weather continues, and tomorrow through the day, if anything needs to be secured." A pause. "I'll have the gate key delivered, in case the door needs securing from the inside while you work." He left with the efficiency of a man who had given a directive and did not linger to see it received, which was Osrin's current preferred manner for all directives he expected might meet resistance. Aldric stood in the cloister and let the information settle into its proper place alongside everything else. He was not, he recognized, surprised. He had been watching Osrin's management of the situation for 2 weeks with the precise attention he brought to patterns, and the pattern was the pattern of a man who did not always know what he was doing, but sometimes arrived, by the logic of his own calculations, at something more accurate than he had intended. Assigning Caelan to this task made institutional sense. Assigning them both made more institutional sense, because the work was genuinely suited to their respective competencies. Whether Osrin had considered anything beyond the institutional logic was not a question Aldric found useful. He found Caelan in the east corridor, which was where Caelan generally was at this hour, and told him in the same terms Osrin had used: the chapter house, the weather, the texts. Caelan listened with the attentive quality of someone absorbing new information into an existing model, and his face did its usual thing, which was to reveal nothing while communicating clearly to anyone who had been reading it long enough that it was deciding between 3 available responses. "The Wulfric Psalter is stored there," Caelan said. "If the roof goes, the Psalter goes." "Yes." "What time?" "After Compline, if the weather continues. Possibly before if it accelerates." Caelan nodded. His hands were occupied, which meant he had something to hold, which meant he was more comfortable than he would be otherwise. A rolled document, something he'd been carrying back from the archive. He looked at it. He did not look at Aldric. "I'll bring what we need for the shelving," he said. "I have the inspection materials." "Good." A pause that lasted precisely as long as the practical pause between the end of one item of business and the beginning of the next. And then that covers it. Aldric turned to go. He had gone approximately 4 steps when Pell appeared from the novice corridor with the particular expression of a young man who has been listening to things with better ears than anyone gave him credit for, and who was wearing, now, the expression of someone who has put 2 pieces of information together and found the result more significant than either piece alone. Aldric looked at him. Pell looked at him. "Brother Pell," Aldric said. "Brother Aldric," Pell said. He was working very hard to keep his expression neutral, and almost succeeding, and the place where he was not succeeding was around the eyes, where something that might, in a dimmer light, have been mistaken for hope was extremely visible. "The weather looks quite bad." "Yes." "Long night, possibly." "Quite possibly." "The chapter house door," Pell said, carefully, "has a tendency to swell in wet weather." "The wood." "Brother Gervais had a time with it in March." Aldric looked at him for a long moment. "Good night, Pell," he said. Pell said, "Good night," with a quality of happiness that was entirely disproportionate to a conversation about door wood and wet weather, and turned back toward the novice corridor with the step of someone who has unexpectedly and without doing anything in particular gotten exactly what he wanted. Aldric went to his cell and sat at his desk and looked at the ledger without opening it. The wind was up. The rain had intensified to the kind that arrived sideways and made the high windows of the scriptorium sound like they were being tested for weakness. Somewhere in the monastery, something wooden was creaking in the particular register of a building, doing the calculation between holding and letting go. The chapter house was old. The chapter house roof had been a concern since September. The chapter house door, as Pell had noted, swelled in wet weather. Aldric placed both hands flat on his desk. For years of a particular kind of discipline and a particular kind of self-honesty and a particular kind of carrying. For years of keeping something behind a stone, because keeping it behind a stone was the only way he had found to hold it without it becoming a weight that required constant management. For years of being the last to leave a room, of adjusting the supply shelves, of sharpening a quill without announcement and placing it where a hand would find it, of writing the same letter in his internal register and never finishing it, because finishing it would have required an address. Pell's question was still in the air, with the persistence of true things, which did not require repetition to remain present. He thought about the chapter house door swelling in wet weather. He thought about texts that needed protecting and about 12 feet of space, and about the specific quality of the silence that existed between two people who had run out of obstacles before they had run out of things not yet said. He moved the loose stone. He did not take any of the letters out. He simply looked at them the way he sometimes did when he needed to remember why he had kept them, which was also the reason he needed to remember in the first place. Because they were true, and he had never been able to throw away true things. He replaced the stone. He gathered the inspection materials. He went to the chapter house. The rain was already coming through the north-facing gap in the roof tiles by the time he arrived. Not dramatically, not a flood, but with the precise and patient insistence of water that has found its way and has no particular reason to stop. He set the candle in the bracket inside the door. He assessed the gap. He began moving the shelving away from the risk area, and the chapter house door banged once in a gust, loud enough to echo in the stone space. And then the latch caught, and the sound of the storm became the outside sound, muffled by the old thick walls. He heard footsteps on the path. He heard the door. He did not look up from the shelving. The Psalter first, Caelan said, from the doorway, already looking at the shelves rather than at him. Upper left. It's the most exposed. Yes, Aldric said. I know. The door closed behind him with the particular sound of old wood settling against its frame. And then the catch. And then the muffled sound of the storm becoming the only sound from outside, and the chapter house was 12 feet across and lit by a single candle in the bracket, and the two of them were in it together, and neither of them moved for the space of 3 seconds that had the quality of a door still in the act of closing. Then Caelan crossed to the upper left shelf and reached for the Psalter, and Aldric moved the nearest shelf casing a foot to the right, and they began. Chapter 13. The space between an arrow and a target. The chapter house had been built in the monastery's 2nd century by hands that understood stone's relationship with water and had designed accordingly. The walls thick, the floors slightly elevated from the surrounding ground, the drainage channel along the north exterior cut deep enough to carry serious runoff away from the foundations. What they had not designed for was 3 generations of deferred maintenance to the roof, which was the province of no single person's attention and therefore the province of no attention at all, and which had been developing its current opinions about water infiltration since the autumn of the previous year. Caelan noted the drainage channel on his way in, noted the infiltration point at the north-facing tiles, noted the disposition of the existing shelving and its relationship to the water's probable path. He did this in the same 3 seconds it took him to cross the threshold and reach the upper left shelf, because noting these things was what he did, and because having done it gave him a map of the space and a clear sequence of tasks, and a reason to continue looking at the shelving rather than at the man 6 feet to his right. They worked. The first 3 hours had the quality of something both of them understood and neither named. The quality of 2 professionals in a small space who had enough to do to justify the absence of conversation beyond what the work required. Caelan moved the Psalter and the 2 illuminated Bibles to the dry south corner, wrapping them in the oilcloth Aldric had brought. Aldric shifted the heavy oak shelving cases with the unhurried competence of someone for whom physical work was simply another form of precision, and they moved around each other in the 12-foot space without collision and without comment, finding the efficient geometry of it without needing to negotiate. "The north shelf," Caelan said. "I see it," Aldric said. "The water is tracking along the second beam. It will reach the shelf in an hour at the current rate. Half an hour if the wind picks up. It will pick up." He moved the shelf, casing another 18 inches. "The texts on that shelf are the diocesan commission histories. Not irreplaceable, but the loss would be significant. I'll move them." He did. Aldric held the shelf unit steady, while Caelan transferred the volumes, and they were close enough that Caelan was aware, with the precise peripheral awareness he had developed over 12 years of working in proximity to people he needed to track, of the specific way Aldric occupied a space, fully, without excess, with the quality of someone who had made peace with the amount of room he required and had stopped performing anything in either direction about it. He moved the last volume. Aldric released the shelf unit, and it settled with the sound of old oak deciding to stay put for now. They stepped back. They assessed what they had done. The candle in the bracket gave sufficient light for work, and the particular kind of insufficient light that softened the hard edges of things, the stone walls and the timber crossbeams, and the faces of people you had been looking at for 4 years without arriving at a comfortable relationship with what you saw. "The gap in the tiles," Caelan said. "Is there material to address it from inside? There is oilcloth enough to tack across the beam and redirect the drip into the channel. It won't hold through a serious storm, but it should hold until the roof can be properly assessed." "Show me." Aldric crossed to the corner where he had left the materials, and Caelan followed, and they spent the next 40 minutes doing the careful, collaborative work of 2 people solving a structural problem in a small space, which required proximity and coordination and the specific exchange of competence that had always, between them, had the quality of something more than its surface. Aldric on the beam, Caelan passing the materials, holding the bracket, reading the angle of the water's track, and correcting for it in the positioning without being asked. Aldric adjusting to the corrections without comment, because the corrections were right. The wind in the 4 hours between their arrival and midnight became the kind of wind that had a voice, a low, insistent sound in the gaps of the old stone, and the rain against the exterior walls was constant and rhythmic, and entirely indifferent to the proceedings inside. They secured the last corner of the oilcloth. Aldric climbed down from the beam, landed quietly, dusted his hands against his habit. They were standing side by side in the approximate center of the chapter house, which was where the work had brought them, and neither of them had yet found a reason to move elsewhere. "The door," Caelan said, because the door had made a sound in the last gust, a sound that was different from its earlier sounds, the sound of something that has moved in a way it did not previously move. Aldric crossed to it. He tried the latch. The latch moved freely. The door did not. He applied pressure. He applied more. He looked at the frame and found, along the upper left where the wood was oldest, the swelling that had taken the tolerance out of the gap entirely, the specific and reliable response of old oak to prolonged wet cold. "Pell," he said. It was a flat statement, in the tone that was not precisely anger and was not precisely anything else, but contained a complete and accurate understanding of the situation. Caelan came and looked at the door. He looked at the frame. He assessed the degree of swelling with the hand he placed flat against the wood and felt the give and the lack of it, and the specific firmness that said, "Not tonight, possibly not tomorrow morning." "He didn't do this," Caelan said. "The weather did this. Pell has been aware that the weather was going to do this since at least this morning," Aldric said, with precision. A pause. Something moved across Caelan's face that was not quite a smile and was not quite its opposite, and then it was gone, and he was looking at the door again with the analytical expression that was his default when the thing in front of him required solving. "We could break the frame," he said. "The swelling will have softened the wood. It would take force, but it's possible. That would damage the door. The door is not a 12th century manuscript." "No," Aldric said, "but it is still the monastery's property, and breaking it seems premature, given that the swelling will reverse on its own in 8 to 12 hours. 8 to 12 hours, Caelan said, if the weather clears by morning. if it doesn't longer. Caelan stood with his hands loose at his sides, which was not his usual stance, and looked at the immovable door, and then at the 12-foot chapter house, and then at the single candle in the bracket, and then nowhere in particular. "All right," he said. They did not speak for a while after that. Aldric checked the secured texts. Caelan checked the remaining water path, found it stable under the oilcloth, repositioned one corner that had begun to lift. They were methodical about it. They were in the specific way that profoundly capable people were methodical when the alternative was acknowledging something they were not yet ready to acknowledge. Very thorough. Then the work was done, and the texts were secured, and the oilcloth was holding, and there was nothing left that the chapter house required from either of them. And they were still in the chapter house, and the door was still swollen, and the candle had burned down to its second quarter. Aldric sat on the bench along the south wall, which was the dry wall, and the one furthest from the wind. He set his hands on his knees and looked at the middle distance with the expression that Caelan had learned, over 4 years, was the expression of a man arranging information into its correct order before he did anything with it. Caelan sat at the far end of the same bench, because it was the logical place to sit in a 12-foot room with a single light source, and because any other configuration would have required an explanation that neither of them was currently in possession of. The storm outside had reached, sometime in the past hour, the register that said it had been planning this all along and was not finished. Rain and wind in the ratio that stripped the last leaves and loosened the tiles that were already loose and found the gaps in the mortar and did what water did with gaps, which was to make them larger. The candle made its sounds. "You knew Dane before the monastery," Aldric said. It was not a question. It was not precisely the beginning of a conversation, or not only that. It had the quality of a man setting down something he has been carrying in one hand to free the hand for something else. 12 years, Caelan said, "when you were recruited." At 17, he looked at the stone floor, the even, settled stone of a room that had held its shape for centuries. He identified something he found useful. I found the identification gratifying. At 17. Yes, Aldric said. He said it with the weight of someone who has been 17 and remembers what it meant to be recognized for the first time by someone whose opinion appeared to matter. Not personal memory, maybe. Enough understanding to make the yes accurate. "For 12 years I was good at what I did," Caelan said. "That mattered. Not who I was. What I was worth to him. I understood this in the abstract for a long time before I understood it in the specific. When you exposed the bishop. When I exposed the bishop, and he thanked me warmly and reassigned me." He was quiet for a moment. The word warmly had come out with the particular flatness of something that had been handled many times and had worn smooth in the handling. The warmth was genuine. That was the part one couldn't resolve for a while. He genuinely liked me. He genuinely preferred not to have to choose between me and his interests. He chose his interests, and he felt, I think, authentic regret. And that was worse, Aldric said, than if he had simply been cold about it. Caelan looked at him. "Yes," he said. The statement landed between them in the chapter house, and neither of them moved. And the wind found the north wall and pressed against it, and the candle guttered once and recovered. "I know the shape of that," Aldric said. He had his hands flat on his knees, which was one of his tells, and he was not looking at Caelan, but at the middle distance, the look of someone making a deliberate choice to speak rather than contain. "When I came here, I came because I needed an institution that rewarded what I was. I didn't understand, at the time, that the institution's approval was not the same as the institution valuing me. Osrin valued what I could do for him. I confused that, for a long time, with a genuine professional relationship. It wasn't nothing," Caelan said. "No, it was something. It simply was not what I believed it was, and the gap between what it was and what I believed it was accrued interest." A pause. I followed him longer than I should have. I knew, before the declaration, what the Archbishop's prognosis was. I had the information. I chose not to act on it, which is not the same as not having it. Why? It was the word that required the most, and he knew it when he asked it, and he did not soften it. Aldric was quiet for a long time, long enough that Caelan counted the silence in the way he sometimes counted silences, and a measure of the weight of what was being assembled. Because acting on it would have required me to name the reason I couldn't follow Osrin in this, Aldric said, finally. And the name for that reason was the same name as something else. And I had not yet decided whether I was prepared to say both things at once. The candle made a sound. The rain said everything it had been saying for the past 4 hours. The old stone sat in its old silence and made no observations. Caelan turned his head and looked at Aldric fully, the way he looked at things when he had stopped managing his looking. Directly, without the careful management of angle that usually governed his attention in this man's presence. Aldric looked back. The hours that had passed had produced, as they sometimes did when two people worked in proximity through cold and difficulty, a quality of wear in the careful surfaces that both of them maintained. Not collapse, not the falling away of the thing, the thinning of it to the point where what was underneath was visible if you were looking, and they were both looking, and what was underneath was familiar to both of them because it had been there for 4 years and had never successfully been invisible to either one, only to the part of themselves they used for seeing things they had decided not to see. "You are the most careful person I have ever been in a room with," Caelan said. His voice was steady. It was always steady. "I have spent 4 years trying to determine whether the care is armor or architecture." "Both," Aldric said, "like most things that are also true. I wrote the first letter the night I arrived." "I know. You cannot know that." "I know your handwriting," Aldric said. "I know the date on the oldest letter because I checked. Because I am, as you have noted, careful. You wrote it on the first night." He paused. "You held your quill wrong in the morning. I have been holding it wrong for months." "I know that too," Aldric said. "I noticed in the archive room. I have been," a pause with the weight of something being said that had not been said before. "I have been aware of it since then." Caelan looked at him. The something in his chest that he had been carrying for 4 years in the manner of a man who does not acknowledge the weight, because acknowledging the weight would require acknowledging what he was carrying it for, had developed, in the course of this hour and this storm and this 12-foot room, a structural problem. It was still there. He was still carrying it. But the architecture had changed. "You kept them," he said. It was not an accusation. It was, or it had the quality of being, the most honest thing he had found the language for so far. "All of them?" "Yes." "Why?" The same question he would ask, months later, in a different configuration, and the answer was the same, and it was not yet the moment for the full answer, and Aldric seemed to understand this, and said what was true at this stage of the question, which was different from the full truth, and still entirely true. Something happened then in the architecture of the chapter house, in the specific 12 feet of it, in the candlelit quality of the air between them, which was not easy to describe, and which neither of them attempted to describe, which was perhaps appropriate given that description had not, so far, been their most successful mode. Caelan moved, not quickly, not with the quality of a decision that had not been thought through, but with the quality of a decision that had been thought through for so long that the thinking was finished and what remained was simply the doing of it, which was different from impulse and more permanent. He turned on the bench toward Aldric, which brought him close enough that the distance between them was the distance of two people who have decided the distance does not need to be maintained. Aldric did not move away. Aldric, who had never been the first to leave a room Caelan was in, sat with the same absolute stillness that meant he was receiving something rather than managing it, and waited with the patience of a man who has been waiting for a specific thing for long enough that the arrival of it requires a moment of pure attention. Caelan put his hand against the side of Aldric's face. Aldric closed his eyes, just for a moment. The only visible crack, the stillness of the hands, and something else, something that was below the surface of the composed expression and that the expression could no longer fully contain, which was the specific quality of a man who has been carrying something alone for a long time and has finally been offered the relief of not carrying it alone. "I do not know how to do this without armor," Caelan said. It came out quiet. It was not a confession of inadequacy. It was a statement of fact delivered to someone he trusted to receive it as such. "Neither do I," Aldric said. "I have approximately the same amount of practice as you." "That is not reassuring." "No," Aldric said. "It isn't. It is simply accurate." His hand came up and covered Caelan's hand against his face, not with the quality of holding it in place, but the quality of answering it, touch for touch, acknowledgement for acknowledgement. I think we are capable of learning things. We are both insufferably competent. Yes, Aldric said, the ghost of something that was not quite a smile at the corner of his mouth. At most things, Caelan kissed him, or Aldric kissed him, or both things happened simultaneously, which was the more accurate account. Two people arriving at the same place from different directions and meeting in the middle with the relief and the charged certainty of things that have been a long time in motion and have finally reached their destination. It was not frantic. It had the quality of deliberateness, which was the quality of both of them, and the quality of the thing having been decided rather than the thing deciding itself. And also it was 4 years of everything that had not been said finding, in this single form, the only register that had always been available, and neither of them had been prepared to use. The storm continued outside. It had been the same storm through all of this, and would continue to be. It made its sounds against the old walls, and the chapter house held them. In the hours after, they did not speak of what had happened in the terms that would have required either of them to name it. They did not need to yet. They had not arrived at the vocabulary for this version of themselves, and there was no urgency. The door was still swollen. The candle had a few hours in it yet, and the work of the world could wait for the work of the world's time. What they did, instead, was this. Aldric reached past Caelan for the second candle in the supply he had brought because the first was burning low, and in the doing of this he was close enough that his shoulder pressed briefly against Caelan's shoulder, and he did not move away from this, and Caelan did not move away from it, and the new candle was lit from the old one, and the light continued. They sat with their backs against the south wall and the chapter house around them and the old texts in their oilcloth in the dry corner and the storm in its long, patient conversation with the stone. And neither of them slept, and neither of them particularly wanted to, and the hours passed away, hours passed in rooms where people had decided to stop pretending. Caelan thought, at some point well past midnight, that he should feel the impulse to construct an exit strategy. He looked for the impulse. He did not find it. This was either because he was too tired or because something had changed in the available landscape, and he was fairly sure, in the honest accounting, he could not stop conducting even in the middle of the night in a flooded chapter house, that it was the latter. He was aware of Aldric's breathing beside him, even an unhurried, the specific quality of a person who was not asleep, but was not performing wakefulness either, simply being there, in the way that Aldric was always simply there, fully, without excess, as if the present location were the only one under consideration. Caelan thought about 43 letters. He thought about a loose stone and a strip of cloth and 4 years of something that had been kept because it was true, which was the same reason he had written it, which meant that from opposite ends of the same act, they had arrived at identical conclusions and managed to say nothing about it to each other for 4 years. He thought about what Otto had said. He thought about bravery and its specific shape. He had not, he found, constructed an exit. He had, instead, at some point in the past several hours, without planning it or naming it, simply chosen to stay. He was not yet sure what to do with this. He was fairly certain, in the part of him that had always known things before he was ready to articulate them, that the doing would present itself. The candle burned on. Somewhere past 3 in the morning, Aldric said, without preamble, the border, the figure in the lower left. I sketched it without intending to. Caelan turned his head. I noticed. It's wrong, Aldric said. The proportions. Show me in the morning. Yes, Aldric said. All right. The storm, by this point, had moved into the phase of having said its piece and settling into the quieter aftermath. The rain still present, but the wind reduced, the quality of the sound changing from assault to persistence. Through the gap in the tiles above the oilcloth, Caelan could hear the specific quality of water that had found its redirected path and was following it, which was the sound of the repair holding. The door, he said at some point. Not yet, Aldric said. No, Caelan said. Not yet. He was aware, the way he was always aware of things he could not stop cataloging, even when the cataloging was not useful, that this was the first time in 4 years he had used those particular words in that particular order without intending them as the precursor to something else. Not yet meant later. Not yet meant there will be a later, and it will come. and that is acceptable. Not yet was not an exit. He filed this away, in the part of himself he had reserved for things that were too important to lose, and listened to the storm finishing its work on the old stone walls, and waited for morning. The door cleared at 5:30. The wood had contracted enough with the shift in temperature that the latch moved, and the door opened on the first pull with a mild protest of something that had been stuck and was now unstuck, which was its only dramatic contribution to the evening. The morning outside was gray and washed clean and cold, the quality of air after a storm that has decided to be honest about itself, and the path back to the monastery was wet underfoot and quiet in the way that things were quiet after noise. They walked back on opposite sides of the path. This was not a statement. It was simply the width of the path, and the need for each of them to find their footing on the wet stones, and the particular quality of a morning that had not yet begun its ordinary business and had not yet asked anything of them. At the junction of the east and west corridors, where the path split, they stopped. Caelan looked at Aldric. Aldric looked at him. Neither of them said anything, because there was nothing yet that required saying in the language available for morning conversations in corridors. The night had its own language, and the morning would develop its own in time. The space between them was the space that had always been there, and it was different now in the way that a room is different after a storm has passed through it. Not destroyed, not transformed, but rearranged. Aldric went left. Caelan went right. He did not count his steps. He had not, he realized, counted any exits in the past 6 hours, which was the longest he could remember failing to do this in approximately 12 years, and which was itself a kind of information he was not ready to fully process before breakfast. He would process it later. He had, apparently, decided to be in a position where there was a later. He went to his cell and changed his habit and went to prime, and if anyone who looked at his face that morning found something different in it, he did not stop to examine the question in the mirror. He went, after, to the scriptorium. He worked. Chapter 14. The morning after the architecture shifts. The trouble with the morning was that it required a decision. Not a dramatic decision. Not the kind that arrived in the vocabulary of crossroads and choices made under duress. The ordinary kind, the kind that arrived at 6 in the morning in the form of cell door, and the question of what precisely a person did after the architecture of their life had rearranged itself overnight without asking permission. Caelan stood at the cell door in the gray morning light with his hand on the frame and thought about this with the focused analytical attention he brought to problems that had no clean solution. He had, for the past 4 years, been very good at deciding what things meant. He had decided that the letters were an exercise. He had decided that his attention to Aldric's patterns was professional habit. He had decided that the quill technique, which he had been deliberately mishandling for the better part of a year, was an aesthetic preference. He had made these decisions with precision and maintained them with discipline, and had told himself that the maintenance was the same as the truth, which was the kind of argument that worked until it didn't. It had not worked, as arguments went, for approximately 3 years. He had been maintaining it anyway, because the alternative was the question of what he did if the argument failed. And that question had a second question attached to it, which was the question of what Aldric would do, and that question had historically been the one he was least equipped to sit with. He had sat with it last night, in a 12-foot stone room, in the course of several hours that had rearranged the available evidence considerably. Aldric had kept 43 letters. This was the fact that kept surfacing in the processing Caelan had been conducting since the walk back, which had been the walk back of a man who was trying to treat the available information as ordinary and finding, with increasing precision, that it was not. The letters had been kept for 4 years. Behind a stone that required intention to get behind, with a strip of cloth holding them in their original order, because Aldric was the kind of person who preserved things in the order they had been received, because he believed the order was part of the meaning. This was not the behavior of a man who had tolerated the letters. Caelan had spent 4 years producing something and being fully certain it was unobserved, and the certainty had been the condition that made it possible, and the certainty had been incorrect for 4 years, and he was now in the position of revising every single thing he had understood about the past 4 years in the light of this new information, which was the kind of revision that happened all at once and therefore took a very long time. He went to prime. He stood in the choir stalls and said the hours with the automatic precision of a man whose body knew the liturgy well enough to carry it without his full attention, and he was not, for most of the office, particularly present. He went to breakfast. He ate it. He was aware of the refectory and its current geography of faction and silence, and the various ways that brothers had been rearranging themselves at the table over the past weeks. The gradual drawing of lines through the ostensibly neutral territory of shared meals. He was aware of this, and he cataloged it the way he cataloged all relevant information. And he was also, underneath the catalog, running a different process entirely. The process of a man asking himself what he intended to do. The thief doesn't believe in permanence. He had heard this in his own voice, clearly, sometime around 4 in the morning. The argument he had been making to himself for 12 years. The one that said the safest thing was to be the one who left first. He had heard it the way you heard familiar things at 4 in the morning, which was with the clarity available to exhausted minds that have stopped producing the protective noise. And what he had heard was the argument, and underneath the argument, in the specific silence of the pre-dawn chapter house, its absence of persuasive power. It had not been persuading him. He had been maintaining it by force of habit. He sat in the refectory and thought about this and ate his bread and was aware that Otto, across the table, was not looking at him with particular attention, which was how Otto looked at him when he was paying the most attention. He did not go to the scriptorium immediately after breakfast. He went to his cell. He sat at his desk. He took a piece of vellum from the small supply he kept there. He picked up his quill. He held it correctly. He put it down. He picked it up again, and this time he held it the way he had been holding it for the past year, the deliberate slight wrongness of the grip, the small rotation that was the only known act of deliberate vulnerability prior to this morning, and he sat with the quill in his hand and thought about what a person did with a thing that had become a signal, and whether the signal had been received, and whether, now that the answer to that question was no longer uncertain, the signal needed to continue. He thought about it for a moment. He kept the grip. Not because he couldn't change it, because changing it was a different decision from the one he was currently making, and the one he was currently making required more of him than the grip. He wrote. He held the quill in the air for a moment in the way of a man who is deciding whether what he is about to write is what he means or only approximately what he means, and he had always preferred precision to approximation. So he sat with the gap between them and tried to close it. He wrote, I am attempting to determine whether the appropriate response to this information is different from the response I would have predicted I would have. I cannot determine this. My prediction was incorrect. I am revising the model. He wrote, You kept them because they were true. I wrote them because they were true. I believed there was safety in writing what was true to an audience of no one. I was incorrect about the audience. He stopped. He looked at the page. He was aware, with the specific honesty he could not turn off regardless of its convenience, that the letter was doing what the letters always did, approaching something rather than arriving at it, getting precise about the perimeter of the thing without going directly to the center. He wrote, finally, in the smaller script that meant he was writing something that was going to be true whether or not he said it. I do not know how to stay. I have spent 12 years becoming skilled at leaving, and I've spent 4 years here and I am still not convinced that I know how to stay. But I think I am better at it than I believed. I think I may be better at it than I have been telling myself. I think I was telling myself I wasn't capable of it so that I wouldn't have to try. He set the quill down. He looked at the letter for a long time. The candle had gone out, and the morning light was doing the work now, the gray winter light that came through his east-facing window and landed on the vellum at an angle that made the ink look darker than it was. He did not burn it. This was not a decision he made consciously. He simply sat with the letter in front of him and did not move to light the brazier. And when he eventually stood and gathered his material for the scriptorium, he folded the letter and left it on his desk under a spare inkwell, and he went out of the cell and closed the door behind him, and the letter was still there when he left. He had not sent it. He had also not burned it. This was, he recognized, a new category, the letter that was neither destroyed nor delivered, the letter that was held. He filed this observation in the place he filed things he did not yet have a category for, and went to work. The scriptorium that morning had the quality of a room that was trying to be ordinary and almost succeeding. The storm had passed. The light was cold and clear, and the brothers at their benches were working with the focused quiet of people who were glad to have something uncomplicated to do. Caelan sat at his bench and picked up his quill and began the morning's copying, and he was aware, in the peripheral way, that he was always aware of Aldric's location, that Aldric was at his usual bench at the far end of the room. He did not look, not because he was avoiding looking, but because looking had a different weight this morning than it had carried for 4 years, and he was calibrating the weight before he deployed it. He worked for an hour. At some point during the second hour, Pell came in and settled at his bench with the chastened expression of a young man who has done something that produced results he had been hoping for, but had not entirely expected, and who was not sure whether the appropriate response was satisfaction or penitence, and was accordingly deploying both simultaneously. Caelan looked at him. Pell looked at the manuscript in front of him. "Brother Pell," Caelan said. Pell looked up. His expression shifted into the one he wore when he was about to commit to honesty and was not entirely sure how it would be received. "The door," he said. "I genuinely didn't. I knew the weather was." Pell: "Yes." "The work was done," Caelan said. "The texts are secured. The oilcloth is holding." He looked at him for a moment. The door cleared at 5:30. Pell nodded. He looked down at his manuscript. He picked up his quill. He worked for approximately 30 seconds, and then, in a voice pitched for Caelan alone, "Are you all right?" Caelan considered this question in its several dimensions. "I am," he said, revising a model. Pell processed this. "Is that good?" "It is accurate," Caelan said, "which is generally better." He returned to his copying. Across the scriptorium, Aldric was bent over the Book of Hours with the focused, unhurried precision that was his default register for all work. His head was slightly tilted, the angle he used when examining something at the illumination scale. His hands were sure. His attention was complete. He had not, in the hour since Caelan arrived, looked up. Caelan worked. He was aware, in the specific way of a man who has stopped pretending the awareness wasn't there, of every detail he had been cataloging for 4 years. The way Aldric turned a page with the same deliberateness he brought to everything, the way his breathing was audible if the room was quiet enough, the way the morning light caught the ink stains on his right forefinger and made them look for a moment like something deliberate. He was aware of the letter on his desk, folded under the inkwell. He was aware of 43 letters behind a loose stone on the west corridor. He was aware that he had, in the course of a single night, moved from a man who was definitely going to leave someday to a man who had not constructed an exit and could not, upon honest examination, identify when exactly this had happened. He was not entirely certain what to do with this. He was fairly certain that certainty would arrive in time. He was also aware, with the rueful honesty he permitted himself in private, that the part of him that had spent 12 years organizing for departure did not immediately know what to do with its organizational energy when departure was no longer the plan. He would figure it out. He was, as Otto had once told him, and as he had spent 3 years being annoyed about, sufficiently good at most things that he tended to figure them out eventually. He would figure this one out. He worked. He held his quill slightly wrong. He did not look at the far end of the room. He thought about the letter on his desk, and about the brazier he had not lit, and about the specific bravery required to hold a thing without burning it or sending it, which was perhaps the most difficult configuration of the three. He held it for 3 days. Chapter 15. The Man Who Keeps Things. The first thing Aldric did on the morning after the discovery was return to the Angel's Wing. He had been working around it for 2 months, refining the secondary feathers, adjusting the composition of the surrounding border, attending to every element of the illumination except the wing itself, which had continued to be slightly wrong in a way he could not resolve, because the error was not in the technique, but in the conception. He had been conceiving it wrong. He had known this for some time, and had not known what the correct conception was. And on the morning of the day after the chapter house, he sat down at his bench with the Book of Hours in front of him and looked at the wing and saw, with the clarity available to minds that have been reorganized overnight and are still in the process of settling, what it needed. It needed the wing to be in motion, not in the frozen decorative motion of liturgical convention, where the angel's wing was extended as a visual statement of celestial status, but in the actual motion of a thing that was lifting, that was engaged in the physical fact of its own function. He had been drawing it wrong because he had been drawing it as symbol rather than as creature, and the manuscript, which had been developing its own opinions about its content for weeks, had been correct. He applied the correction in 3 passes. The final adjustment, a shift in the leading edge that changed the angle of the entire structure without requiring him to change any of the surrounding work. He sat back. He looked at it. It was right. He continued. The morning proceeded. Brothers arrived at their benches. The scriptorium filled with its working sounds. He was aware, with the precision of a man who had spent years cataloging a particular variable without naming what the cataloging was for, of the moment when Caelan arrived and sat at his bench and began his work. He was aware of it in the way he was aware of the light changing when a cloud moved across the sun. Not dramatically, not with spectacle, but with the specific quality of a shift in the conditions of the room. He did not look up. He was not avoiding looking up. He was making a decision about looking up, which was a different thing, and the decision required more than he had assembled in the hour since prime, and the cup of water he had been drinking in lieu of the breakfast he had not been particularly interested in. He worked through the morning with a focus that was his best quality in difficult circumstances and his default quality in all others, and he thought with the careful, honest accounting that he permitted himself in private and which had, this morning, relocated to a space that felt uncomfortably close to the surface about what had happened and what it meant and what it required from him. What it required from him was the thing he had the least experience with. He was very good at maintaining. He was very good at the long, careful work of preserving things, of protecting them from the elements, of keeping them in conditions that allowed them to survive. He was not, in his assessment, equally good at the other part, the part that required him to let the thing he was maintaining be seen and be used and be changed by the using. He had been maintaining Caelan's letters for 4 years with the expertise of a man who understood conservation. The letter he had written in the abstract, the letter that had existed in his internal register for those 4 years, had never been finished because finishing it required an address, and an address required a decision he had not been ready to make. He was closer to ready than he had been yesterday. He was not certain what to do with the distance that remained. By midday, he had completed the November calendar page and was considering the December labor, which was a man splitting wood, and which was one of the few occupational roundels he found consistently satisfying to execute, because the physical fact of splitting wood was easy to render correctly. There was a right angle for the axe, a right set for the shoulders, a right relationship between the man's weight and the blade, and getting these things right produced an image that was honest in a way that purely decorative elements sometimes weren't. He was thinking about shoulders when Pell arrived with the compressed urgency he deployed for significant information. The dispatch, Pell said, slightly out of breath, setting the letter on Aldric's bench. He had the look of someone who has been carrying something with deliberate speed and is glad to put it down. From a diocesan office. It came with the Friday post. Aldric looked at the seal. He recognized the dispatch format. The diocesan courier's mark, the particular way the letter had been folded that indicated an official communication rather than a personal one. He did not open it immediately, because opening it would make its contents real in a way that the outside could defer. "Thank you," he said. Pell lingered, which was Pell's way of indicating that he had something else and was deciding whether to say it. "Pell," Aldrich said. "I'm sorry about the door," Pell said. "I genuinely didn't know it would swell like that. I know you didn't arrange the weather. I knew the wood had a tendency. I mentioned it, but I didn't." He stopped. He looked at the bench, and then at Aldric with the directness that was one of his best qualities and one of the reasons Aldric valued him in a specific, difficult way. One valued someone who told you things you needed to hear without always being glad to hear them. "Are you all right?" Aldric considered this question. "Yes," he said. Pell looked at him for a moment longer, and then nodded, with the expression of a young man who is filing information for later consideration and is exercising what, for him, represented extraordinary restraint by not asking the 10 follow-up questions that were visibly queuing behind his eyes. "Good," Pell said. He went back to his bench. Aldric opened the dispatch. He read it twice. He folded it. He set it flat on the bench beside the Book of Hours and placed both hands flat on the surface in the way he sometimes needed to do when receiving information that required physical anchoring, and he sat with it for long enough that the wood of the bench became warm under his palms. The dispatch was from the diocesan office, in the careful language that the diocesan office used when it was describing something significant that it preferred not to be held responsible for describing. It concerned the political situation. It concerned Osrin's declaration. It concerned, specifically, the positioning of certain institutions relative to the Crown's current advantage, and it suggested, in the particular cadence of official language that described actions as inevitable rather than designed, that institutions which had made their alignment explicit might find a coming period, the period following the war's current trajectory, one of some difficulty. It was in the precise reading available to a man who had spent 10 years navigating institutional politics, an announcement. Not an offer, not yet. An announcement that Dane's information had been correct, that the situation was resolving in the Crown's direction, and that the monastery's declaration had been recorded and would be remembered. He looked at the Book of Hours. The angel's wing was correct now, and it had taken him 2 months to see why it was wrong. He thought about this for a moment. He thought about what it meant to have been working around an error for 2 months, because he had been conceiving the thing incorrectly, and what it meant when the correct conception finally arrived. He thought about Caelan, who had said, "I think I may be better at it than I have been telling myself." He thought about a door swollen shut and a candle burning to its last quarter, and a man whose hands were usually occupied and who had, at 4 a.m. in a stone room, put them still in his lap and said, "I do not know how to do this without armor," with the directness of someone who had stopped managing what came out when they spoke. He had told Marate 6 months ago, in the letter he had sent, that was the most honest thing he had written to her in their 6 years of correspondence. "There's a man in this monastery I've been watching for 4 years. I say watching because it is the accurate word, though it is not the complete word. I have been attending to him the way I attend to manuscripts that have not yet shown me what they are, completely, with the understanding that the text will reveal itself when it is ready, and that patience is not the same as passivity." Marate had written back, "Patience is not the same as passivity. It is also not the same as action. At some point, the manuscript requires a reader who will open it." He had filed this response in the place he filed responses that he was not yet ready to act on, which was adjacent to the place he kept the loose stone. He picked up a piece of correspondence paper. He began to write. The letter to Marate was the first letter he had written in his own voice about this subject, rather than the theoretical register he had been using for 6 years. He was not certain this was the right time or the right recipient, but Marate had been the person closest to the question for years, and she deserved something more accurate than what he had been sending her. He wrote, "Something has changed. I am not yet certain of the shape of it. I am attempting to describe it to you, because you have been watching this situation with better vision than I have, and it seems fair that you should know the material has changed before I have fully cataloged it myself." He wrote, "I kept letters I was never meant to have. He burned them in my cell after finding them while I was with the abbot. He was still sitting there when I returned. What he did with the burning is not what I would have predicted. It was not rejection. I had not found the correct word for it yet." He stopped. He looked at what he had written. This was not accurate. This was 3 days ago's material. Today the material was different. He crossed out the last paragraph and wrote below the crossing out, because he was a man who preserved even his errors in the text rather than destroying them, because erasure was a form of dishonesty about process. That was 3 days ago. 3 days ago the letters were the most recent development. They are no longer the most recent development. The most recent development is more recent, and I am in the position of trying to describe it while still in the position of it, which is not a position I'm accustomed to describing from. He set the quill down. He held his hands flat on the desk. He thought about Caelan at the far end of the scriptorium, who had not looked at him directly in 3 days, which was different from the previous 4 years of careful managed distance, because the distance used to be the management of something maintained, and now it was the distance of someone managing something new and uncertain. He could read the difference. He had been reading Caelan's distances for 4 years. He picked up the quill again and wrote, in the smaller, faster hand he used when he was writing something before he could stop himself. "He has not looked at me directly in 3 days. I am aware of this with a precision I find disproportionate. I know where he is in the scriptorium without looking. I know when he picks up his quill and when he sets it down. I know because I have been watching his hands for 4 years that he is holding it slightly wrong again this morning, and the slightly wrong grip has a different quality than it had before, and I cannot determine what the difference is, and it is the only thing in this room I cannot determine, and I am finding this. I am finding this. He stopped writing. He sat very still. His hands were not moving on the manuscript. He was reading the same line 3 times, very still, before continuing, which was his tell, except that there was no manuscript in front of him. There was only the letter to Marate and the dispatches from the diocesan office, and the Book of Hours with its corrected wing, and the specific quality of the scriptorium in the afternoon when the light came through the high windows at a low angle and made everything look like it had been illuminated from within. He finished the letter to Marate. He sent it before Vespers, because waiting would not make it more accurate, and accuracy was the only goal he still fully understood how to pursue. Marate wrote back in 2 days, which was faster than the road between them usually permitted, and which meant she had written her response the same afternoon she received his letter and sent it before she could revise it, which was, in his experience, when Marate was most precise. The letter was 1 line. It said, "What are you waiting for?" He read it standing in the cloister walk with the winter afternoon light going flat around him, and he held it, and he thought about what he was waiting for, and the honest answer was that he was not entirely sure, and the honest answer beneath that was that whatever he was waiting for had already arrived, and he was simply still standing in the posture of waiting, because it was the only posture he had practiced. He folded the letter. He thought about the east corridor and the light under the door that he had been not stopping at for 4 years. He went to the west corridor instead, to his cell. He sat at his desk. He moved the loose stone. The letters were there. He did not take them out. He looked at them the way he sometimes needed to look at them, which was to remind himself that the things he kept were real, that the years he had spent carrying this had been years he had actually lived rather than years he had constructed in the manner of a story he was telling himself. The letters were real. The cloth was real. The stone was real. The weight of it, which he had never quite let himself call by its name, was real. He replaced the stone. He went to the east corridor. The light was on under the door. He raised his hand. He stood there for a long time. The monastery around him settled into its evening rhythm. Sandals on stone, the murmur of vespers from the chapel, the particular creaking of the old wooden choir stalls, the smell of bread from the kitchen that was always, at this hour, exactly the same. He had been living inside this sound for 10 years. He knew every element of it. He had cataloged it long ago, which meant it lived now in the part of his awareness that did not require active processing, the part that simply was. He stood at the door. He lowered his hand. He stood for another moment. He walked back to his cell. He sat at his desk. He pressed his palms flat on the surface. He looked at the wall where the loose stone sat unremarkable and entirely itself. He looked at the letter to Marate on the edge of his desk, already sent, already answered. The one line of its response clear and simple and entirely correct. What are you waiting for? He understood with the precise clarity he brought to all honest accounting, waiting for the right words. He had spent his life finding the right words for things, the exact language that matched the exact truth, and he was waiting for this because he did not want to say the wrong thing, and he did not want to say a thing he could not stand behind, and he did not want to begin something with imprecision that deserved precision. But Marate was right, and he knew she was right, and the waiting was no longer the preparation for action. The waiting had become the avoidance of it. He looked at the wall. He opened his ledger, which he had not written in for 3 days, which was the longest gap in its record in 10 years, and he wrote the date in a brief record of the dispatch from the diocesan office in language that was accurate and that would not, if read by anyone else, convey more than the surface. Then he sat for a moment with the quill in his hand. He wrote, in a margin of the ledger where it would not be seen unless a person was specifically looking, in his own careful, unmistakable hand, "I am not going to knock on this occasion. I'm going to knock on the next one." He closed the ledger. He looked at the wall. He went to sleep. In the morning, he went to the scriptorium, and he sat at his bench, and he worked, and Caelan was at his bench at the other end of the room, and the day was ordinary, and the work was ordinary, and neither of them looked at the other directly, which was the same as it had always been and not the same at all, and the book of hours waited in its place for the next morning and the next, accumulating its corrections, moving incrementally toward what it was actually meant to be. Chapter 16. Dane's Last Move. Dane had returned to the monastery 9 days after the chapter house. He came without announcement this time, which was a change from his first visit and which Caelan logged as information. A man who arrived without announcement was a man who had calculated that surprise served him better than preparation, which meant the message he intended to deliver was one that benefited from a recipient off balance. Caelan noted the arrival from the east corridor window. He noted the single attendant rather than the two from before. He noted the particular quality of Dane's movement through the courtyard, which was less the movement of a man receiving hospitality and more the movement of a man who had already decided what he was here to do and was managing the approach to it. He went to his desk and folded his hands and waited. Dane found him an hour later, which was either genuine coincidence or the product of having inquired about his location from someone in the cloister. Both were equally possible. Caelan did not spend time determining which, because the distinction did not change what came next. "I won't take much of your time," Dane said in the doorway of Caelan's cell, with the warm directness that had always been his most effective quality. Not asking permission to enter, not quite assuming it, occupying the threshold in the particular way of a man who had learned to make his presence feel like generosity. "You can come in," Caelan said. Dane came in. He looked at the cell with the attentive survey that was his version of courtesy, noting the space, registering its qualities, filing the information as something that might be useful later. He was wearing his travel clothes, which were expensive in the understated way of all his things, and he had the look of a man who had been on the road and had not changed, which was either genuine practicality or a signal. Caelan assessed it as both. "The situation has moved faster than I expected," Dane said. He sat on the bench by the window, which was the only seat that was not Caelan's desk chair, and settled into it with the ease of a man for whom other people's spaces were always comfortable. "The Crown's position is stronger than the diocesan office is yet acknowledging officially. The monastery's declaration will be a liability for the brothers who made it, and for the institution, in ways that will become apparent in the coming weeks." "I know," Caelan said. Dane looked at him. "I know you know. I'm not here to tell you what the situation is. I'm here because of Aldric Vale." Caelan was very still. Not the visible stillness, not the trained composure. The other kind, the one below the surface, the kind that happened when information arrived that had been expected and was still unwelcome when it came. "Vale's position is precarious," Dane continued, with the straightforward quality he brought to difficult things, which was one of the things Caelan had admired about him for 12 years before understanding what it cost. He followed Osrin. "The declaration is on record. When the new institutional arrangement comes through, and it will come through, there will be a question of what happens to the brothers most publicly associated with Osrin's faction." He paused. "I am in a position to ensure that the question has a favorable answer for certain individuals. This is not an unusual arrangement. I have made similar arrangements for others." "What do you want?" Caelan said. It was not a question. It was the direct approach, stripped of courtesy, because this conversation had been courteous long enough, and he could see its shape from here with the precision he had spent 12 years developing, and he would prefer to arrive at its actual content without the scenic route. Dane looked at him for a moment, with the recalibrating expression he wore when Caelan refused the register he had set up. "Vale has contacts in the northern diocesan houses, letters of introduction, existing relationships from his decade here. What I need is a letter from him to 2 specific parties, establishing that those parties are working with the Crown's interests rather than against them. It's a minor thing, a clarification of positions. He would not even need to know the full context." "He would not need to know the full context," Caelan said. "These things are often more cleanly handled when the parties involved." Dane stopped. Caelan looked at him. He looked at him the way he had spent 12 years being trained to look at things. Completely, with the understanding that what he saw was both the thing and the evidence of everything that had produced the thing, the accumulated record of a man's choices made legible in his present behavior. "You are asking me," Caelan said, "to carry an offer to Aldric Vale. An offer in which his cooperation in a matter whose full context he would not be given as exchange for protection from consequences he would be vulnerable to because of an alignment he made, in part because the political situation was not made clear to him by the people with access to clearer information. He paused. You want me to carry this offer? Dane held his gaze. You know how these negotiations work. I do, Caelan said. I also know what it means that you brought this to me specifically. You have other contacts in this monastery. You have Osrin's cooperation. You could make this approach through half a dozen channels. He let the sentence land. You brought it to me because you believe that my involvement makes it more likely that Vale will accept. And you believe that because you know the shape of the relationship, or what you believe the shape of the relationship to be. A pause in which Dane had the expression of a man encountering something he had miscalculated, and who was, as he had always been in these moments, intelligent enough to recognize the miscalculation, but not yet certain what to do with it. Caelan, I will carry the offer, Caelan said. Dane looked at him with something that might have been relief and might have been caution, because relief and caution, in Dane's experience, often arrive together. I will carry it, Caelan said again, because Aldric Vale should have the offer in front of him. He is an intelligent man. He is better equipped than most to assess an offer with incomplete context and extract the relevant information from what is not being said, as well as what is. He looked at Dane without the careful management, without the controlled distance that had governed his face in every conversation with this man for 4 years. I will also tell him what I think of it. Clearly, in 2 sentences, before I leave the room. Dane was quiet. I know, he said finally. I know that's not. It is what is available, Caelan said. Take it or leave it. Another pause. Then, take it, Dane said. He had the expression of a man who had arrived expecting a lever and had been given, instead, a message, which was a different thing and less useful for his purposes and the only option currently on the table. Caelan found Aldric in the scriptorium after sext. He had been avoiding the scriptorium, or rather he had been managing his attendance at the scriptorium with a precision that achieved avoidance without being technically that, which was a distinction he had been maintaining since the chapter house with the effort of a man who knows the distinction is thin but has committed to it anyway. He had been present. He had been working. He had looked at his own manuscripts and at the supply shelf and at Otto and at Pell, and he had been aware, in the peripheral and relentless way that was simply his nature, of Aldric at the far end of the room, and he had not looked directly. He looked directly now. Aldric was at his bench. He was working on a section of the calendar pages, not the illuminated panel, but the text proper, the Latin and of the liturgical year, in his usual precise hand. He did not look up when Caelan approached, which was not avoidance and was not unawareness. It was simply the quality of someone finishing a line before shifting attention, the professional courtesy of a mind that completed one thing before beginning the next. He looked up. Their eyes met with the particular quality that their eyes had met with for the past 9 days, which was different from before the chapter house and was not yet comfortable in its difference, which was the quality of 2 people who were still learning the new weight of a thing that had previously been familiar in a different configuration. I need a moment of your time, Caelan said. He kept his voice the even one, the professional one, not because he was performing distance, but because the even voice was honest, and what was about to happen required honesty more than it required register. Aldric set down the quill. He stood. He followed Caelan to the small alcove off the east corridor, which was the closest available space that was not someone's cell, and which was small enough that standing in it together had its own particular quality of proximity that Caelan noted and filed and did not address. He told Aldric about Dane's offer, briefly, clearly, without editorial. The contact letters, the protection, the incomplete context Dane preferred to maintain. He told him the structure of the offer in the language of a man who has explained political maneuvers before and does not require decoration to make them legible. Aldric listened the way he listened to manuscripts, completely, without anticipating the conclusion, taking the full shape of the thing before responding to it. He wants letters from me to 2 northern diocesan contacts, Aldric said, establishing those parties as favorable to the crown. Yes, in exchange for protection from the consequences of Osrin's declaration. In his framing. Yes. Aldric was quiet for a moment. His hands were loose at his sides, not folded, not occupied, which was one of his rarer configurations, and which Caelan had learned to read as the outward sign of a man who was thinking without his hands and finding it slightly uncomfortable. What do you think of it? I think, Caelan said, and there were 2 sentences, and he had prepared them, and he gave them to him directly, that it is the offer of a man who is willing to clean up a mess he partly created, provided he is compensated for the cleaning. And I think you are capable of seeing that without needing me to tell you. Aldric looked at him. There was a quality to the look, the precise quality that Caelan had been avoiding for 9 days, and that hit him now, in the small alcove, with the directness of something that had not lost any of its weight in the intervening time. It was the look of a man who was not managing what he was seeing. Thank you, Aldric said, for telling me. Both parts. Yes, Caelan said. He turned to go. Caelan. He stopped. I know what you're doing, Aldric said, and his voice was the quiet one, the precise one, the one he used when he was saying something that had been sitting behind his teeth for long enough that it was going to come out in the most accurate available form. I know why you carried it and what it cost you. I want you to know that I see it. Caelan stood in the alcove doorway with his back to the room, and Aldric behind him, and the corridor in front of him with its exits that he had catalogued 10 times and knew by heart. And he felt, somewhere in the architecture of his chest, a thing that was not the familiar sensation of the wall holding, but something adjacent to its opposite. He did not turn around. Don't accept the offer, he said. He meant it in the specific way he meant most things, both as what it said and as something underneath what it said, and he thought, in the moment between the words and the corridor, that Aldric would hear both. He went to his cell. He sat at his desk. He looked at the letter that had been sitting under his inkwell for 9 days, folded and present and not burned. He picked it up. He unfolded it. He read it once. He put it down. He stared at the ceiling for a while, which was not what he usually did with difficult evenings, and which meant that even his habits were changing shape around the thing that had changed. He thought about what it meant to be used as a lever. He thought about the architecture of it, the way Dane had assessed the situation and concluded that Caelan's involvement would be effective, which required Dane to have understood something true about the relationship, which meant the relationship was visible from the outside in a way Caelan had been operating as if it were not. He thought about the specific quality of Aldric's voice. I want you to know that I see it. He thought about what it meant to be seen, and whether being seen was the same as being known, and whether being known was the same as being found, and whether found was the same as caught, and at what point in that chain of equivalences a person had to concede that they had been, somewhere along the way, making an argument that did not hold. He did not burn the letter. He went to sleep with it on the desk. In the morning, it was still there. Chapter 17. What Loyalty Actually Looks Like. The note Aldric sent to Dane was 4 sentences. He wrote it on a Tuesday, 2 days after Caelan had stood in his cell doorway, and told him 2 things in the same breath, which was a thing Caelan did rarely, and which Aldric had come to understand meant that the content was both true and expensive. He had spent the 2 days considering the offer with the care he brought to all things requiring decision, which meant he had examined it from its stated terms, from its implied terms, from the structure of what it assumed about him, and what those assumptions revealed about the person making them, and from the question of what refusing it would cost. The cost was manageable. He had done the calculation 3 times to be certain. The note was precise and polite and contained, in its 3rd sentence, a phrase that Pell, who had carried it, had read twice before folding it and delivering it to Dane's attendant at the gatehouse. Pell had not said anything about the contents of the note. He had, upon returning, sat at his bench in the scriptorium and worked with the particular quality of a young man who is very pleased with himself and is trying not to show it, and who is not entirely succeeding, and who has concluded, correctly, that the appropriate response to this is continued silence. Aldric had watched him for a moment. Well done, he said, without looking up from the Book of Hours. Pell had made a small sound that was not quite a laugh. He had gone back to work. The note read, My lord, thank you for your consideration of my position and for the offer conveyed through Brother Caelan. I have given it the attention it deserves. I find, upon reflection, that the arrangement you have described requires me, to represent certain relationships in terms that would not be accurate, and that accuracy is not something I am able to set aside as a matter of convenience, even in circumstances where the convenience would be considerable. I appreciate that this response will be a disappointment. I remain, in the matter of the monastery's relationship with your office, available for any correspondence that does not require the above. It was, Pell had told him afterward, the most polite devastation he had ever read. What followed the note was not immediate. Things in institutional politics rarely were, which was one of their properties that Aldric had always found both frustrating and useful. The gap between an action and its consequences was long enough to maneuver in, if you understood the terrain. He understood the terrain. What he understood, specifically, was that refusing Dane's offer without offering Dane an alternative had made his position in the monastery genuinely uncertain. Not immediately, not in the dramatic way of outright removal, but in the slower, more reliable way that institutional precariousness worked, which was the way of a man whose allies were fewer than he had thought, and whose adversaries had just been given a cleaner claim on the future than he had. Osrin had been managing him at a remove since the declaration, which was its own kind of information. The declaration had been made, and Aldric had been present at it, and Osrin had treated this as sufficient and had not pressed for more public endorsement, which Aldric had assessed, correctly, as the behavior of a man who suspected that pressing would not produce endorsement, but had not yet determined what to do about this. The refusal of Dane's offer would reach Osrin by the end of the week. It would reach him as an action that Aldric had taken without informing him, which would be received as a form of disloyalty compounded by the existing uncertainty about Aldric's commitment to the cause. Aldric had made a decision. The decision was, this was the correct thing and the costs were manageable, and he was done calculating whether the correct thing was affordable before doing it. He had been doing the affordability calculation since he was 19, when affordability was the only lens available to a man holding a family together by the force of his own precision. He was 37. He had not been 19 for 18 years. He was doing the calculation by habit rather than necessity, and the habit was one he was prepared to revise. He was in the cloister garden on Thursday, the kind of cold, gray afternoon that was not uncomfortable if you kept moving and was uncomfortable if you stopped, attending to the particular section of the south wall that had developed an opinion about its mortar in the autumn and which he had been intending to report to the mason for 6 weeks. He was examining the crack with the focused attention he brought to structural problems when Osrin found him. Osrin's face when he arrived had the expression it had when he was managing something he would prefer not to name, which was the expression Aldric had learned, over 10 years, to read as the sign that the conversation was going to be more difficult than its opening suggested. "Brother Aldric," he said, "I understand you declined Lord Dane's offer." "Yes," Aldric said. He was still looking at the mortar crack. "The arrangement required me to represent certain relationships inaccurately. This was not something I was prepared to do. The offer was made in the monastery's interest," Osrin said, with the authority tone, the one that had always carried the assumption that Aldric would receive it as authority rather than as the rhetorical instrument it had become. "Dane's protection, at this stage, is not a trivial consideration." "I know," Aldric said. "I considered it carefully. And you refused it anyway." "Yes." A pause in which Osrin appeared to be assembling something, a longer speech, a more complete argument, the kind he made when he believed the matter could be settled by the right presentation of the correct reasoning. Aldric had listened to these speeches for 10 years. He had found them, in the early years, genuinely useful, which was the reason he had followed Osrin as long as he had. He had found them, in the latter years, increasingly the symptoms of a man talking himself into positions he would otherwise find untenable. "Your loyalty to this community," Osrin said, "has been one of the things I have relied on most in a decade of shared work. I want you to understand that what I am describing is not a personal matter. It is a matter of the monastery's survival in a period of significant political pressure." Aldric turned away from the wall. He looked at Osrin with the full attention that was one of the things Osrin had always said he valued, and which Osrin now received with the expression of a man who was not, in this moment, entirely comfortable being attended to. "I understand that," Aldric said. I also understand that the arrangement Dane proposed was built on a foundation that I am not willing to build on, and that my willingness to build on it was assumed rather than confirmed, and that the assumption was made because I have followed your direction for a long time without requiring confirmation of my own." He paused. That was a pattern I should have interrupted earlier. The failure to interrupt it is mine. Osrin looked at him. His face did the thing it did when he was encountering a register he had not prepared for, the thing it had been doing more frequently in recent months, which was the expression of a man who has been certain of the ground under his feet and has just registered the possibility that his certainty has been premature. "Brother Aldric," he said. "I intend to remain in this community," Aldric said. "I intend to continue the work of the scriptorium and to fulfill the commitments I have made regarding the outstanding commissions. I intend to be honest about my position when the institutional situation requires an accounting of where each person stands. My position is that the monastery's manuscript work and intellectual integrity are the things worth protecting, and that the political alignment which was made on our behalf may not have served those things as well as it was intended to." He paused again. "I'm telling you this because you deserve to know it from me rather than from the accounting that will arrive in its own time." Osrin was quiet for a long moment. "You have been preparing this speech," he said. "Yes," Aldric said. "I have." "How long?" Aldric considered. "Approximately 6 months," he said, "though the form it has now is more recent." Another long pause. The cloister garden around them was ordinary in all its winter qualities, the dead herbs, the cold stone, the particular quality of light that came from nowhere in particular and made everything look slightly reduced. A blackbird moved across the far wall in the specific way of blackbirds, which was with a confidence in its own direction that acknowledged nothing else. "You could have said this before the declaration," Osrin said. It was not an accusation. It was, Aldric thought, something closer to grief, the grief of a man understanding, without wanting to, that a situation he had believed was different from what it actually was. "Yes," Aldric said, "I could have. I lacked the clarity." A pause, and the courage. I was waiting for the correct words and the correct moment, which is a way of waiting that is sometimes necessary and sometimes simply avoidance. In this case, it was both. Osrin nodded once. He looked at the south wall, at the mortar crack Aldric had been examining. He looked at it for a moment. "The mason," he said. "I'll send for him." He left. Aldric stood in the garden for a while after. The cold was the cold of late afternoon and early winter, the kind that did not argue, but simply occupied, and he let it occupy for a few minutes without moving, which was a form of accounting he sometimes needed. Simply standing in a situation after having spoken in it, letting the reality of what had been said settle into the reality of what would follow. His position was precarious. He had known it would be. He had made the calculation and arrived at manageable. He believed this was still accurate. He thought about the East Corridor. He had told himself, 9 days ago, in the margin of his ledger, "I am going to knock on the next occasion." The occasion had presented itself twice since then, and he had found, on both occasions, a reason to call it not yet the right occasion, which was the avoidance Marate had diagnosed and which he had now, in principle, agreed to stop practicing. He went to the East Corridor after Vespers. The light was on under the door. It was always on under the door at this hour, and he had walked past it more times than he had a precise accounting of, and the accounting did not matter, and the walking past it had served a function for a long time that it no longer served, and he had written this in his ledger, and he had agreed with what he wrote. He raised his hand. He stood there. He thought about the note to Dane, and about the conversation with Osrin, and about the wing of the angel that had finally been correct when he stopped conceiving it as symbol and started conceiving it as creature, and about the way Caelan had stood in the alcove doorway with his back to the room and said, "Don't accept the offer," in a voice that meant both what it said and something underneath what it said. He stood with his hand raised. He was aware, with a precision that was simply the truth of the situation rather than anything he was manufacturing, that the available obstacle count had reduced significantly in the past 2 days. He had refused the offer. He had spoken to Osrin. He had done the things that needed to be done, and the doing of them had cost what he had calculated, and he had paid it, and the space on the other side of the door was 12 feet across and east-facing and occupied by the only person in his adult life who had refused to be filed away, cataloged, or managed, and who had written 43 letters to him in a hand he knew as well as his own. He knocked. He stood there. He waited. The seconds were the quality of the space between a drawn bow and a loosed arrow, the quality of something in motion that had not yet arrived. No sound came from inside. He waited another moment. He pressed his palm flat against the door. He held it there the way he held things that required steadiness, with full attention, without force. He lowered his hand. He walked back to his cell. He sat at his desk and held his hands flat on the surface and thought about what the knock meant, regardless of whether it had been answered, and whether a thing done was different from a thing that produced a result. He had knocked. That was the thing that had been done. The rest was in someone else's hands now, and that was appropriate, and he was not going to undo it, and he was not going to perform a feeling about the unanswered door that he did not actually feel, because the honest accounting of what he felt about the unanswered door was, I knocked. I did not know he was there. Tomorrow I will know better when to come. He opened the ledger. He crossed out the line in the margin, the one that said, I'm not going to knock on this occasion. He wrote below it, in the same hand, I knocked. He was not there. He closed the ledger. He moved the loose stone. He did not take out any of the letters. He looked at them for a moment. He replaced the stone. He read the Mare letter one more time. What are you waiting for? Nothing, he said aloud, to the empty cell, to the stone walls that had been hearing his private accountings for a decade, and that had, in their reliable way, kept all of it. He put the candle out. He slept. Chapter 18. The letter he almost sent. He had been holding letter 45 for 2 weeks when Otto took it. He did not know, at first, that it was gone. He noticed the absence the way he noticed most things in his cell, through the negative space, the disruption in the arrangement he maintained without particularly thinking about it, the sense that the geometry of his desk had changed overnight in a way too small to name immediately and too present to ignore. The spare inkwell was still there. The letter was not. He sat at his desk for a moment in the early morning before lauds and considered the available explanations. The cell had been undisturbed. His door was habitually locked at night, which was a habit from his years with Dane that he had never lost, not from paranoia, but from the simple discipline of maintaining a private space in shared institutions. Nothing else had moved. Nothing had been taken. Only the letter. He thought about the short list of people who had been in his cell in the past week, and the list was not long, and Otto was on it. He sat with this for a moment. He sat with it the way he sat with information that was inconvenient but true, fully, without the immediate impulse to arrange it into something more comfortable. Otto had taken the letter. Otto had been in his cell twice in the past week, once for a conversation about the scriptorium's winter schedule, and once to return a tool Caelan had borrowed without asking, which was a habit Otto had developed, because asking created a barrier to a category of small practical transactions that Caelan had never learned to accept gracefully. On one of those occasions, Otto had been alone in the cell for approximately 4 minutes, while Caelan answered a summons from Osrin's office. The letter had been on the desk, under the inkwell, in plain sight. Caelan sat with all of this. He thought about what the letter said, which he had memorized, because he was the kind of person who memorized things that mattered whether or not he intended to, and because he had read it enough times across 2 weeks that it had become a part of the internal landscape. He had written, I am attempting to determine the correct thing to do with the fact that I am better at this than I told myself. I have been telling myself, with considerable precision and commitment, that permanence is not something I am equipped for. I have been telling myself this for 12 years. I am now in possession of evidence that the telling was not accurate, and I am attempting to revise the model. And the revision is more difficult than I expected because the model has been load-bearing. He had written, I do not know if this letter has an address. I do not know if the person I have been writing to for 4 years would receive this one differently from the 43 that preceded it, because the 43 were written from behind the certainty that they would never be seen, and this one is written from behind the certainty that they might be, which is a different act and requires a different kind of nerve. He had written in the margin, in the smaller script, I think you're the only person I have ever chosen. I don't know what to do with that. I have never been good at staying. but I think I'm better at it than I believed. He sat in his cell in the gray before Laud's light and thought about those sentences in Otto's hands, in transit to wherever Otto had decided they belonged. He thought about what Otto would do with them. Otto was not a subtle man in the ways that most men were subtle. He was, however, subtle in the way of people who had seen a great deal and had concluded that the shortest distance between 2 points was usually the honest one. He would not have taken the letter to read it. He might have read it because he was Italian and because the letter was there and because 4 years of watching with heroic restraint had a way of producing a man with limited resistance to available information. But he would not have taken it to read it. He would have taken it because he had decided that the letter's current state, which was neither burned nor sent, was not a state that was serving anyone, and that his intervention was preferable to watching 2 men conduct an extended mutual standoff until one of them expired from accumulated restraint. This was, Caelan recognized with the honesty he could not turn off, accurate. He went to Laud's. He went to breakfast. He ate his bread in the way of a man who is conducting an internal negotiation and has not yet arrived at terms, which was to say he ate it without noticing it. Otto was across the table, eating with his usual focused appreciation, apparently entirely unconcerned by the quality of Caelan's silence, which was its own form of concern. "Otto," Caelan said. "Yes," Otto said, without looking up from his bowl. "Where is it?" A pause. Otto ate a piece of bread. He considered it. He looked up. His expression was the one that contained the dual register of a man who is fully prepared to defend what he has done and who also finds the situation, in the specific way of someone who has been waiting for it for 3 years, genuinely and quietly delightful. "It is somewhere will do more good than your desk," he said. "That is not information. It is directional information," Otto said pleasantly. Caelan looked at him. Otto met his look with the equanimity of a man who has done a thing he believes in and is not going to be moved by disapproval, which was one of Otto's most consistent qualities and the one that made him, of all the people at Saint Wulfric's, the one Caelan had least reliable authority over. "You had no right to." "No," Otto said. "I didn't. I had the judgment of a friend who has been watching you not send it for 2 weeks, which is a different kind of authority. Weaker legally, but more relevant to the situation." He broke another piece of bread with the unhurried competence of a man who has already won an argument and knows it. "You weren't going to send it." "I might have." "You might have," Otto agreed. "In another 2 weeks, or another 4, or after the political situation clarified itself, or after you had found a better word for the 3rd line, or after any one of the 20 reasons you would have found to continue not sending it had been exhausted." He looked at Caelan with the specific warmth of a friend who loves someone and is, in this moment, being more honest about it than the friend has asked for. "I was not going to watch you burn it." Caelan was quiet for a moment. "It was mine," he said. He did not mean it as an accusation. He meant it in the precise sense in which things were mine, the specific gravity of something that belonged to you in the way that only things written in private, at cost, towards something you are not certain of belonged. "Yes," Otto said. "It was." He put down the bread. He looked at Caelan with something that was not sorry and not quite not sorry, but was instead something in the register of honesty about consequences. "It still is, in the way that matters. The words are yours. They came from you. Whether they're on your desk or somewhere else does not change that." Caelan looked at the table. He thought about the letter. He thought about 2 weeks of holding it in the specific configuration of neither burned nor sent, which was the configuration he had told himself was temporary and which had not resolved itself. He thought about what he had said in it, which was the most honest thing he had ever put on paper in his own name, and about the particular quality of something written honestly and then carried rather than given. He thought about bravery. "Where did you put it?" he said. Otto looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at the far end of the refectory, where the West Corridor brothers ate, and then back at Caelan, and his expression was the simple one, the one with all the editorial stripped out, the expression of a man making a single clear statement. "You gave it to him," Caelan said. "I delivered it," Otto said. "There is a difference. I would not give something of yours to anyone. I delivered it, which means I placed it in a location where it would be found, without commentary, and without waiting to see the result." "Which location?" "His desk," Otto said. "Under his spare inkwell." because that is where you keep things on desks when you intend for them to be found eventually. Caelan sat with this. He was aware, in the particular way that large pieces of information settled in his chest when they required both accepting and rearranging everything around them, of the full weight of what Otto had said. The letter was on Aldric's desk. Aldric had read it, or would read it, and there was no configuration of events from this point forward in which that was not true. He could not burn it now. He thought about this. He turned it over in the careful way he turned things that had weight. He looked at it from the angle of the person he had been 6 months ago, who would have found the loss of control over the letter's disposition catastrophic, who would have felt the exposure as damage. He looked at it from the angle of where he was now. He found, to his considerable surprise, that it was something closer to relief. Not entirely, not uncomplicated. The part of him that had spent 12 years organizing for departure still had an opinion about this development and was voicing it in the way that old habits voiced themselves even after they had lost their authority. He heard the opinion. He noted it. He did not find it persuasive. "You are unrepentant," he said to Otto. "Yes," Otto said. "Entirely. You are aware that this may not produce the result you intend." "I am not intending a specific result," Otto said. "I am intending for something to be in motion that was not in motion before. Results are not mine to arrange." He picked up his bowl with the air of a man who has said what he came to say and is now returning to the pleasures of breakfast. "That part is yours." Caelan went to the scriptorium. He sat at his bench. He picked up his quill. He held it slightly wrong, the deliberate, slightly wrong that had been his only known act of deliberate vulnerability before the chapter house, and that was now, in the new landscape, something else. Not a signal being sent, but a habit that had become a fact about himself. The small rotation of the wrist that was, he could now admit without managing the admission, a form of reaching without reaching. He worked. He was aware that somewhere on the west corridor, in a cell with a desk organized with the logic of a mind he had been reading for 4 years, there was a piece of vellum that had come from under his inkwell. He was aware of this the way he was aware of all things he could not stop being aware of, completely, without relief from the awareness. He had not burned it. Otto had made the decision he had not been making, which was not the same as Caelan having made it, and was also not entirely different from it, because a letter carried to a desk by someone who knew where to put it was not the same as a letter burned in a brazier at the corner of a cell, and Caelan had known where the brazier was and had not lit it, and that was also a decision. He had made the choice not to burn it for 2 weeks. He had not made the choice to send it. Otto had made a third choice, which was to move the letter from the space between burning and sending into a space that required something else, something that Caelan was going to have to figure out the shape of, because the letter was on a desk now, and a man had read it or was going to read it, and the next move was Caelan's. He worked for 3 hours without looking up. At some point in the 3rd hour, he was aware, in the peripheral and relentless way, of a change in the quality of the room. He did not look. He continued his work, which was a section of the medicinal herb text that had been waiting for his attention since the autumn and which was not going to wait longer without consequences. Then, from the direction of the far bench, the sound of a quill being set down with the specific deliberateness of a man setting something down because he has finished one thing and is attending to the next. Caelan did not look up. The morning continued. He held his quill slightly wrong. He thought about the letter on Aldric's desk and about what it said, and about what it meant that it was there, and about the particular bravery of a thing that was no longer only his, that was now shared whether he had shared it or not, and about what he intended to do about the morning that was coming after this one, and the one after that. He thought, the thief is not practicing for a departure. He thought, the thief is sitting at a bench holding a quill with a wrong grip that has become the right one. He thought, I think I'm better at this than I believed. He continued working. The light moved through its winter angle in the scriptorium, cold and clear through the high windows, doing what light did in this room at this hour, which was to make the manuscripts look as if they had been illuminated from within. It was a good morning to be working. He stayed. Chapter 19. All is lost. The discovery. Aldric asked him on a Thursday. It was a request so ordinary that Caelan processed it, initially as ordinary. The ledger was in Aldric's cell. Aldric was occupied with the abbot until after sext, would Caelan retrieve it. The abbot needed the commission accounts before noon. The ledger was on the desk, third from the left. Caelan said yes because it was a practical request, and he was a practical person, and because yes was the correct answer regardless of the specific quality of his current relationship with Aldric, which was the quality of a man who has not been alone in a particular room since a particular letter arrived in it 3 days ago, and who has therefore been conducting a complex calculus around the room's gravity without fully acknowledging the calculus. He collected the cell key from the hook at the scriptorium entrance where Aldric left it when he was going to be occupied for the morning. He went to the west corridor. Aldric's cell was the last one, chosen for the thick wall and the consequent quiet, and it had the quality of all rooms that belonged to people of strong interior order. It was organized as an extension of the mind that organized it, clear and functional and without surplus. The desk had its materials in their arrangement. The ledger was third from the left, as Aldric had said. The book of hours was on the stand beside the desk, open to the November labor, the man with his axe. Caelan did not look at the inkwell. He reached for the ledger. Then he stopped. The wall to the left of the desk was stone, unremarkable, one of the several sections of old wall in the monastery that showed the marks of centuries without showing anything else. He had been in this cell before twice in the past month, both times briefly and with Aldric present, and he had not been looking at the walls with any particular attention. He looked at this section of wall now. It was not that anything was visibly different. There was no gap, no loose mortar, no obvious alteration. It was simply that a man who had spent 12 years reading environments for the information they contained and who had, in the past few weeks, been thinking about the word behind a stone in the way that certain ideas became unavoidable once they had arrived, was standing in front of a section of wall where a single stone sat with a quality subtly distinct from the stones around it. Not loose, not shifted, slightly, in the specific way of things that have been touched more often than the rest, worn. The knowledge arrived before the reaching. He knew it was there. He knew it the way he had always known things that he understood before he had done the work of understanding, with the immediate and voluntary certainty of a body that has already processed what the mind is still arriving at. His hands moved. The stone was not difficult. It had been removed and replaced many times, and the mechanism was simple. A slight upward pressure, a pull. The space behind was the width of 2 stacked books, and it was dark, and it smelled of old vellum and dust, and the particular dry warmth of a room that had been heated for a decade, and it held, in the dark, a stack of letters bound with a strip of cloth. He took them out. He stood with them in his hands. He counted them. He counted them twice, because he was a detective by nature and a thief by training, and both halves of him required certainty, and the number was the same both times. 43. 43 letters bound with a strip of cloth torn for what looked like a novice's habit. In a hand he recognized the way he recognized his own pulse. Immediate, involuntary, impossible to ignore. His own hand. He sat on the stone floor. He did not plan to sit on the stone floor. He sat on the stone floor because his legs made a decision about the situation before he had fully processed it, and the decision was that standing was not the appropriate posture for receiving information of this scale. He looked at the letters. He looked at the strip of cloth. He looked at the specific deliberateness of the binding, which was not casual, not the binding of a man who had stacked things behind a wall for convenience, but the binding of a man who had organized them with care, who had maintained their order, who had handled them enough times that the cloth had worn a groove in the outermost vellum from the years of repeated contact. He took the oldest one. He knew it by its condition, the thin vellum and the specific degradation of the crossing out, the particular density of the corrections that was thinner than the later letters, a man with less practice in writing toward honesty. He had written this one in his first month at Saint Wulfric's. He had written it in the dark of his new cell with a candle that had burned low, and he had written at the bottom in smaller script, "I do not know why I am writing this. You will never read it. Perhaps that is the point." He sat on the stone floor of Aldric's cell and read all 43 letters. He read them in order, which was the order they had been kept, which meant Aldric had organized them by date, which meant Aldric had read them enough times to know their sequence, which was information that landed in Caelan's chest with the weight of a thing that had been true for a long time and was only now being received. He read the first letter, which was short and full of crossings out and had used the word despised, which had been the most honest thing he could manage at the time. He read the 5th letter, which was where the despising had stopped. He read the 12th, and found the word beautiful in the margin, half hidden under a correction, which he had not remembered writing, and which was, he found, not surprising. He read the 30th, and the 31st, and the ones after, where the letters had stopped performing distance and had started being what they were. He read the 43rd. He sat with all 43. He sat for a long time. The candle in the bracket burned on the desk. The light was the particular afternoon quality of Aldric's cell, the west-facing light that came in lower than the scriptorium's east-facing light and had a more amber quality, slower, as if it were considering the objects it illuminated before committing. The Book of Hours on its stand had its man with his axe, working with the set of shoulders that Aldric had spent 3 days rendering as work rather than symbol. Caelan thought about 43 letters. He thought about a strip of cloth torn from a novice's habit, which meant that Aldric had found a cloth somewhere rather than using the more logical available alternatives, which meant the strip had been chosen rather than defaulted to, which meant there had been attention paid to how the letters were held together. He thought about a loose stone that required intention to get behind, not a casual hiding place, not a drawer or a box that existed for storage, a gap in a wall that required knowing it was there, and reaching and lifting and placing and replacing. Every time, he had written 43 letters to this man. This man had kept every one. This man had maintained them in order, in a place that required intention to reach, for 4 years, in a room that Caelan had been in twice in the past month, and that had contained them the whole time, and had said nothing. I have never been able to throw away true things. He had not read those words yet. He would read them in a few weeks, with the brazier's ash cooling in the corner and Aldric standing in the doorway. He would read the full shape of what the letters keeping meant when Aldric told him in the specific precise language that was his version of declaration. But he was here now, in the cell, on the floor, and he was reading the letters themselves rather than the explanation of them, and the letters were in his own hand, and they were every true thing he had ever written, and they had been kept. Something happened in the architecture of his chest that did not have a clean word in the language available to him. He thought about the wound. He thought about Dane, and about 12 years, and about the particular message that had been delivered in warmth and official language, and the specific register of a man who had genuinely liked him and had found, when the moment required it, that the liking was not the same as the keeping. He thought about 43 letters behind a stone. He thought about the distinction between being valued and being kept. He sat for a very long time. Then he stood. He looked at the letters in his hands. He looked at the loose stone in the wall. He looked at the brazier at the corner of the cell, the small iron one meant for warming ink on cold mornings, which had a layer of ash in it from the last use, and which held, in its structure, the precise function he needed. He built a fire. It was not a large fire. He was careful about it because Aldric's cell was Aldric's cell, and he was not going to burn the cell in the course of doing what he was doing. He used the kindling from the small pile beside the brazier and lit it with the flint from the desk and waited until it caught, and then he fed the letters to it one at a time, not quickly, not impatiently, but with the steady, deliberate attention of someone doing something that required doing correctly. He watched each one take the flame. He did not feel, watching, what he might have expected to feel. He did not feel the loss of it, or the violence of it, or the grief that he had half anticipated when he thought about this in the abstract, which he had occasionally done across 4 years. He felt something that he did not have an immediate word for, and which would take him until he was sitting in front of the ash, still, with the letters gone, to find. He burned all 43. He watched the last one curl and reduce and become something that was the shape of what it had been and no longer the thing. And he sat with the cooling brazier and the ash and the afternoon light in the west-facing window, and he thought, mine? Not the burning as destruction, not the burning as erasure, the burning as possession. He had brought those letters into this place from the self that had written them, from the 12 years before this place and the 4 years inside it, and they had been kept by someone who understood them as true, which was the most extraordinary thing, and the truth of them was still true, was truer now than it had ever been, and the form of them was ash. The ash was in the brazier in Aldric's cell. He had burned his letters in Aldric's cell. He sat with this. He thought about permanence, which was the thing he had always told himself was not for him, which was the lie, which was the architecture he was going to have to rebuild from a different foundation. He thought about a man who had kept 43 letters for 4 years and said nothing except in the margins of everything, in the staying in rooms, in the quills set to the right hand, in the 2 sentences in the refectory that had read Dane correctly in 30 seconds. He was sitting in front of the cooling brazier, still, when he heard footsteps in the west corridor. The cell door opened. He did not turn. He heard Aldric stop. He heard the quality of the stop, which was the quality of a man taking in a room and understanding immediately everything significant about the current state of it. The open wall, the stone to the side, the ash in the brazier, Caelan on the floor. "You found them," Aldric said. It was not a question. He had never wasted words on questions he already knew the answers to. "I burned them," Caelan said. A pause in which the cell was very quiet. "I know," Aldric said. Caelan turned then, because there was something in the voice, in the specific quality of the 2 words, that required him to see the face. He turned and looked up at Aldric standing in the doorway with the late afternoon light behind him and the expression of a man who had been preparing for a moment without quite believing in its arrival, who was neither resigned nor frightened, but who had about him the quality of someone who has been carrying something heavy for a very long time and has arrived at the place where it can be set down. "You're not angry," Caelan said. "No," Aldric said. "You should be angry." "No," Aldric said. "I shouldn't." Caelan looked at him. Aldric crossed the room. He did not sit at the desk, not on the bench. He sat across from Caelan on the stone floor because that was where Caelan was, and because the floor was appropriate for conversation that did not require the elevation of furniture. He looked at the brazier. "You kept them," Caelan said. "All of them? For years?" "Yes." "Why?" It was the question that required the most, and they both knew it when it arrived, and Aldric held it for the length of time it required to find the most accurate answer rather than the first one. "Because they were true," he said, "and I have never been able to throw away true things." The ember in the brazier shifted. Somewhere in the monastery, a bell rang vespers. Caelan looked at the ash. "I burned them because they were mine," he said. It came out quiet, with the quality of something said from behind a last available shelter, from the place where there was no further management possible. "And I didn't want them to exist in a form that could be taken from me." Aldric looked at him. "That is either the most possessive or the most tender thing you have ever said to me." "It's both," Caelan said. "Yes," Aldric said. "I know." The bell finished its ringing. The light in the cell was deep amber now, the last of the day coming under the door and through the gap in the shutter. The ash in the brazier was gray and still and entirely itself. They sat on the stone floor of Aldric's cell and did not move for a long time, which was a different kind of stillness from the 4 years of managed distance, the deliberate, calculated stillness of men who were keeping things apart. This was the stillness of men who had run out of walls. They were not touching. They were also not pretending. Outside, the monastery settled into its vespers rhythm, and the light went, and the cell was dim, and neither of them moved to light the candle. Caelan looked at the letter on the desk. Under the inkwell, his 45th in Otto's custody transfer to Aldric's desk, 3 days sitting there, and Aldric had not mentioned it, and Caelan had not mentioned it, and it was there, and he was here on the floor, and the ash was the ash of 43 true things that were still true. "The letter on your desk," Caelan said. "Yes," Aldric said. "You read it." "Yes." "When?" 3 days ago." A pause. "I have read it more than once." Caelan looked at the floor. He looked at the ash. He thought about 3 days of the scriptorium and the far bench, and the quill being set down between strokes, and neither of them looking directly, and about what Aldric had done with those 3 days of carrying the letter's contents, and whether the knock at his door on the evening of the first day, the knock he had not been there for, because he had been in the cloister with Pell examining the mortar crack, had been connected. "You knocked," he said. 2 nights ago." "Yes," Aldric said. "I wasn't there." "I know that now." Caelan looked at him. "You were going to knock again." "I wrote it in my ledger, Aldric said with the specific flatness of a man making a statement that is true and that is also, in retrospect, slightly absurd, which was a register Aldric occupied very rarely and which landed in the specific quality of the cell and the ash and the evening bells with something that was close to warmth. You wrote a note to yourself to knock on my door. I wrote that I was going to knock on the next occasion, Aldric said, in the margin, so that I would not find a reason to call it not yet the right occasion. Caelan was quiet for a long moment. That is either the most methodical or the most romantic thing you have ever said to me, he said, the ghost of something at the corner of Aldric's mouth. It's both, he said. Yes, Caelan said. I know. The silence that followed was the silence on the other side of something, which was different in texture from the silences they had been building and maintaining and defending for 4 years. It was not absence. It was not distance. It was the silence of two people who had, in the space of one afternoon and one conversation, said more in the direct register than in 4 years of the other kind, and who were sitting with what that meant. The candle on the desk was still unlit. The evening was settling around them. Neither of them moved. There is, Caelan said, finally, a significant amount we have not said yet. Yes, Aldric said, there is. I don't think we're going to say all of it tonight. No, Aldric said, I don't think so either. Tomorrow, Caelan said. Tomorrow, Aldric said. And then, with the precision that was his version of warmth. And the day after, Caelan looked at him. He thought about the thief who did not believe in permanence. He thought about the architecture of 12 years, and what it had cost to maintain it, and what it was going to cost to dismantle it, and whether the cost was one he could afford, and whether at the level of honest accounting that he could not avoid, he had already been paying it in a different currency for 4 years. He thought about 43 letters in ash. He thought about the words that were still true whether they existed in vellum or not, which were, I think you're the only person I have ever chosen. All right, he said. Yes, Aldric said. The monastery finished vespers and moved toward Compline, and the cell was dim, and they sat on the stone floor of it, two men who had run out of walls and had not yet determined what they were going to build instead, and the silence between them was the kind that asked nothing and waited for nothing, and was simply, for the first time in a very long time, enough. Chapter 20. The ash knows what it was. The ash was still in the brazier on Friday morning. Aldric had not cleared it. This was not an oversight. He was a man who maintained his cell with the same logic he applied to his work. Functionally, without surplus, each thing in its correct place with its correct purpose. The ash from the brazier was normally cleared on the morning after use, tipped into the kitchen's collection for the week's lime-making, replaced with clean kindling for the next morning's warming. He had not cleared it. He had woken before lauds in the gray dark of his cell and looked at the brazier from his bed, and the ash was there, and he had looked at it for a while, and then gotten up and dressed and gone to the chapel. And when he returned, the ash was still there, and he left it. He was not entirely certain. In the honest accounting he conducted every morning as a matter of discipline, why he was leaving it. He examined the available reasons. The ash was the record of something. The ash was not the letters, but it was what the letters had become, which was a different kind of record, and it belonged to his cell in the way that it belonged nowhere else. And the question of when to clear was not one he was ready to answer yet. He worked through the morning with the focused attention that was always available to him regardless of circumstances, which was one of the things he valued most about the nature of skilled work, that it was independent of the weather of the interior. The book of hours required attention. He gave it attention. The November labor was complete. He was beginning the December page, the man splitting wood, and he was thinking about the correct relationship between the axe's angle and the man's shoulders and the physics of the split, which was a problem with a right answer that could be found by looking. He was thinking about this when Caelan came in, not to the scriptorium, to his cell. It was an hour before vespers, and Aldric was in his cell rather than the scriptorium because the afternoon light had shifted in a way that made the finer illumination work impractical, and because he had wanted to be somewhere he could think without the texture of the room, changing what he thought. And Caelan knocked, which was different from a knock that had gone unanswered 2 nights ago, and which was different from every knock before it in 4 years of existing in adjacent corridors. Because this knock had the quality of a man who had decided to come and had not stopped to calculate the cost. Come in, Aldric said. Caelan came in. He looked, Aldric thought, like a man who had slept adequately and was not going to claim otherwise, which was itself a form of honesty. He had his hands loose at his sides, which was the configuration Aldric had learned to read as the honest one, the one that happened when there was nothing left to hold. He looked at the brazier. "You didn't clear it," he said. "No," Aldric said. Caelan looked at the ash for a moment. Then he looked at Aldric, and his expression was the unmanaged one, the one that had been available since the chapter house in small increments, and that had been, last night, in the dim cell on the floor beside the brazier, present for a sustained period without the careful management that usually governed it. "The ledger," Caelan said. "You never got it to the abbot." Brother Pell brought a copy of the relevant accounts. Aldric said. The abbot was satisfied. "Good." A pause. "I'm sorry. That I was there longer than I should have been for your errand." "You were there as long as you needed to be," Aldric said. Caelan looked at him. He came further into the room and sat on the bench by the desk, which was not the floor, but was the configuration appropriate to a cell that had been slept in and tidied, to a morning after that was different from a night before. He sat with his hands on his knees and looked at the desk, at the ledger in its place, at the book of hours on the stand with the December page begun. "I need to say something to you," Caelan said. "Yes," Aldric said. "I expect you do." A pause in which Caelan appeared to be doing the thing he sometimes did before he said something he had decided to say, checking it for precision, making sure that what came out was what he actually meant rather than the approximation of it. Aldric had watched him do this many times, in conversations about manuscripts and politics and the practical management of the monastery, and he had always found the habit admirable and occasionally inconveniently slow. He waited. "You kept 43 letters," Caelan said. "Yes. I have been trying to determine," Caelan said, "for approximately 18 hours, what the correct response to that is. I have been trying to determine it in the way I determine most things, which is by examining the available evidence and arriving at the most accurate available conclusion. The difficulty is that the available evidence is not the kind that produces a single accurate conclusion. It produces several. They are all true. They do not resolve into a single thing." Aldric looked at him. "Tell me the ones that don't resolve," he said. Caelan looked at the brazier. "One of them is that you have been carrying something for 4 years in silence, and that the silence is partly why the wall has lasted as long as it has, and that I am not angry about it, and also I am somewhat angry about it. And both of those are accurate." "Yes," Aldric said. "I know. Another is that I have been writing letters to a man who has been keeping them, and that the writing was possible because of the certainty they would never be seen, and that the certainty was incorrect from the first one, and I need to determine what it means that every letter I wrote was effectively already addressed, even when I did not believe it was." "What does it mean?" Aldric said. Caelan looked at him for a moment. "It means," he said slowly, "that I have been choosing you for 4 years without calling it a choice, and that you have been choosing me back, and that we are both very intelligent men who managed, between us, to not notice this for 4 years, which I find either impressive or embarrassing, and I have not yet decided which." "Both," Aldric said. "Yes," Caelan said. "I thought so." He stood. He was doing the thing he sometimes did when he was moving through an internal landscape. He was not certain of the terrain of small, unnecessary movements, not restless, but not still, the contained version of needing to be in motion while he thought. He picked up the small tool from the edge of Aldric's desk, the bone folder used for vellum preparation, and turned it once in his hands and set it down. "I burned the letters," he said. "I need you to understand why. Not the reason I said last night, which was true. The full reason." "Tell me," Aldric said. "Because I found them," Caelan said, "and I read them, and I understood that they had been kept, and the understanding was it was the largest piece of information I have received in 4 years." He paused. He was still looking at the brazier. "And I burned them because I needed them to be mine, not because I wanted them gone. I burned them so that no one else could take them. Not Dane's politics, not the war, not the next thing that comes after the war. I took them back into myself, where they couldn't be reached." He looked at Aldric. "I know what that sounds like," he said. "I know it could be read as destruction. It isn't. Every word is still true. The ash doesn't change what was written." Aldric was very still. "No," he said. "It doesn't. I wanted you to know. Caelan said. That I didn't burn them as a rejection. I burned them as the opposite of that. The cell was quiet. The afternoon light was the amber quality, the west-facing quality, the same light that had been in the cell last night when Caelan had been on the floor with a cooling brazier. Aldric looked at the ash and thought about what it contained, which was not nothing. It was everything true that Caelan had written to him across 4 years, in a different form, in a form that was not available to anyone who might reach for it. He thought about this. He found that it was a form of keeping he understood. "Do you remember," Aldric said, "what you wrote in the first letter?" Caelan looked at him. "I remember everything I wrote. The last line of it." A pause. Caelan's expression shifted through something that was not quite a smile. The expression of a man encountering the precise shape of an old thing from a new angle. "You are the most competent person I have ever despised," he said. And then it changed. "In the 5th letter," Aldric said. "You know that." "I read them carefully," Aldric said. He held Caelan's eyes. 3 times each, very still before continuing. "That is how I read things that move me." The silence after this was the silence of a room in which something true had been said in the direct register rather than the oblique one, and both people in the room were receiving it in full. Caelan sat back down. He did not sit on the bench this time. He pulled Aldric's desk chair away from the desk and turned it toward the bench and sat in it, close, which is a physical statement about proximity that was not touching and was not touching, which was the configuration of 2 people who have decided distance is no longer the default and are finding the new one. "I need to tell you something I haven't said yet," Caelan said. His voice had the quality it had at 4 in the morning in the chapter house, stripped of management, direct in a way that cost him something. "Yes," Aldric said. "I don't know how to do this well," Caelan said. "I know how to do it badly, which is what I've been doing for 12 years, which is to be the person who doesn't stay. I am very skilled at the exit. I am less skilled at the..." He stopped. He tried again. "I'm learning to be skilled at the staying. I am at an early stage of this. There will be failures of execution." "I know," Aldric said. "I'm telling you because you should know before you..." He stopped again. He looked at Aldric with the full directness that was the most exposed thing about his face when he let it happen. "I'm not a safe choice, in the ways that safe is usually meant." Aldric looked at him for a long time. "I have been keeping 43 letters behind a stone," he said, "for 4 years, telling myself this was harmless because I would never act on it. This is not the behavior of a man making safe choices." He paused. "I'm also telling you, I'm not good at kneading. I have been the one who holds things together for 18 years. I'm not skilled at being the one who puts something down. There will be failures of execution on my side as well." Caelan looked at him. "Then we are both learning," he said. "Yes," Aldric said. "We are." The bell rang compline. Outside, the monastery moved into its evening sequence. Sandals on stone, the murmur of the office, the specific creaking of the old wooden choir stalls that both of them had memorized without meaning to, the smell of bread from the kitchen that was always the same. "The war," Caelan said. "Yes," Aldric said. "It is going to end badly for your faction." "I know. For one of us." "For yours," Caelan said. "Probably. The Archbishop's people chose a man whose authority is no longer alive to sustain it. The king's people have the surviving authority." A pause, in which both of them held the particular quality of a practical conversation being had in a space that was also not practical at all. "I don't want to take you prisoner. I know you don't. I also can't simply..." He stopped. Started again. "The politics of this require that there be an accounting. I have spent the past week being strategically silent and strategically present in ways that have been, I think, useful, but they don't resolve the fundamental." "Caelan," Aldric said. He stopped. Aldric leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his hands loosely clasped, the posture of a man who has decided that what is about to be said has been sitting behind his teeth long enough. "I have known for 3 months that the Archbishop was going to fall. I have known for 6 weeks that Osrin's declaration was not going to be able to be defended. I have spent 4 weeks finding an honorable way to navigate the aftermath." "And," Caelan said, "and I have concluded that honor is a less useful compass than I was taught," Aldric said, "and that I would rather be wrong about the Archbishop than right about this." He looked at Caelan with the gray eyes that did not look at things so much as read them. I'm not asking you to solve the politics. I'm telling you that I'm tired of the wall between us. That I was tired of it before the war built it, and I am more tired of it now. A pause. The kind that Aldric used when there was more and it needed space. I kept 43 letters, he said. I kept them because I'm apparently incapable of throwing away the things that matter to me, even when prudence recommends it. His voice was the precise one, but it had lost, in the past 30 seconds, the last layer of distance that the precise one sometimes carried. You burned them. That is your right, but I still know what they said. So do I, Caelan said. I wrote them. The amber light was gone now, the day fully done, the cell lit only by the candle on the desk that Aldric had lit at some point without marking it. The ash in the brazier was gray and still. The stone sat flush in the wall, ordinary, giving nothing away. Then we both know, Aldric said. Yes, Caelan said. And knowing is not the same as saying. No, Caelan said. It is not. I would like, Aldric said, with the care of a man who has found the precise word and is delivering it with all the attention it deserves, to say it. Caelan looked at him. Then say it, he said, quietly, the voice stripped down to its actual register, without the steadiness that was performance and without anything else that was management, simply the voice of a man who was present and listening. Aldric said it. He said it in the direct register, without the oblique approach, without the careful theoretical framing he had been applying to this question for 4 years. He said the way he wrote things that mattered, precisely, completely, without armor. The cell received it. Caelan received it. He sat for a moment with what had been said, which was the most true thing that had been said in this room in 4 years of accumulated true things. And he thought about 43 letters that were ash, and about a 45th that was on this desk, and about a letter that was going to be written eventually that would begin where the 43rd had left off and would not need to be anonymous. I know, he said. Yes, Aldric said. I thought you did. I was not ready to know it, Caelan said. There is a difference. I know that too. Caelan stood. He stood with the quality of a man who is not leaving, but who has arrived at the end of one part of an evening and the beginning of the next, and who is attending to the transition. He looked at the brazier. He looked at the ash. He reached into his habit and took out a piece of vellum, folded twice. He sat on Aldric's desk beside the Book of Hours, not under the inkwell. In plain sight. Letter 46, he said. I would like you to read it. Now, Aldric said. When I'm gone, Caelan said. Some things I still write better than I say. He went to the door. Caelan, Aldric said. He paused, hand on the frame. Tomorrow, Aldric said. The scriptorium. The morning. Yes, Caelan said. I'll be there. He went out. He walked the length of the west corridor to the junction, and turned right toward the east, and the monastery was in Compline around him, and his hands were loose at his sides, and he was not counting exits. He was going to his cell. He was going to sleep, and in the morning he was going to go to the scriptorium, and the morning after that, and the morning after that. He was going to sit at the bench and pick up his quill and hold it slightly wrong. And the wrongness was going to be what it had always been and what it was now, which was his only act of deliberate vulnerability that predated all the others, that would continue after all the others, that had been, from the beginning, the small, insistent signal of a man who was going to keep showing up whether he admitted it or not. He was going to keep showing up. This was, he thought, in the private, honest accounting that he conducted without being able to stop, a new thing. Not entirely new. He had been showing up for 4 years. But he had been showing up with an escape route always half-mapped, a door always left unlocked, a posture that said, I am here, but I'm also already planning the next departure. He was going to show up without the escape route. He was going to sit on the bench in the same room as Aldric and work on their respective manuscripts and argue about quill technique, probably in theology and the correct interpretation of certain passages in the Rule of St. Benedict. And he was going to do this tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. He was, in the language available to a man who had spent 12 years being the one who left, going to stay. He lay down. He looked at the ceiling. In the west corridor, a man he had spent 4 years writing toward was reading a piece of vellum by candlelight, and the ash in the brazier was the ash of everything true that they had both been carrying, and the morning was coming, and it was going to be ordinary, and ordinary had never, in 4 years at Saint Wulfric's, meant empty. He closed his eyes. He slept. Chapter 21. The Wrong Side of a War You Didn't Choose. The war resolved itself the way wars in monasteries generally did, not with soldiers, but with paperwork. Caelan had known this was coming. He had been watching the institutional architecture of Saint Wulfric's for 4 years, and he understood, with the precision of a man who had spent 12 years reading exactly these kinds of situations, that the violence of political conflict in an ecclesiastical institution was always administrative rather than physical. It arrived in letters from diocesan offices. It arrived in the quiet reassignment of responsibilities. It arrived in the gentle, devastating language of official correspondence that described the removal of a thing without ever calling it removal. He spent the week after the ash in Aldric's brazier being strategically, quietly, and entirely deliberately conspicuous about certain things. He attended every meeting of the Manuscript Oversight Committee. He produced meticulous records of the scriptorium's recent commissions, complete with patron correspondence, materials accounting, and a detailed notation of which projects were in progress and which brothers were essential to their completion. He wrote 3 letters to the diocesan archive referencing the monastery's intellectual output over the past 2 years, noting with the specific neutrality of a man who had been trained never to editorialize, that the quality of Saint Wulfric's manuscript work was exceptional and that its disruption would be a loss to institutions that relied on it. He mentioned Aldric's name in 2 of the 3 letters. He mentioned the Book of Hours in all 3. He was not announced about this. He did not tell Aldric he was doing it. He did not ask for acknowledgement and did not expect any. He did it because it was the correct thing, and because the correct thing in this situation was also the thing he chose, and the distinction mattered to him in a way it would not have mattered 6 months ago. He was in the scriptorium on a Tuesday, 7 days after the evening in the West Corridor cell, when Pell appeared at his bench with the controlled urgency he deployed for information he had been carrying long enough to find uncomfortable. "Dane is in the abbot's house," Pell said, at the low volume he used when he had determined that the information was significant, but that not everyone in the room needed to know he had it. "He arrived an hour ago, with 2 men from the diocesan office." Caelan set down his quill. He looked at the manuscript he had been working on, which was a section of the Herb Commission, the same one that had been waiting since autumn, and he thought briefly about the quality of a task that waited while everything else changed and was still there, unchanged when you returned to it. "I know," he said. Pell looked at him with the expression he wore when he believed Caelan was being excessively calm about something. "He is going to remove Osrin." "Yes," Caelan said. "I know that as well. In Brother Aldric's position." "Pell," Caelan said. Pell stopped. "Go back to your work," Caelan said, not unkindly. "The commission will not manage itself." Pell went back to his work, with the expression of a young man who had been asked to be patient about something he had a great deal of investment in, and who was managing this with approximately the grace it deserved, which was to say imperfectly and visibly. Caelan watched him for a moment. He had always seen his younger self in Pell, in the hunger for the correct answer and the impatience with the time it took to arrive, and the seeing had always been accompanied by a specific form of care that was its own kind of complication. He picked up his quill. He did not return to the herbs. He sat for a moment with his hands occupied, which was the configuration he used when he needed to think rather than act, and he thought about Dane in the abbot's house, and about the diocesan letters he had written, and about the particular shape of political maneuver that did not announce itself, because announcement was the one thing that made it reversible. He thought about the word he had used, privately, in the letter he had not sent, in the 45th letter that was now in Aldric's possession. "The only person I have ever chosen." He thought about what choosing looked like from the outside, when you did it for someone else rather than for yourself. He put the quill down. He went to find Dane. Dane was in the cloister garden, which was where he went when he wanted privacy that looked like air. Caelan had known this since the first visit. He had noted it without marking it as significant at the time, and had not retrieved the observation until now, which was itself a form of information about the past 4 years. He came around the corner of the covered walkway and stopped at the entrance to the garden, and Dane was there with his back to the far wall, standing among the dead winter herbs with his hands behind his back, looking at nothing in particular with the expression of a man doing calculations. He looked up. Something moved across his face that was neither surprise nor its absence, but the specific expression of a man who has been expecting a confrontation and has now determined the form it will take. It was, Caelan thought, the most honest expression he had seen on Dane in 4 years. "Caelan," he said. "My lord," Caelan said. He walked into the garden. He did not rush it and did not slow it, the pace of a man who had determined where he was going and was going there. He stopped at a distance that was not the distance of deference, but the distance of two people who were going to speak directly. "The diocesan representatives are here to address the monastery's alignment," he said. "I know what that means. I know. What I want to say is not about the politics." Dane looked at him. The warm attention was there, the genuine interest, the quality that had at 17 felt like being seen, and at 29 felt like being read, and at 34 felt like neither, felt simply like the operational surface of a man whose intelligence had always been in service of his interests. "Say it then," Dane said. "You taught me," Caelan said, "that value and love are different things. You taught it by example, over 12 years, with the specific efficiency of teaching by demonstration rather than instruction." He kept his voice the even one. It was always the even one. "I know you did not intend it as a lesson. I have told you this. I am not revisiting the accounting. The accounting is settled." "Then what are you?" "I'm telling you," Caelan said, "that the lesson was useful. Not in the way you might prefer, but in the way that things are useful when they are true." He looked at Dane with the full attention, the reading rather than seeing. "What you did was not malicious. You are not a malicious man. You are a man who organized your life around a principle that treated people as resources, and who was genuinely fond of certain of those resources, and who discovered, when it mattered, that fondness was not the same as the thing you substitute when you don't have the other thing." Dane was very still. It was not the stillness Caelan was accustomed to finding in men, which was the stillness of a man deciding whether to be offended. It was something different. It was the stillness of a man who was being seen in a way he was unaccustomed to, and was finding it, if not comfortable, then at least impossible to dismiss. "You have," Dane said, carefully, "become something different from what you were." "Yes," Caelan said, "I have. The monastery has done something to you that I did not predict." "Not the monastery," Caelan said. He said it simply, without theater, without the management he would have applied 6 months ago to a statement that gave something away. The monastery was simply the place where it happened. The winter garden was quiet around them, the dead herbs in their careful rows, the stone walls doing their work of containment. Somewhere above the main gate a bird was making the particular sound of a bird that had found something interesting and was undecided about it. "I need something from you," Caelan said. Dane looked at him. "Not for myself," he said. "I have not needed anything from you for 4 years, and I am not going to start. I need something for the monastery, specifically for its manuscript program and for the brothers most essential to it." He met Dane's eyes. "I need the accounting of who is aligned with Osrin's declaration to be conducted with a precision that distinguishes between men who believed in the cause and men who were present at a meeting in which the cause was adopted, and who are not the same category." Dane was quiet for a moment. "That is a very carefully drawn line." "I draw lines carefully," Caelan said. "You know this about me. What you are asking for is political cover for a specific individual." "I am asking for accuracy," Caelan said. "The accuracy happens to protect a specific individual. Those are not the same request, and I am making the first one." Another pause. The kind that Dane used when he was calculating something, running the available variables through the model that had, across their working relationship, produced results that serve him reliably. Caelan watched him calculate. He had always been able to watch Dane calculate. It had not always been useful, and was useful now. "The manuscript program," Dane said. "I have read your letters to the diocesan archive." "I know you have," Caelan said. "I wrote them for you to read." Something almost warm in Dane's expression. The version that was not quite a smile, the version Caelan had seen very rarely in 12 years, which was the expression of a man encountering a quality in someone he had underestimated. "You have been conducting a very quiet campaign." "I've been doing my job," Caelan said. "The job I have now, which is different from the job I had for you." My job now is to ensure that this institution continues to function and produce work that matters, and to protect the people who make that possible. He paused. I'm very good at this job. You should remember that when you review the letters I sent. Dane looked at him for a long moment. Brother Vale, he said. His faction's cooperation was not decisive in the Archbishop's cause. No, Caelan said. It was not, and his manuscript work is genuinely exceptional. You have seen it. You know what it is. The diocesan office will require something, Dane said. Some acknowledgement of the declaration's error. Something for the record. He will provide it, Caelan said. He said this without uncertainty and without hedging, because he was not uncertain and the hedging was not useful. He will provide it honestly, without theater, in a language he uses for things that are true. The record will have everything it needs. Dane looked at him for a long time, long enough that Caelan waited without filling it, because he had learned, in 12 years and in 4 years, and in the specific education of the past several months, that the most honest silences were the ones you did not decorate. All right, Dane said. Caelan nodded once. He turned to go. Caelan, Dane said. He stopped. The man in the west corridor, Dane said. His voice had the quality it sometimes had, the quality beneath the warm, expansive surface, the quality of a man who was more observant than his method usually required him to be. You wrote those letters for him. Caelan did not turn around. He stood in the garden entrance with the cloister walk behind him and the winter herbs to either side and the particular cold of a December afternoon that had decided to be honest about its temperature. I wrote the letters for the monastery, he said. A pause. Also for him, he said. He went back to the scriptorium. He sat at his bench. He picked up his quill. He held it slightly wrong, the familiar rotation of the wrist, the small, deliberate imprecision that had been, from the beginning, the only thing he had allowed to be visible, and that was visible now in a way it had not been before, which was the way of things that had started as signals and had become simply habits, simply true. He returned to the herbs. The commission would not wait forever. He worked until vespers, and he did not look at the far end of the room, and he did not need to. Osrin received the diocesan communication on Wednesday. Caelan was not present for this, but he knew the shape of it from the quality of the monastery's afternoon, which changed the way a room changed when something had happened in it that had not yet been processed by everyone in it. He read the change the way he read all environments, completely, without needing to be told. By Compline, it was known throughout the monastery that Brother Osrin would be moving to an administrative posting in the south, effective at the end of the month. The phrasing was the institutional one, the language of reassignment rather than removal, which was the language that maintained the dignity of all parties involved, and which meant precisely what it said, and also precisely what it did not say. Brother Aldric Vale had been asked to continue in his role as scriptorium overseer, pending a review of his work and the monastery's alignment. The review would be conducted by a representative of the new administrative structure. Caelan read this communication, which Pell brought to him with the expression of a man who had been waiting to deliver good news and had found that good news was often more complicated than it looked on paper, and he sat with it for a moment in his cell. He thought about what it had cost. He thought about the 3 letters to the diocesan archive, and the conversation in the cloister garden, and the 12 years of knowing how men like Dane calculated, and the specific use of that knowledge now, in this place, for this purpose. He thought about the word chosen and what it meant in practice rather than in the abstract. He folded the communication. He set it under his inkwell. He went to find Aldric. He found him in the scriptorium, where Aldric was always to be found at this hour, working on the December calendar page with the unhurried precision of a man for whom the political situation was real and consequential and not, in this particular moment, in this room, the thing that required him most. He was aware, when he walked in, of the specific quality of Aldric's awareness without looking up, the peripheral attention that was simply how Aldric existed in rooms that Caelan was in, which Caelan had stopped pretending was not mutual. He sat at his bench. He picked up his quill. The review, he said, without preamble, because they had, over the past week, been working their way toward a mode of speaking that did not require the elaborate preparation that their previous conversations had required. It was not yet comfortable. It was improving. The new administrator. I know who they are sending. Aldric set down his quill. He looked at Caelan with the gray eyes, the reading ones. Who? Father Emmerich, Caelan said. From his southern house. He has managed 3 political transitions in 3 institutions in 20 years. He is pragmatic to the point of being occasionally unsentimental about it. He cares about the work. He paused. He will not require performance. He will require accuracy, and he will require the work to be good, and he will evaluate your position on the basis of the manuscripts rather than the declaration. Aldric was quiet for a moment. You arranged this. I arranged for the relevant information about the monastery's manuscript program to be in front of the people making the decision, Caelan said. The decision was theirs. Caelan. He looked at Aldric. Aldric looked back. His expression had the quality it had in the West Corridor cell, the one that had developed since the chapter house, the specific quality of a man who had stopped requiring his face to give nothing away, who had determined that giving something away, in this context, was not the same as losing it. Thank you, Aldric said. It was 2 words, and they were the direct ones, and they landed in the scriptorium the way direct things from Aldric always landed, with a weight of something carefully chosen rather than casually deployed. Caelan looked at his manuscript. The commission required it, he said. Aldric picked up his quill. Also me, he said. Also you, Caelan said. They worked. The afternoon light moved through the high windows in the particular way of December afternoons, cold and horizontal and honest about its limits. Around them, the scriptorium had its sounds, the familiar sounds that Caelan had learned in 4 years, and that had, somewhere in that learning, stopped being the sounds of a place he was enduring and become the sounds of a place he was in. He held his quill slightly wrong. He did not burn anything. He worked until the bells rang and went to Compline and sat in the choir stalls with his hands in his lap, and for the first time in 12 years did not, when the office was over, catalog the exits before he rose to leave. Chapter 22. Father Emmerich doesn't care about your feelings. Father Emmerich arrived on a Thursday, which was either coincidental or appropriate, and Aldric suspected both. He came with a single attendant and a letter from the diocesan office and the expression of a man who had done this before and had developed, across 3 institutions and 20 years of administrative transitions, a very precise sense of how long he intended to spend on any part of it. He was 52, Flemish, broad through the chest in the way of men who had done physical work in their youth and retained the architecture, with gray-brown hair worn short, and a face that had the particular quality of a face that had seen a great deal and had decided that most of it was interesting rather than distressing. He did not perform warmth. He did not perform authority. He performed, as far as Aldric could determine in the first hour, only the activity he was currently doing, which was examining Saint Wulfric's. He arrived at the chapter house where the senior brothers had assembled for the introductory meeting, assessed the room in a single circuit of his gray eyes that suggested he had already formed his primary conclusions and was checking them against the physical evidence, and sat at the head of the table without waiting to be invited to sit there. I have reviewed the monastery's records for the past 2 years, he said, without preamble. The institutional alignment that brought me here is documented. I'm not interested in relitigating it. He looked around the table. I am interested in whether this institution can do what it is here to do, which is to produce work of quality and to maintain the intellectual function that makes it worth the diocesan structure's investment. Everything else is secondary to that question. He paused. The pause had the quality of a man giving a room time to adjust its expectations before he continued. Brother Ostrin's work on behalf of this community spanned a decade and includes genuine contributions to its institutional integrity. Another pause. It also includes commitments made in the monastery's name that were not in the monastery's interest. These 2 things are both true. I do not require anyone to resolve them into a single assessment. History is rarely that accommodating. Several of the senior brothers were wearing expressions that suggested they had been expecting something more dramatic, which was the expression of men who had been inside an institutional conflict for several months and had begun to understand conflict resolution as requiring the same registers as conflict itself. Father Emmerich appeared entirely untroubled by their expectation. Brother Aldric, he said. Aldric looked at him. Emmerich looked back. His eyes had the same quality as the eyes of the men Aldric found most useful, the ones that gathered information without declaring what they intended to do with it. I have reviewed the manuscript commissions. The Beaumont Book of Hours is extraordinary. It is not yet complete, Aldric said. I know. I would like to see the current state of it. After this meeting. Yes, Emmerich said. After this meeting. He returned to the room at large. The administrative transition will proceed as follows. He proceeded, clearly and without excessive elaboration, to describe it. Aldric listened. He was aware, in the peripheral way that had been the texture of his awareness for 4 years, and that had changed in the past 2 weeks in ways he was still mapping, of Caelan's absence from this meeting. Caelan was not on the oversight committee that had been called. He was in the scriptorium. Aldric knew this because he had seen him go there, and because he always knew, regardless of the distance, where Caelan was in relation to where he was, which is a fact of the past 4 years that he had spent 4 years declining to examine, and that was now simply true. Emmerich's transition plan was precise and realistic and contained no requirement for the public performance of remorse that Aldric had been, privately, preparing for. He had been preparing for it with the thoroughness he brought to all preparations, which meant he had thought about what he would say and how he would say it, and what he was genuinely willing to claim about his role in the declaration and what he was not. And he had concluded that the honest accounting would cost him more credibility than the institutional accounting, but would, in the end, leave him with more than either. He had been prepared to give the honest accounting. He was, he found, relieved not to be required to. The meeting lasted 40 minutes. It ended with Emmerich standing, which indicated that it was over, and the senior brothers filing out with the particular quality of men who had been prepared for something difficult and had been given something merely practical, and who were not yet certain how to feel about the disparity. Aldric remained. Emmerich looked at him from the other end of the now empty table. The Book of Hours, he said. Yes, Aldric said. He took Emmerich to the scriptorium. Emmerich looked at the Book of Hours for a long time. He held it the way manuscripts were held by people who had been trained to hold them, and whose training had become instinct, with the flat support of both hands and the particular care for the spine that distinguished a reader from a handler. He went through it slowly, not in the manner of someone assessing value, but in the manner of someone reading, which was a distinction that Aldric had learned to make and that this man made naturally and without effort. He stopped at the angel's wing. He looked at it for a long time. This was wrong, he said. Then it was corrected. Yes, Aldric said. The correction is visible in the gold leaf. The layers. He tilted the page slightly. Someone looked at this for a long time before they understood what was wrong with it. 2 months, Aldric said. Emmerich looked up at him. His expression had the quality of genuine interest, which was different from performed interest in the same way that his authority was different from performed authority. It didn't announce itself. What did you finally understand? That I had been conceiving it as symbol rather than creature, Aldric said. That the wing needed to be in motion rather than in the posture of motion. The distinction is small in description and considerable in execution. Yes, Emmerich said. He looked at the wing again. I know that distinction. He continued turning pages. The marginalia. These are your additions. The primary text is the commission. The marginalia are my own. He paused. A conversation with myself about the text that the commission did not require. It makes it better, Emmerich said. Not the judgment of a patron assessing value. The judgment of a reader assessing truth. These figures in the lower borders. Arguing. Yes. About what? Aldric considered. The figures in the lower borders of the Book of Hours were, in the strict accounting, about the texts alongside which they appeared, a disagreement in the margins of the November labor, a clarification in the December margins, a sequence of small paired figures in the hours of the Virgin that appeared to be conducting, across 4 pages, a sustained debate about something the primary text had said that one of the figures found insufficiently argued. He had added them without explicit intention and had continued them because the manuscript, as he had noted, had developed opinions about its content. About precision, he said. About the difference between the symbol of the thing and the thing itself. Emmerich looked at him. The gray eyes had the quality of a man who had heard what was said and what was underneath it and was deciding with the pragmatism of someone who had managed 3 institutional transitions, whether either of them needed to be addressed. I read the letters to the diocesan archive, Emmerich said, from Brother Caelan Voss. Aldric kept his expression the composed one. He had practice. Yes. He made an intelligent case for the monastery's manuscript program, specifically for its continuity. Emmerich turned one more page. He mentioned you by name 4 times. I know, Aldric said. Emmerich looked at him with the expression of a man who was making a final assessment and had arrived at his conclusion. He is on the east corridor. Yes. You are on the west. Yes. A pause. Emmerich set the Book of Hours down on the stand with the care of a man returning something to its correct place. The Archbishop is dead. The manuscript is not. He looked at the remaining pages, open to the Hours of the Virgin and its small, arguing figures. Prioritize accordingly. He left. Aldric stood in the scriptorium for a moment after. He thought about the economy of certain people's speech, the way some people could say the most important thing in the fewest words and make those words land with the full weight of everything they had not needed to add. He had this quality himself, and he recognized it in Marate and in Caelan and, apparently, in Father Emmerich, who had arrived at Saint Wulfric's 4 hours ago and had already produced the most useful sentence Aldric had heard in 3 months. The Archbishop is dead. The manuscript is not. He picked up the Book of Hours and sat at his bench and opened to the December page, the man splitting wood, and he looked at it with the critical attention he brought to all his work and determined that the shoulders were correct and the axe angle was correct and the particular relationship between the man's weight and the blade was correct, which was a thing that could be verified by looking because there was a right answer. He picked up his quill. He worked. Pell came to find him after sext. This was not unusual. Pell came to find him at all hours with the cheerful frequency of a young man who had identified a person worth his attention and had committed to that identification fully and without reservation, which was one of his best qualities and occasionally one of his most challenging ones. Today he had the expression of someone carrying several pieces of information and deciding their order of priority. Father Emmerich has settled in the abbot's rooms, he said, setting himself on the adjacent bench in the way that was simply how Pell occupied adjacent benches, with the comfortable permanence of someone who had decided the space was available and was using it. He has already reviewed the commission ledger and has asked for the materials requisition records for the past 3 years. Good, Aldrich said. He also visited the kitchen, Pell said, and apparently had opinions about the bread. What kind of opinions? Favorable ones. He told Brother Godwin that the rye was correctly proportioned, which Brother Godwin is treating as the highest compliment he has received in his 20 years at the oven. Father Emmerich is a practical man, Aldrich said. Pell appeared to be organizing his remaining pieces. He had the look of someone who had arrived with a primary purpose that was not the ones he had already delivered. Aldrich waited, because Pell's primary purposes generally required the preliminary ones to clear the path. Letter 45, Pell said. He said it the way he said things when he had decided to say them. Directly, without the elaborate preparatory scaffolding that less confident people deployed. Brother Caelan's, the one that Otto moved. Aldrich set the quill down. He looked at Pell. Pell looked back with the direct patient attention that was one of his best qualities and that Aldrich had sometimes found alarming and always found a gift. I know Otto did it, Pell said. Otto told me. He told me last week, which means I've been carrying this for 6 days, which I submit should be acknowledged as evidence of considerable restraint on my part. It should, Aldrich said. So you have it. You have read it. Yes, Aldrich said. Pell was quiet for a moment. He was doing the thing he sometimes did, which was letting information he had just confirmed settle into the model he had been building, which was the model of 2 men he had been watching with considerable investment for an extended period and which had, in the past several weeks, produced enough new data to require significant revision. He was processing the revision with the methodical thoroughness that made him, in Aldrich's assessment, likely to be genuinely valuable if the monastery managed to keep him long enough. And, Pell said, and what? Aldrich said. Pell looked at him with the flatness of a young man who is not going to accept a non-answer from someone he respects too much to pretend the non-answer is a real one. And what did you do about it? Or what are you going to do? Or what does it mean that you have read it? He paused. I'm not asking for the intimate details. I am asking because I have been watching this for the better part of 2 years, and I have, I think, some investment in the outcome. Aldric looked at the Book of Hours. He looked at the arguing figures in the lower border. I knocked on his door, he said. He was not there. He knows I knocked. We have spoken about the letters, about what they mean. We have not resolved all of it. But Pell said, it was a very small word. It carried the weight of a young man who had asked the most accurate question he had ever asked and who was waiting for the most accurate answer available. But we're going to, Aldric said. Pell absorbed this. He sat with it for the length of time it required, which was short because Pell was quick and because the information was simple even if what it implied was not. And then his face did the thing it did when he had arrived at something he had wanted to arrive at, which was not the performed happiness of a person demonstrating a reaction, but the unguarded variety, the kind that arrived before the face had time to manage it. He picked up his quill. He looked at his manuscript. I have a correction to the 3rd line of the December calendar, he said, in the tone he used when he was returning to work after a conversation had produced what it was going to produce. The feast date is wrong by 1 day. Fix it, Aldric said. I am fixing it, Pell said. They worked. The afternoon had the quality of December afternoons when the politics have shifted. Not resolved, not finished, but moved past the particular register of held breath and arrived at something more like steady work. The light was cold and clear and came through the windows without apology, the same light it had always been, and the scriptorium had its sounds, and Pell worked on the calendar date with the focused care of someone doing a small thing correctly, and Aldric returned to the man with the axe. He knocked the shoulders into their final position. He looked at the result. It was right. He set down the quill and looked at the page and thought about correction and the time it took and the specific quality of the thing that had been wrong and was now right, and that showed, in its layers of gold leaf, the evidence of both states. He thought about what Emmerich had said. He thought about the East Corridor. He went to Vespers. He sat in the choir stalls and said the office in the voice he had used for 20 years, the voice that carried the liturgy as its cargo and required nothing from him beyond the mechanics of the carrying. And he was aware, through the office and after, of the particular shape of what was waiting for him on the other side of the evening. He had knocked once and been not there. He had written it in his ledger. I knocked. He was not there. He had crossed the cloister garden every evening for 2 weeks with the East Corridor at the end of it and found, each time, one more reason that this evening was not quite the right evening. Not avoidance exactly. The avoidance Marate had diagnosed had been addressed. This was something else. The specific calculation of a man who had been very careful for a very long time and who was learning to understand when careful had become its own form of delay. He had read letter 45 11 times. He had the line memorized that said, I think you're the only person I have ever chosen. After Vespers, he walked the East Corridor. He knocked. The door opened. Caelan stood in the doorway with the candlelight behind him and his hands loose at his sides, which was the honest configuration, the one without armor. He looked at Aldric with the reading expression, the one that had been there since the beginning and that had been for 4 years, part of what Aldric was carrying, the specific weight of being read by someone who was very good at reading. Come in, Caelan said. The chapter ends here, which is to say, the door opened. The rest is not the end of a chapter. It is the beginning of the next thing, which is different, and which neither of them had yet found all the language for. But neither of them needed language for the threshold. They had been standing on either side of it long enough to know what it meant. Aldric crossed it. The door closed behind him. Outside in the cloister, the monastery settled into its evening sounds, sandals on stone, the lingering murmur of the office, the specific creak of the choir stalls as the brothers dispersed. Bread from the kitchen, stone and cold, and the accumulated particular quiet of a place that had been holding its own history for longer than the men inside it. Inside the East Corridor cell, 2 men who had been choosing each other for 4 years without calling it a choice were, for the first time, in the same room with the choosing acknowledged. Neither of them was going to call that the end of anything. Chapter 23. What the Thief Keeps. The morning after was also a morning. This was something Caelan had not, in his careful prior accounting of outcomes, fully prepared for, which was itself interesting. But the thing you had not permitted yourself to want for 4 years arrived, and then became part of the sequence of days, which continued to require bread and prime, and the particular cold of a December morning that had decided not to make exceptions for interior developments. He was aware of this in the way he was aware of most things, completely and without the option to be less aware. He had spent 12 years training his attention to work in all conditions, and it worked now, in the gray before Law's dark of his cell, with the specific awareness that the cell was different from how it had been yesterday morning, and that the difference was not a dream, and was not a calculation he had been running, and was not going to resolve into something more manageable. He got up. He dressed. He went to Laud's. He stood in the choir stalls and said the office in the voice that had never required him to feel it to produce it, which was the voice he had always relied on, and that had been, he recognized now, one of the more reliable things about this place. The liturgy did not require him to know what to do next. It required only that he say the correct words in the correct order, which he had memorized 4 years ago, and which he could produce in any condition, including this one. He went to breakfast. He sat across from Otto, who was eating his bread with the focused appreciation of a man for whom the morning's bread was its own complete thing, and who was not, as far as Caelan could determine, deploying any particular expression about last evening. Otto had, in Caelan's experience, several registers of discretion. The one he was currently using was the one that looked entirely ordinary and contained, underneath its ordinary surface, the specific warmth of a man who is very pleased with something and has decided to express this pleasing by continuing to eat his breakfast. "Good morning," Otto said. "Good morning," Caelan said. They ate. At some point, Otto refilled Caelan's cup without being asked and without comment, which was a small thing and was not a small thing, and Caelan received it the way he had been learning to receive small things from Otto for 4 years, which was with the specific resistance of a man who did not easily accept care, and the specific acknowledgement that the resistance was becoming incrementally less. He went to the scriptorium. Aldric was already there. Of course he was. He was the kind of man who was already in a place when you arrived, and Caelan had been remarking on this in his private accounting for 4 years, and the remarking had changed shape in the past several weeks in the way that facts change shape when you stopped managing your relationship to them. The fact was, Aldric was always there when Caelan arrived. This had always been true. It was true now differently. He was at his bench, head bent over the book of hours, the December page, the man with his axe. He was working on the surrounding border, which had been accumulating its small arguing figures for weeks, and the figures were continuing their argument at the bottom of the page with the unhurried consistency of figures that had been given something worth arguing about and intended to pursue it. Caelan sat at his bench. He picked up his quill. He held it slightly wrong. Aldric did not look up, but his hands, which were moving over the border with the unhurried precision that was simply how he worked, went still for a moment. Just a moment. The tell that was not for general audiences, the one that Caelan had been cataloging for 4 years without knowing, and then knowing without admitting, and then admitting without knowing what to do with. He was doing the thing Caelan had been watching him do since the chapter house. The thing of not managing his reactions at the standard level of management. The thing of allowing certain information to reach the surface without the full architecture of containment. The hands resumed their work. Caelan looked at his own manuscript and returned to the herbs, which had been waiting since autumn with the patience of commissioned work that knows it will eventually be attended to. They worked for an hour in the silence that had been their default for 4 years, and that was now, without ceremony, something different. Not louder, not heavier, lighter, in the way that things were lighter when they stopped requiring effort to maintain. At some point, Pell came in. He looked at them both with the expression of a young man who has been waiting for a specific thing and has found evidence of it, and is exerting heroic discipline about his response. He sat at his bench. He opened his manuscript. He worked with the focused concentration of someone who has decided to be very professional and is succeeding with visible effort. Caelan watched him for a moment. He thought about what Otto had said 3 years ago, that he saw in Pell something like his younger self. He thought about this and then thought, imprecisely. The younger self he had been was not the self Pell was, because Pell had not been taught systematically and across 12 years that being valued was the same as being worth something. Pell had been taught, by whatever combination of accident and circumstance had produced him, that the things he saw were worth seeing and the questions he asked were worth asking. He was impatient and associative and occasionally impossible, and he loved Aldric with the uncomplicated loyalty of someone who had not learned yet that devotion could be exploited, and all of this was not Caelan's younger self, but something Caelan was glad existed in the world. He returned to the herbs. At midday, without discussion, Aldric moved his materials from the far bench to the one beside Caelan. It was not the first time he had done this. He had done it in the Chapter 9 incident after Dane's visit, when he had placed himself beside Caelan and sharpened a quill without being asked and set it to his right. He had done it then with the specific quality of a thing not announced. No explanation, no request for permission, simply the action and the presence. He did it now with the same quality. Caelan looked at the quill Aldric set to his right without comment. Trimmed, inked, prepared with a specific care for extended use. He set down the one he had been using and picked up the new one. He did not say anything about it. Aldric did not say anything about it. They worked. The conversation happened in the afternoon, in the second hour after none, when the light had reached the angle that made fine illumination work impractical and which they both used as an unspoken signal to shift to different tasks. Aldric had been quiet for the past hour in the specific way he was quiet when he had something he was determining the language for. Not the composed quiet of containment, but the working quiet of assembly. Caelan had learned to read the difference. He was reading it now and not pressing it, because pressing Aldric's silences had always been less useful than waiting for them to resolve themselves, and because he had discovered in the past several weeks that they resolve faster when not pressed. "I read the 43rd letter this morning," Aldric said. Caelan looked up. Aldric was looking at the border figures, the arguing pair at the bottom of the December page, and his expression had the quality it had when he was speaking directly, stripped of the careful surface management, without the composed remove. "I read it before Lauds." "I have it." "You have the 43rd, Caelan said. He was aware, with the precision he could not turn off, that this required calibration. "The ones I found were the ones I had written and lost track of, not the ones I burned deliberately." "I know," Aldric said. He finally looked at Caelan. "I mean letter 43 of the ones I kept. The last one in the sequence. The one where you had stopped performing distance." Caelan held the quill in his hand. He thought about the 43rd letter. He remembered it. He had written it in the late autumn, 2 months before Dane's arrival, in the specific state of mind of a man who has been approaching honesty for 38 letters and has finally gotten close enough that the approach and the thing were nearly the same. He had written it after a particularly difficult day in the scriptorium, one of the days when the thing between them had been most visible to him and least manageable, and he had written it the way he had been writing the later letters, which was with the specific abandonment of the performance. He had written, "I've been trying to describe what you are to me and failing. Not because the language is inadequate, though the language is also inadequate, because the description requires me to say what I am first. And I have not found the right version of that. Not the version I have been presenting here for 4 years, which is a version assembled from what I was before and shaped by this place into something I can maintain without constant effort. Not that version. The actual one, which is a man who has been writing to you for as long as he has been here, not because you will never read it, but because writing to you is the closest he has found to having somewhere to put the truth. He had written, 'You are the place I put it. That is what you are to me.' I remember what it says," Caelan said. "I know you do," Aldric said. "I wanted you to know I was reading it this morning." Caelan looked at the quill in his hand. He thought about what it meant that Aldric had said this, that he had read the letter at the beginning of this specific morning. It was not information in the practical sense. It was information in the other sense, the sense that said, "I want you to know what I do when I am alone with what you have given me. I want you to know that it exists and that I attend to it." It was the most intimate thing Aldric had ever said to him in a room full of people, and it had been said in the precise, quiet voice that nobody else in the scriptorium could have heard, and it had been said because Aldric had determined that it was true and that Caelan should have it. The 41st, Caelan said, because there were things he also wanted to say in the same register, in the same quality of direct and contained. The one where I used the word beautiful. Aldric went still. The specific stillness of his hands on the manuscript. The tell. In the margin, Caelan said, half hidden under a correction. He paused. I did not hide it well. No, Aldric said. You did not. I have spent a significant amount of time, Caelan said, being precise about everything in the language of those letters except that word, which I used once and then stopped using, which did not make it less true. I think I was more frightened of it than of all the other things I wrote. Why that one specifically? Aldric said. Caelan looked at the bench top. He looked at the quill. He thought about the question with the honest attention it deserved and then gave the honest answer, which was the kind that cost something to produce, but which he had been discovering felt different from the inside than he had expected. It felt less like loss and more like the feeling after a very long exhalation. Because the other words were about what I thought, he said, what I observed, what I understood about you. All of those felt like my expertise. The word beautiful was not about what I thought. It was about what I felt, which I did not have expertise in. A pause. I have more now. Aldric looked at him. Yes, he said. I know. They worked for a while after that, in a silence that was not the silence of before, and then the bells rang vespers, and the scriptorium began its end-of-day transition. Brothers gathering their materials, covering their work, settling the room for the evening. Pell, on his way out, paused at Caelan's bench. He had the look of someone who had been waiting to say something and had determined that the moment was now. Brother Caelan, he said. Caelan looked at him. I know about the letters, Pell said. He said it with the directness that was simply how he said things, not because he was inconsiderate of impact, but because he had concluded, somewhere in 22 years, that directness was a form of respect. Not the specifics. The fact of them. I have known for some time. Yes, Caelan said. I suspected. I never said anything. He was looking at Caelan with the expression that was not quite apology and not quite its absence. I did not think it was mine to say. Caelan looked at him for a moment. He thought about discretion and about the specific quality of it when it came from someone who had chosen it rather than had it trained into them. He thought about what Aldric had said of Pell years ago, in the way Aldric said things that were both practical and not. The earnestness he has suppressed in himself. Thank you, Caelan said. He meant it the way he meant most things he said directly, completely. Pell nodded. He went. That evening Caelan went to the west corridor. He knocked. The door opened. The conversation took most of the evening and part of the night, and it was not one conversation, but several, the kind that had the quality of two people who have been talking around something for 4 years and have finally arrived at a place where around is no longer available, and the only direction is through. They talked about the letters, about the burn and what it had meant, which Caelan had explained in the cell the day after the discovery, but which required, in this new configuration, a different kind of saying. He said it again. Aldric listened with the attention that was his version of tenderness, which was complete and unhurried, and which made Caelan feel, in a way he was not yet comfortable with, but was becoming less uncomfortable with, like something being read rather than merely examined. The reason I burned them, Caelan said, is not the simple reason. The simple reason is that I needed them to be mine. The less simple reason is that I needed them to be mine because I was not yet certain what I was going to do with them. With the fact of them. With the fact of you. He looked at Aldric. They were sitting on the bench in the west corridor cell. Both of them turned slightly toward each other, the configuration that had developed over the past several weeks as the one in which direct conversation happened. Burning them was the same as not making a decision yet. But I burned them in your cell, which was making a decision. You burned them where I would know, Aldric said. Yes, Caelan said. I don't think I knew I was doing that at the time. I think I know it now. Aldric was quiet for a moment. The specific quiet of a man receiving true information and integrating it without rushing toward a conclusion. I still know what they said, he said. So do I. I wrote them. Every line of them. Every line. The candle in the bracket made its small sound, the sound of a candle with several hours left in it. The cell around them had the quality it had in the evenings. The amber west-facing light gone. The candlelight doing its different work, which was the work of making familiar things look as if they were being considered for the first time. "I need to tell you something," Aldric said. "Yes," Caelan said. "When I found letter 45 on my desk," Aldric said, "I knew Otto had brought it, or arranged for it to be there. I did not know this immediately, but I knew it by the morning." He looked at Caelan. "I did not tell you that I knew. I received it as if it had been sent directly." Caelan looked at him. "That was deliberate," Aldric said. "I received it as a direct letter because I wanted to, and because treating it as a direct letter made it one, and because by that point the question of the mechanism was less important than the fact of the letter itself." A pause, with the weight of a man saying something he has been precise about in his own accounting and is being precise about now. "I should have told you I knew. That is the full truth." Caelan thought about this. He thought about Otto and the desk and the inkwell, and about the specific choice Aldric had made when he received the letter, and about what it said about the both of them that their respective acts of management have been running in parallel for 4 years without ever quite canceling each other out. "Otto was right to move it," he said. "If you had known the mechanism from the beginning, you might have returned it." "On principle." "I might have," Aldric said. "Yes." "Then Otto was right, and you were right to receive it as you did, and I was right to leave it where I left it even if I didn't send it," Caelan said. He paused. "We have arrived here through a significant amount of imprecision." "Yes," Aldric said, the ghost of something at the corner of his mouth. "I find that I do not mind," Caelan said. "Neither do I," Aldric said. They were close enough that the specific distance between them was no longer the careful distance of men maintaining an arrangement, but the proximity of two people who had stopped calculating the distance and were simply in it. Caelan was aware of this with the precision that was constitutionally his and that had been, for 4 years, the instrument of his careful management, and that was now doing something different, which was to register the fact of Aldric beside him with the simple accuracy of a man noting what is true. Aldric reached across and set his hand over Caelan's on the bench, not with urgency, not as a gesture requiring a response, with the quality of a man doing something he has decided to do and is doing in the present tense, attending to it as its own complete thing. Caelan turned his hand over. They sat for a while in the west corridor cell with the candle burning and the monastery in its night rhythms outside, and the loose stone in the wall flush and ordinary and entirely itself. And neither of them spoke because nothing that required speaking had arrived yet, and the silence had the quality that Caelan had been learning to identify over the past several weeks. The good kind, the kind that was not the absence of something, but the presence of it. Later, much later, in a way that later arrives in cells where no one is counting the hours, the conversation resumed. Not about the letters, not about the war or the politics or the specific architecture of the 4 years. About other things. The Book of Hours and the quality of the gold leaf that Aldric had found at a supplier in Norwich and was considering for the spring commissions, which required a particular undertone that most suppliers couldn't match, but that this one had, in the last shipment, gotten almost right. The herb commission and the specific difficulty of rendering the medicinal properties of certain plants in the visual language of manuscript work, which required a kind of double translation from botanical reality to symbol to image that was interesting in the way that problems with no clean solution were interesting. Caelan found himself saying things he had been thinking for months and had not found the occasion to say, the small observations about the work and the monastery and the quality of December light through east-facing windows versus west-facing ones. And Aldric received them and responded to them in the way that was simply Aldric's way of responding to things, with a specific attention that made you feel that the thing you had said had been heard completely, not as filler, but as something worth. The attention it was getting, it was the easiest thing Caelan had done in as long as he could remember. He thought about this. He noted it. He filed it in the part of himself that kept the things that were too important to lose, alongside all the other new entries of the past several weeks. He did not, at any point, construct an exit. In the very late hours, when the candle had burned to its last quarter, and the monastery was in the deep quiet of its night hours, Aldric said, in the tone he used when he was saying something simple and meaning it simply, "I am glad you are here." Caelan was quiet for a moment. He thought about 12 years and the exile that was not exile, and the 4 years at Saint Wulfric's, and the 43 letters, and the ash and the brazier, and the letter that Otto had moved, and the door that opened, and all of it, the whole accumulated weight and textural life that had been, for most of its length, organized around not being in a place like this with a person like this. "I know," he said. He meant it as the thing it was, not deflection, not the careful management of acknowledgement, but the simple and direct reception of something true. "I'm also glad," he said. Aldric's hand was warm over his on the bench, and the candle was nearly done, and outside the monastery was sleeping in its accumulated stone history. And in the morning there would be prime and bread, and the scriptorium with its east light, and the herb commission waiting on his bench, and the book of hours on the stand with its arguing figures in the margins. And the quill. He would hold it wrong. Aldric would correct him. That was the shape of it from the inside. He would hold it wrong because it had become a habit, and because habits that had been chosen remained choices, and because the small deliberate imprecision of the grip had been, from the beginning, the only way he had known to say, "I am still here. I am choosing to be here. This is the only signal I know how to give without managing it first." He would hold it wrong, and Aldric would correct him, and they would argue, probably about some aspect of the annotation or the commission or the interpretation of a particular passage in a text neither of them needed to argue about. And the arguing would be the other thing, the thing they had always been doing underneath the arguing, which was, "We are in the same room, and we have decided to stay." He stayed. It was not a dramatic act. It was the morning and the morning after and the one after that. It was the herb commission completed and the book of hours finished in January and new commissions arriving in February. It was the cold and the bread and the particular quality of candlelight in December in a monastery on the east corridor in the west, and the junction between them, and the path that crossed the cloister in either direction. It was this. He stayed. Chapter 24. Holding it wrong on purpose. The letter took him 3 drafts. The first was wrong in the way that first letters were wrong when you had been writing for an audience of one for 37 years and had only recently learned that there was someone on the other side. Too careful, too constructed. The language of a man managing something rather than giving something. He read it back and crossed it out, not with the crossing out of correction, but with the crossing out of recognition. This is not the thing. And he put the page aside and began again. The second was better and still wrong. It was honest in its content, and there was nothing in it that was not true, but it had the quality of a letter written by a man who had decided to be honest, and was being honest with the visible effort of a decision. He had read enough of Caelan's letters to know the difference between honesty as decision and honesty as simply what came out when you had stopped managing what came out, and the second draft had too much of the former and not enough of the latter. He set aside. He sat for a while. Outside his cell window, the early morning was doing what early mornings did in late autumn, arriving slowly, gray-silver at the edges first, the particular quality of light that was not yet committed to being light, the quality that Caelan had once described in a letter as the color of a room deciding whether to be cold. He had kept that line. He kept many lines. He had been keeping them for 4 years, and he had, in the past 4 months, stopped thinking of the keeping as something that required explaining, because the explanation was no longer the point. The point was the keeping itself, the simple fact of it, which was the same as the fact of Caelan 3 cells and a corridor away in the east wing, sleeping or reading or lying in the dark in the quality of attention that was simply how he occupied whatever space he was in. He thought about the angel's wing, the 2 months of working around in error, because he had been conceiving the thing incorrectly. The correction that had required understanding what the wing was, not what he wanted it to be. He knew what the letter was. He wrote the 3rd draft in the smaller, faster hand he used when he was writing before he could stop himself, which was the hand that produced the most accurate things. He wrote it in the early morning before lauds with the last of the candle and the gray light beginning outside, and he did not read it back, because reading it back was for letters that required verification rather than letters that were true already. He folded it once. He wrote nothing on the outside. He went to the east corridor. The monastery was in the specific silence of the interval between the night hours and lauds, the silence that had no liturgical name, and that Aldric had always found the most honest of the day silences because nothing was being asked of it. He walked the length of the corridor, without hurrying and without slowing, the walk of a man who has determined where he is going and is going there in the way that people go somewhere when they have stopped calculating whether it is the correct thing. The light under Caelan's door was off. Good. He was sleeping. Aldric bent and slipped the letter under the door with a care he brought to all things that required being placed correctly, the care of a man who understood that the manner of doing a thing was part of the thing itself. He straightened. He stood in the corridor for a moment. The stone walls in their centuries. The smell of bread from the kitchens beginning its first work of the day. The particular quality of the east corridor at this hour, which he had walked past many times and in which he had stood more times than he could have told Pell precisely, with his hand raised and a question of when running its calculation. He went to lauds. The scriptorium that morning had the best light of the year. This was not a judgment Aldric made with sentiment. It was a quality of the winter solstice that he had noted in his first year and had been confirming annually since. The low angle of the December sun in the east-facing windows produced, on the clear days, a quality of illumination that was neither the bright flatness of summer nor the gray sufficiency of autumn, but something specific to this month. In this angle in this room, a light that was cold and clear and that fell on the work with the quality of a lamp that had been positioned by someone who understood where the shadows needed to be. He was at his bench when Caelan arrived. He did not look up. He had trained himself not to manage the looking up, which meant he sometimes managed it in the opposite direction, which was to say he was aware of the door opening and did not look. He continued with the gold leaf of the Spring Commission's first illumination, which was a different book of hours for a different patron, and which had been giving him a mild structural problem in the initial ornament that he had been addressing since yesterday afternoon. He heard Caelan's step. He heard the bench pulled out. He heard the particular sound of Caelan settling to work. The quill taken up, the ink touched, the small sounds of a man beginning. Aldric worked. He was aware, in the precise peripheral way that had become, over the past 4 months, simply the texture of any room Caelan was in, of the quill in the adjacent hand. Aware of its grip, aware of the small rotation of the wrist that was the deliberate imprecision, the chosen slightly wrong, the signal that had become a fact, the fact that had become simply how Caelan held a quill and was therefore no longer precisely a signal, but was still, in the accounting of 4 years, something he had decided about. He set down the gold leaf brush. He looked at Caelan's hand. Caelan was looking at his manuscript. His expression was the working one, the focused attentive one, the expression of a man doing something he was good at and knew it and was not performing either the expertise or its absence. His right hand was moving across the page with the particular quality of his best work, which was the quality of a man for whom the work had become a form of thinking rather than a product of it. He was holding the quill wrong. The angle of the wrist, the rotation of the index finger. Not incompetently wrong, deliberately wrong. The specific wrongness that Aldric had first observed in the archive room and had been observing since. The wrongness that was not carelessness, but its opposite, the wrongness that had been, from the moment he understood it, the single most legible thing Caelan had ever done. "Your grip," Aldric said. Caelan did not look up. He continued his stroke, finished the line, set the quill down to reset the ink. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning," Aldric said. "Your grip." "My grip is functional," Caelan said. "Your grip is incorrect," Aldric said. He did not move from his bench. He looked at the hand with the attention he brought to work that required correction. Not unkindly, not with the clinical remove of a man who had no investment in the outcome, but with the specific attentiveness of someone who cared about the thing being correct. "As I have been telling you for 4 years. You have been telling me for 4 years, Caelan said, that the angle of my wrist is incorrect. "Yes, I have heard you," Caelan said. He picked up the quill again. He held it exactly as he always held it, with the small deliberate rotation that was not carelessness and had never been carelessness. "I appreciate the instruction." "You have not applied it," Aldric said. "I have not applied it," Caelan agreed. Aldric looked at him. He looked at the familiar profile, the close-cropped black hair going silver at the temples in the specific way of a man approaching mid-30s whose temples had decided to begin early. The thin scar along the left jaw that Caelan described differently depending on his audience. The dark eyes that were, when they looked up from the manuscript, always slightly ahead of the conversation. He thought about 4 years. He thought about a man who held his quill wrong on purpose, who had been doing it on purpose since the archive room, and possibly before, who had been doing it as the only act of deliberate vulnerability in a life organized around the management of vulnerability, and who had been doing it in Aldric's specific presence, which was not a coincidence, and had not been a coincidence, and had never, from the moment Aldric understood it, been anything other than what it was. "I know you hold it wrong on purpose," Aldric said. Caelan looked up. His expression was the unmanaged one, the one that had been available since the chapter house, and that Aldric had been, over the past 4 months, learning to receive without the careful composure he had used to receive everything before it. The expression that was not the detective and not the former operative and not the man who cataloged exits, but the one underneath all of those, the one that had been writing to him for 4 years and that was still doing it, would always be doing it, now in the different form of presence rather than letters. "I know you hold it wrong on purpose," Aldric said again, "and I have known for some time, and I correct you anyway." A pause. "Why?" Caelan said. Aldric looked at the hand on the quill. The specific rotation. He thought about what it had meant over the years, and what it meant now, and what it would mean tomorrow and all the mornings after it. A man who had been choosing to be readable in exactly one way, in this room, to this person, in the only form available to him before the other forms opened. "Because you hold it wrong, so I will still correct you," Aldric said. "And I will correct you." He held Caelan's eyes. "As long as you are here," he said. Caelan was very still. It was the specific stillness, his tell, the one that happened when something arrived that was too large to process at the ordinary speed of things, that required the full attention of a man who could not stop being precise about what he received. He sat with it. He sat with it for the length of time it required. Then the ghost of something at the corner of his mouth, the something that was not quite a smile, and never had been, and that Aldric had spent 4 years cataloging in the private accounting that had been, all along, a different kind of letter. "Your handwriting," Caelan said, "is insufferably legible." Aldric felt, somewhere in the architecture of his chest, the specific quality of a thing completing itself. Not ending. Completing. The difference between those two things was the work of the past 4 months, and the work of all the months before it, and the work of everything he was going to continue doing here, in this room, at this bench with this man. "Thank you," he said. He returned to the gold leaf. Caelan returned to the manuscript. They worked. The light came through the east windows at its December angle, cold and clear, the best light of the year. It fell on the manuscripts and on the hands working over them, and on the small particular figure in the lower border of the Book of Hours that had been sketched there at some point during the autumn, and that was in the posture of someone who has set something down, arms loose, the posture of a man in the moment after. The scriptorium had its sounds. The sounds of a room where people were doing what they were there to do. Brother Otto, at his bench on the far side of the room, ate a piece of bread he had brought from breakfast and said nothing, and his expression was the expression of a man who has been waiting for a long time for something to arrive and who is finding its arrival, in the actual event, quieter than he had expected and more complete. He went back to his capital letter, which had been occupying him for several days, and which was, this morning, finally doing what he wanted it to do. Brother Pell, beside him, worked on the feast day notations with the methodical care of someone who had been corrected on a feast date once and intended never to be corrected on one again. He did not look at the adjacent bench. He did not need to. He had looked last week and the week before and the week before that, and what he had found there had been enough. He worked. The monastery moved through its morning, prime, and then the bread, and then the scriptorium, and then the particular sequence of work and hours and brief interruptions that was the shape of a day at Saint Wulfric's when the politics had settled and the manuscripts were progressing and the roof of the chapter house had been properly repaired by the mason Osrin had finally sent for. In the afternoon, Aldric finished the initial ornament of the new commission. He set down the gold leaf brush and examined it. It was right. Caelan looked over from his manuscript. He looked at the ornament with the attentive eye of a man who understood the work and could tell the difference between adequate and right without needing to be told which this was. "The left margin," he said. "Second stroke from the top." Aldric looked. He looked at the second stroke from the top of the left margin of the initial ornament that he had just declared right. He looked at it for a long time. Yes, he said. He made the correction. He sat back. He looked at the result. It was better than right. It was what it had been meant to be. Thank you, he said. Caelan had already returned to his manuscript. I was not being kind, he said. I was being accurate. Aldric looked at the familiar profile. The working expression, the quill and the slightly wrong grip, deliberate and particular and entirely itself. Yes, he said. I know. He picked up his quill. He worked. The day was a good day at Saint Wulfric's. Ordinary, and therefore not empty, and therefore good. The best light of the year came through the east windows until the afternoon turned the angle, and then it was the different light, and then the bells, and then the bread again, and the evening, and the night with its own hours. And in the morning, the same. And the morning after. Epilogue anonymous. 2 authors. Date uncertain. The young monk found the manuscript on a Wednesday, which was the kind of coincidence that isn't. He had been cataloging the archive of Saint Wulfric's for 3 months, a task assigned to him by the current archivist as a combination of punishment for an argument about liturgical dating and genuine trust that he would do the work properly, which was the way the archivist expressed trust, by giving you the things that mattered without admitting they mattered. He had developed, in 3 months, a detailed understanding of the archive's organization, which was the organization of centuries of accumulated decisions made by men with different priorities and methods and levels of attention to what subsequent men would need. The archive had its good sections and its difficult ones. The good sections were those organized by brothers who had understood that a catalog was not a list but a map, that the person coming after you would need to understand not just what existed but how the things related to each other. The difficult sections were those organized by brothers who had understood a catalog as a list and who had therefore produced lists, accurate in their individual entries and useless in their totality. He had been working through a difficult section when he found it. It was on the 3rd shelf of the west wall, between a collection of liturgical commentaries and a set of administrative records from a period of institutional transition he had already cataloged. It had no title on the spine. It had no identifying mark. It was small, bound in worn leather of a color that had been dark once and had gone to something softer in the handling of years. He took it down. He opened it. The illuminations stopped him before the text did. He had seen fine manuscript work in his 3 months with the archive. Saint Wulfric's was known for its scriptorium, and the archive contained examples of every period of its production. The formal, hierarchical work of the early periods, the more elaborate programs of the middle centuries, the quieter precision of its more recent output. He could read the archive's illuminated history the way he could read the differences between the organization systems, as evidence of the minds that had produced it, and the circumstances that had shaped those minds, and the specific choices that any individual piece of work represented within its context. This was different. Not better than the finest pieces in the archive, or not only better. Different in kind. The technical quality was extraordinary. The gold leaf laid with a precision he had seen matched in perhaps 3 other manuscripts in the collection. But the content was nothing like the formal programs of the archive's celebrated pieces. The margins were full of figures. Small, lively, argumentative figures that appeared, across the course of the manuscript's pages, to be conducting an extended and ongoing conversation with each other and with the primary text. They agreed and disagreed with the text. They agreed and disagreed with each other. They pointed at specific passages with the gestures of men who found something insufficiently argued and intended to say so. They were unmistakably and completely alive. He sat down at the catalog table and opened the manuscript properly, with both hands supporting the spine. There were 2 sets of handwriting. The primary text was in a hand that was precise and clear, each letter made with the deliberateness of someone who wrote as they thought, without haste, but not slowly, with the specific quality of a mind that had decided what it wanted to say before the quill touched the page. A hand that could be read at speed without losing the text, that had organized the letter forms for the reader rather than for display. The marginalia were in a different hand, also trained, also excellent, but different in character, slightly more angular in the capitals, with a particular way of forming the descenders that was individual in the way that all hands are individual once you knew what you were looking at. That said, this is where I am. These are the pressures of my specific thought on this specific text. This is not the official record, but the actual one. The two hands were in conversation throughout the manuscript. The primary text stated. The marginalia responded. The response was challenged, sometimes by a further annotation in the primary hand, turned sideways in the margin as if the primary author had run out of room for agreement and was returning to say, yes, and also this. He read the manuscript for an hour. He could not put it down. The argument between the two hands was, on its surface, about the primary text, which was a work of liturgical commentary of no particular distinction. Below the surface, it was about something that had nothing to do with the text and everything. To do with the two men conducting the argument, which was what it meant to be precise and what precision was for, and whether the language of the formal record was adequate to the things that the formal record was supposed to describe. One of them kept pushing the boundaries of what the text allowed. The other kept redirecting him toward what the text actually said, not because the pushing was wrong, but because the text deserved the respect of being argued with on its own terms before being argued past. They were clearly and unmistakably enjoying themselves. The marginalia grew warmer as the volume progressed. More certain, the two hands moved toward each other across the pages, the gap between the primary text and the marginal response narrowing, the frequency of the annotations increasing, the quality of the argument changing from the formal register of two scholars examining a question to the register of two people who had been examining questions together long enough that the examination was inseparable from the conversation, and the conversation was inseparable from everything else. He turned to the final pages. Near the end, in the smaller angular hand, "You are the most competent person I have ever loved." I say this as someone who did not expect to use that word. I find I cannot stop. He read it twice. Below it, in the primary hand, "Correct your quill." He stared at this for a moment. He turned the page, as if there might be more, and there was more in the smaller hand again. "I know how to hold it correctly. I have known for 30 years. I hold it wrong, so you will still correct me." He turned the page again. Below that, in the larger hand, 3 words only underlined twice. "You impossible man." He sat with the manuscript for a long time. He was 23. He had come to the monastery from a family in the north, and had been cataloging the archive for 3 months, and had not, in 3 months, found anything that required him to sit still for longer than the task required. He sat still now. He sat with the manuscript in his hands, and the west wall of the archive around him, and the particular quality of afternoon light that came through the high windows of this room, the light that was cold and clear and that fell on the work surfaces with the quality of something that had been doing this for a long time and was comfortable in the doing. He thought about 30 years. He thought about a quill held wrong for 30 years, which was a choice, and about a correction given for 30 years, which was also a choice, and about what it meant to choose the same thing every morning for 30 years and to find it, at the end of those 30 years, worth having chosen. He thought about the figures in the margins, their argument, the way it moved from formal debate to something he had not had the specific word for until he read the marginalia near the end, which was the word intimate, which meant that the argument had become the form of their closeness, not a barrier to it. He could not tell, from the manuscript alone, who these men were. The primary text had no attribution. The marginalia had no attribution. The cover had been handled smooth. The date was not recorded anywhere he could find. He opened the archive catalog. He looked through the entries for books of hours, for liturgical commentaries, for manuscripts produced in-house during the relevant periods. The manuscript's physical characteristics suggested a date range of approximately 50 years ago, which was within the archive's recorded history, but at the edges of its detailed record. He found nothing that matched. He went back to the archive. He went through the west wall's other sections with the systematic attention that was his best quality when he remembered to deploy it. He found the administrative records of the period in question, which were incomplete in the way of administrative records from periods of institutional transition, and which told him that the monastery had experienced 50 years ago a change in administrative structure following a political conflict involving the archbishopric, which he had already known from other sources. He found a reference to a Brother Caelan Voss in the commission records in connection with a patron letter written during this period. He found references to a Brother Aldric veil in the commission records in connection with the illumination work for several patrons across a period of many years. He found, in the margin of one administrative record, a note in a hand he recognized, the primary text hand, the precise, clear one. The note read, "The Beaumont Book of Hours completed. The annotation work, BAV. The commission. Correspondence, BCV delivered to satisfaction. Béafe, Béchefe." He went back to the manuscript. He looked at the two hands. He looked at the figures in the margins, the small arguing pair that appeared on every page, who had been conducting their conversation across the entire volume, who had begun in formal debate and ended in the register of the final page, which was not formal at all, which was simply true. He understood now what he was holding. He spent the remainder of the afternoon making a full catalog entry for the manuscript. He was thorough. He noted the physical characteristics, the condition of the binding, the date range, the illumination quality. He described both hands and their content. He described the relationship between the primary text and the marginalia. He wrote, in the attribution field, anonymous. 2 authors. Date uncertain. He thought about this for a moment. He thought about the word anonymous and what it meant, and about the word authors and what it contained, and about the 30 years of argument in the margins, and the quill held wrong, and the word love, and the 2 hands closing the gap between them across the final pages. He added, in the notes field, the marginalia constitute an independent document of significant interest. The 2 hands are identifiable throughout as consistent individuals in sustained dialogue. Recommend preservation under special collections. He closed the catalog. He looked at the manuscript on the table. He thought about what it was, which was the record of 2 men who had been in the same room for a long time and who had found, over the course of many years, a way to say the things that the primary record did not have space for. They had said it in the margins. They had said it in the small figures arguing at the bottom of the page. They had said it in a quill held wrong and a correction given for 30 years, every morning. They had made something that lasted. He picked up the manuscript. He carried it to the special collections shelf, which was the shelf reserved for items of particular significance that the archive needed to protect from the ordinary handling of ordinary access. He placed it carefully, with the care he had learned to use for things that were irreplaceable. He stood in front of the shelf for a moment. He thought about the final page and the 3 words underlined twice, and the way the primary hand had come back after the smaller hand admission and said, "You impossible man," and what that meant. That it was not a complaint. That it was, in a specific vocabulary of the manuscript and its 30 years of conversation, the most complete declaration the primary hand had in its repertoire. He thought about the word impossible. He thought about what it meant in this particular usage, in this particular margin, at the end of this particular volume. That you were impossible because you were not manageable, could not be contained, could not be filed and annotated and placed on a shelf and referred to only in the context of the official record. That you were impossible the way true things were impossible, which was in being too present and too accurate to be accommodated by the systems designed to hold ordinary things. You impossible man. He understood this. He locked the archive. He went to Vespers. He said the office and the choir stalls and thought about 30 years of mornings in a scriptorium and the particular quality of east-facing light in December and a quill held wrong on purpose. And he felt something he did not immediately have a word for, which was the feeling of having received something across a gap of 50 years from people he would never meet, which was what manuscripts were for. He copied it the following week. He did it carefully, not quickly, with the attention the work deserved. He was not an illuminator. He could not reproduce the gold leaf figures or the marginalia's small arguing pair. What he could do was produce a clean copy of the text, the primary text, and the marginalia both, in his own apprentice hand, which was precise and somewhat stiff and would improve. He copied "You are the most competent person I have ever loved." He copied "Correct your quill." He copied "I know how to hold it correctly. I have known for 30 years. I hold it wrong, so you will still correct me." He copied you impossible man. He set down his quill. He read what he had written. He thought about being known. He thought about what it required. The patience of someone who would correct the same grip for 30 years, and the specific courage of someone who would hold it wrong for 30 years, and a manuscript that neither of them had titled but both of them had signed, in the way that anonymous things were signed when the anonymity was not concealment but simplicity, when the record did not need names because the names were inside the thing. Official. 2 authors. Date uncertain. He was, in this way, more accurate than he knew. The archive at Saint Wulfric's continued its work. The catalog grew. The manuscripts were preserved and studied, and occasionally lost, and occasionally recovered. The light came through the west wall's high windows every afternoon and fell on the work surfaces in the way it had always fallen, the way it would continue to fall, steady and clear, and attending to whatever was placed in it. The manuscript, on its shelf in the special collections, was handled rarely and carefully and with the full attention it required. It was, every reader who encountered it agreed, extraordinary. Not because of the gold leaf, or the technical quality of the illumination, or the precision of the primary hand, or the vitality of the marginalia, though all of these things were true. Because it was alive. Because you could read it and know, without needing to be told, that the 2 men who had made it had been in the same room for a long time and had decided to stay, and had found, in the staying, the thing that the primary text was only trying to describe, which was what it meant to be known, and what it meant to know, and what it meant that the knowing and the being known were not 2 different things, but one thing, experienced from both sides of the same bench, in the same light, over the same years. 2 authors. Date uncertain. And below that, in the young monk's handwriting, which was the handwriting of a man at the beginning of his work rather than the end of it, in the notes field of the catalog entry he had made and would refine over the following years, and which would become, in its final form, the most complete description available of the manuscript and its significance. Some things survive because someone, somewhere, could not bring themselves to throw away a true thing. He did not know their names. He knew everything that mattered.